you imagine real estate being sold as an NFT where multiple participants could own a piece of real estate together and maybe make decisions together on how that real estate is handled, rented, and everyone who is an owner could get paid in dividends from that. I mean, there are many more applications for this beyond just art and artists, music.
Sure, but these are all external systems. I can imagine any number of external systems that might work with one of my digital systems, but as a digital person, I can really only look at a digital system as a lock and a key. I can send a Bitcoin from this address to that address. I can digitally confirm that. You can have an NFT or not have an NFT. Now, in the external world, if they recognize your NFT and they give you access to a physical thing, that's a external system that you've set up. So yes, if they can set up those and if they can legally enforce those, they can perhaps have value. Okay, so everybody, we're going to go live on the World Crypto Network here. So if you're not talking, try to mute yourself. Everyone certainly gets a chance to talk. If you don't want to be public, we were already public on Twitter Spaces, and Twitter's already recording this for all time anyway. So anytime you go live on the internet, you're always being recorded. Never say anything personal about yourself and so forth that you don't want public on the internet, FYI. But let's have a cool chat. Let's hang out.
I just try to ping Lamar in here. So he's got a really good breakdown of the potential of NFT in protecting intellectual property.
Cool. Yeah, I love Lamar. He has great points.
Hi, guys. I'm talking from China here. South Africa.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I hear about what I hear about NFTs, I know nothing because I think all this DeFi, NFT is just doesn't really make money, you know. Bitcoin's the only thing at the end of the day. But when I hear things that artists are going to get like good benefits from it, I think it sounds good because my mother was a professional artist, and I do some movies and extras and stuff, some features. But I mean, if you got a piece of work, I think you should get rewarded for that, you know. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Well, I agree with you, and I totally hear what you're saying. I want artists to get compensated too. Unfortunately, I think this is going to be just like Steemit, where I always told people with Steemit, I was like, if you can go on there and write a blog post and get paid for a blog post, do it. I suggest you cash out the Steemit money into Bitcoin money. And then I never told anyone to invest their real money into Steemit. But at some point, somebody put their real money into Steemit because they thought it was going to go up in value. And those people lost money. So in this NFT thing, what they're going to sell you is an intermediary level, another barrier between you and the NFT. And that's where people are going to lose the money. So if the artists get the money, and if they cash out to Bitcoin or to USD or to art supplies or something they need, 100%, it's awesome. But if this intermediary level where there's kind of a potential for manipulation, because I can print 100,000 million trillion tokens, and suddenly I'm out there buying art for millions of tokens, and somebody though is buying that on the way in, and sure, that's a wealth redistribution, and you know, some people would just say that that's, you know, a survival of the fittest, and the suckers are being fleeced, the sheep are being fleeced, and the people that are dumb enough to buy this thinking it's going up in value. And if the artists are the one making the money, that's great, but a lot of the people making the money is going to be this intermediary level. And again, I gamed this out because I tried to make one of these. I think selling NFTs, if you're an artist or whatever, 100% go do it, make a bunch of money. There's a potential for your audience to get burned though. If your audience is like, you know, I invested.
Is that any different?
Sure, go ahead.
Is that different from people investing into MicroStrategy and Tesla stock, and they think that because the price of Bitcoin goes up, that naturally Tesla and MicroStrategy will go up, when in fact that's not the case?
In a way, it's not different from any investment. I mean, a stock's unique because it's an investment vehicle and they have a responsibility to the shareholders, and it's traceable to a certain address in a company. It's more reckless to say invest in Bitcoin or to invest in Ethereum or any kind of these cryptocurrencies, right? And then it's even another level more reckless to say, I'm going to invest in an ICO or I'm going to invest in an NFT. And I agree. Like in the same way, having an ICO made lots of people lots of money. I never had an ICO. I don't believe in money printing, like in general. But having an NFT will make lots of people lots of money in the same way as the ICO. But at the same time, there's people that bought BitConnect. There's people that lost money. And what happens is we have this chamber here where anybody that's successful talks. If you made lots of money on ICOs, and like right now people are making lots of money on NFT, they're crazy loud about how much money they made on NFT. Now, all the losers, the people that lose money, they don't talk, right? They drink, they hang themselves, they wreck their families, they just get sad, they leave the market, they exit. Nobody's out here, I lost so much money on BitConnect, I lost money. No, it's the winners that are loud.
Yeah. But a lot of the time, it's just people trying to get rich quick, right? You know, a lot of people are chasing the altcoins because they want to see their value triple in a short amount of time instead of just investing and dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin and accumulating generational wealth. So I agree with you that investing in the middleman of NFTs is definitely a dangerous game and not one I would recommend. But the technology of a mathematical timestamp for the creative is something that can help them in the court of law.
Oh yeah, well, again, all these things, timestamping is a different system, and a lot of these, just in general, you're accounting on an external system to take your crypto token into account. So back in the day, there was a cool project called like BitNation, and there's a lot of projects, and what they're going to do is they're going to do things for government and for land and for deeds. And they thought that the problem when an army rolls through in a country and they take it over, they thought that the problem was that you couldn't prove who owned the land. And it's not a question of proof. It's a problem of authority and power. Your proof is not respected. Your right to that land is not respected. So you can have an NFT that says you own a piece of land, and that's great. And it could be recorded in a blockchain, and that's great. But the person with the tank is going to take the land from you. So it's just, these systems have to interlock. Whereas in a digital way, if you have the Bitcoin or if you have the NFT, you digitally have it. So it's different with all these integrated real things.
Yeah, just don't lose your keys.
Yeah, and that's what I think is that, you know, giving out a key to, say, a privatized concert, you do have to, you know, sort of mingle with a middleman, so to speak, but it gives artists a really big layup. And yeah, no, I don't think people should run out and buy a digital kitty cat picture and think it's going to be worth something in the future. But I think from the artist perspective that there's a lot that could be gained. And eventually we might see a second layer on Bitcoin that'll make it a little bit more sustainable.
I think that in the music industry, I think that would make a lot more sense, to be honest, than in like the regular like fine art world. And I'm not sure if it was Lamar, but there are some people I think thinking up concepts of making this happen on the Lightning Network to integrate the rights, like a smart contract to a song directly into the song itself. So that when you remix it, you know, you directly have an address, you know, where you can donate your money to. So that's pretty cool. That's why I'd love to hear Lamar talk on this, because I still haven't had the chance to ask him. But again, I'm not sure if he's even working on it. Like, there's just so many people doing so many cool things right now. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool because, I mean, obviously Bitcoin is hard money. It's a store of value. And as far as creatives and musics go, it seems a little bit more beneficial to them. I mean, if somebody offered me the Mona Lisa for my Bitcoin, I would never take it because I don't give a shit about that piece of art. So I don't find it as a store of value. But to me, Bitcoin is a true store of value.
Yeah, makes sense.
Lamar said he may swim through it a bit.
Gold. Yeah, because I mean, a lot of people giving up their gold reserves now, getting into Bitcoin.
Yeah, they just found a mountain of it somewhere.
Yeah, they never seem to find one of those asteroids full of Bitcoin. I'm always on the lookout when they say they found a shipwreck or an asteroid or a new way of mining, or they drilled into some mountain, or some kind of earthquake opened up a chasm into the earth. I'm like, do they have any Bitcoin in there? They never have any.
Well, what about this quantum thing?
The what?
The quantum effect. Quantum computing.
So, like, quantum computing it's a difficult topic. It's not really going to be a threat as far as I know, but I'm no expert on this. But I think that the quantum thing, like as far as NFTs go, for example, and art in general, like the quantifying things, quantifying art, quantifying ideas, you know, like that's what makes them become alive really by themselves, you know. So that's like, that's why I love the idea of piracy as well, you know, like piracy has done so much for music and for art as well, you know, just artists learning, remixing, copying from each other. So yeah, really interesting.
Okay, guys, I'm on my way. Nice talking. Goodbye.
Bye. Thanks
you. Thanks for dropping by.
Be safe, buddy.
Yeah, guys, just in general, anybody knows who owns the blockchain.com?
What?
Who is the owner of blockchain.com?
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I've not heard of it, but I did just post those two tweets about this mountain of gold they just found.
Blockchain.com is just a classic Bitcoin company. They have a wallet and some other services. I don't know their exact owner. Their CEO's been in the game a long time. I think I met him at a conference years ago. But yeah, it's a cool wallet and stuff. A lot of people have opinions from back in the day. It's been up and down. You know, they have different features and stuff. But yeah, it's a lot like Coinbase now. I guess you can buy Bitcoin and other coins at blockchain.com or blockchain.info. Let's see. We've got a guy in the chat out on YouTube. He says, hi from India. So hi to Ajay Kumar Agrawai. Did I say it pretty close? I don't know. I like pronouncing names because I keep doing it horribly, but I think I'm getting better. I don't know. Well, welcome to everyone here on Twitter Spaces. We're just trying out Twitter Spaces. We didn't have an exact topic. Like everything else, you just get roped into this, and then you're like, why don't we, pretend to be on talk radio all day? And I'm like, I like that. I like talk radio. So yeah, does anyone? Okay, we got some guys that are requesting speaker. So I'm going to add you guys as speaker. And just if you have a topic or what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do some introductions? Do a topic? Dante, I don't know what's on your mind on this Sunday morning. What's going on?
Brother, I'm just smoking cigars and drinking bourbon and listening.
That sounds great, man. Sounds like a good.
Yeah. So
also, JG, if
I wanted to comment on what was said earlier. Hey.
Okay, go ahead.
So regarding NFTs and who's got so what you said regarding like land, so it doesn't really matter if you were the owner. Whoever gets like to enforce their authority gets the land in the end. NFTs are no different from, like, for example, if you own a stock, then you already have some sort of NFT, and we have like a legal structure around it to say you own that and you can then sell it and other people can buy it. And NFTs are the same thing. I could create some piece of art and then like create a stock, which is like a single unit, and then sell it. And I don't really need a blockchain for that. So it's like the illusion of having ownership over something when in reality it doesn't really apply. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think delusion.
Yeah, that's why
delusion is the perfect word. Think about the Banksy that they burned. I watched the YouTube video of it. There's no real connection between that Banksy and the NFT, or even that Banksy and the YouTube video. It's complete delusion. But it's one of those things we can just stand back and watch. I think they're going to pump a lot of value into this. People are really excited about it. And again, there's a value generation thing to owning the platform. If I can get if you can just put $1,000 into my platform, and I've already printed, 1 billion tokens, I can give you 1,000 tokens. I can give you 1,000 more. I can give you 1,000 more. As long as you keep buying art with it and it keeps staying in the platform, it just kind of snowballs in value. And for some people, that'll be real value if they get out early. If they get out early, it'll be fine. If it goes down afterwards, they're going to be all mad about it. But again, we're going to watch this happen in slow motion from far away. And no matter what you say, like I'm much more kind of Zen Buddha about this now. I'm like, it's fine. They're going to get excited about it and they're going to make money and lose money. And I'm going to watch it because I've just seen it happen many times now. And I know that I can't stop it, and I know also that I can't encourage it either.
I was just going to say, JG, if you update your Twitter app, you'll get different emojis for spaces.
And what fascinated me about this Clubhouse room with the burnt Banksy is that the way that they were justifying it, it was kind of like they were feeling like they were doing something completely new, and it's really not. And the way that they talked about it, I think one of the guys said like that this is the new art form. And I think that that's just really sad to see like the value of a piece of art, like be it music or a physical piece of art or whatever, to be reduced to a contract or a token. I just don't really see the point in that.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how the smart contract is written, because if you do own it and people copy it, then the original becomes more valuable. And then if you write that smart contract to where every time someone sells the original, you're receiving income from it, it really does protect the artist.
Yeah, that's true.
But I definitely agree with Mad Bitcoin about the fact that if you add this sort of middleman and it all relies on your specific token, that, it becomes like any other altcoin where it's not actually decentralized, and, the main holders of those coins can just pull the rug at any time.
Yeah, as long as someone else controls the ability to print or not print the tokens, and who gets the early ones and so on and so forth, it's always a problem for your system, and it always comes back at the end. What we're talking about in the chat on YouTube on World Crypto Network is an idea that this guy, Mr. Sheffield, says that music NFTs will be huge. Finally, a resale value for a downloaded file. Finally, a way for an artist or label to be paid for secondhand sales. Now, there's a couple of different ideas in there to unpack. One idea, and again, all of this goes against it goes against my hacker ethos, my kind of freedom of information idea here. But if you were able to cryptographically lock the file and have a music player that made it so every time you played this file, you had to have the key and they fit together, right? I guess you could control it so that you couldn't play the file. I can already hear Louisa saying if you play the file out of any kind of speakers, you can record it on an external system. If you allow the file to pass through any kind of other system like Bluetooth, like right now, my phone is exporting Bluetooth audio because it thinks it's going to headphones, but it's really going to a soundboard that's recording this and rebroadcasting it. So it's just that easy to break your music NFT. But if you had that lock and key cryptographic oppressive system of your music, you could do that. But what I proposed in a contrast, and again, they don't have this now, but maybe they raise all this money now from the dirty things they're doing to then build this someday. But if you had a real decentralized corporation that it's like a computer virus that lives on its own. It rents its own hosting space. It has a program that can rent new hosting space to keep itself alive, and it continues its network that way. And if you had an NFT that got you access to an MP3 file that was stored on a decentralized corporation like that, now that would be something. Now that I think would be cool.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where we're heading because I mean, even with the audio quality being Bluetooth to you, you're losing quality. Like if you have Bluetooth earphones, you're actually losing quality versus having an aux cord plugged in.
I could do that
So in
too.
theory,
I can plug this in by an aux cord.
well, I mean, like if you were plugged directly into the source, you're going to receive a higher quality. Just like if you were to record a song from a speaker, you're going to have a lower quality of MP3.
Yeah,
So
but
in theory, you could bootleg an
the whole
entire
thing with
album. But
the whole thing with NFT they're trying to sell the value in the rarity, and they're trying to say that because it's incredibly rare, it's incredibly valuable, and because it's a key, it's an incredibly rare key, so it's incredibly valuable. I'm not sure it really works out in the end. Oh, have I crashed the whole thing? Oh, see, hold on, everyone. I may have crashed the whole thing. Oh man, it's so broken. Connecting. Join this space. All right, did I break the whole thing? Says yes. I can't even hear anyone now. Says mic is on. See? So I think this is a bad experiment. We're gonna try to go back to Bluetooth. Now I really broke it. See, in a way though, it's going to teach people to follow me, or it's going to teach people not to follow me. Okay, so everyone on Twitter, you're still with me, but we're going to restart the spaces on Twitter Spaces. So everyone on YouTube is still with us. Okay, so I restarted the spaces, but I've lost all the people. Hello, spaces. I broke everything. There's no way this is going to last. All right, everyone. I'll fix it this time. Let's see. Hey, Matt, are you with us?
I am.
All right.
Hello there.
All right. So I broke everything.
Oh no.
It was great. It was great, wasn't it? We had all those people, we had all the conversation going, and
it was great.
Yeah. What it was is and I'll try to maybe tweet this and get some people back, but it's so hard to do this all at the same time on one device and all that. But yeah, he was talking. He was saying that the aux cable is better quality than the Bluetooth. So then I felt bad for my YouTube audience who's listening in here, and I was like, I should plug in my aux cable instead of my Bluetooth, which led to my phone changing its something, and then the Twitter client went up and down, and then everyone disappeared. So yeah, I hate that lightning connector. It is no good. So I've gone ahead and I've plugged my phone in
there we go.
into the power.
All back in here again.
And I'm onto the Bluetooth. And what I'm going to do is I'm just never going to touch it. So this way I won't destroy the space. But yeah, it's super funny. Twitter Spaces is like it's an IRC chat room that one person controls. And if that one person screws up the phone, your entire IRC chat room dies.
Yeah, they were talking about adding 2 and 3 hosts for this reason. So hopefully once that, I mean, we're still in beta. So once they figure that out, we should be all right.
Well, and it's good. And I mean, they're doing some other things. I don't know about the 10 speaker limit and having to bring people up and down or whatever. Maybe that's going to work itself out. We can do a test here. But yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be incredible. We're going to be, I don't know. Are we going to do talk radio all day? I guess we're all stuck at home. Is everybody still stuck at home?
Yes.
I'm stuck at home. I don't want no virus. It's not for me. I'm not getting the vaccine yet. But I don't know. Let's just go down the line. You guys want to say hello where you are? We have a smaller chat now. Of course, everyone's welcome to invite anyone. I will promise not to mess it up, or at least I'll try.
I just wanted to quickly say to Alexa's point, and then I'll shut the fuck up about this, I promise. But the reason why, you know, certain creations like music and art shouldn't be free is because there are people who benefit and make tons of money off of some people's music while their kids are legitimately starving and they can't pay rent. And I just think that the originators of those pieces of art, their family and beneficiaries should receive some sort of compensation from their creation.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. But that's why I'm, that's why I'm really interested in if something like a Bitcoin NFT, which would not be an N or an F or a T really, have that work on the Lightning Network, where it's voluntary, and it just makes it really easy for people to say, hey, I just listened to the song on Spotify. I'll scan the song with my whatever app, and instantly, like the Lightning invoice will open and I can just donate money to these people directly, without having to go through Spotify or PayPal or whatever, So yeah, I like that point. You're totally right.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So I'm a visual artist. I'm a ceramicist. So I make individual works that are all different. They're physical art. They're never going to be, they're non-fungible because I'd have to fly a piece, to someone else and they send me money for it. But how could digital signatures work in that way? Could they pop? And my work also isn't reproducible. It's not like you couldn't easily fake it. They're wood-fired ceramics. So how could NFTs help in the one-off art market? Could it work to track ownership, or what's the plan there?
I don't think blockchain technology necessarily works with things in the physical world, but I do think that your individual art, you'd be better off just selling it for Bitcoin. I don't think that the blockchain is going to help. But correct me if I'm wrong, someone. I don't think physical items in the blockchain necessarily mix.
I definitely agree. I think selling it for Bitcoin, the general thing I want to tell everyone that's here looking to get rich is all you have to do is take what you already do, what you're good at, and figure out a way to sell that for Bitcoin, and then try to hold on to the Bitcoin. And that's a pretty good plan. And it takes years and years. It'll take 5-10 years, but so far so good, right? And if that continues, but on the things, I think with the one-offs, it does have value as kind of like a receipt. It's a collectible receipt. So if you make a painting and you make one receipt and you sell me the painting and you give me the receipt and it's on some blockchain, and then this is where it gets a little fishy because basically you're investing in the platform again. So if the NFT platform, I think there was one called Nifty Gateway, so I'm going to pick on them. If Nifty Gateway is successful and exists in the future, I could still have access to this collectible receipt. If they are not successful, I will lose access to this collectible receipt, and I will have perhaps a piece of paper with a QR code that once led to an NFT, and I can tell you about it later because there's plenty of those in the past. Right? Yeah, because it's completely centralized and it's completely up and down, and there's all kinds of things about who's making money and why they're popular. And we've done this before. Basically, I'm 1,000 years old, and we did this with a theme called Steam It, and Steam It was for blog posts. And you could write a good blog post and you could get money. And if there was a group of whales who were early on who kind of gave everyone the Steam It. And if you were popular with the whales, your post could get thousands of dollars, and you could be out there saying, wow, I made thousands of dollars from a blog post. I'm quitting my job to make blog posts. It's amazing. And that's what everyone wants. That's the story that we want. And that works, right? But it's like 3-card money. It works because it's a scam, because the house is paying those people. The house can afford to burn the money to pay those people for a short amount of time to make the thing popular. And if they get bigger and bigger, they can buy more and more people. And again, all these people feel great because they're getting paid and they're cashing out, and it's awesome. But anyone that is investing into this platform, buying the blank receipts, buying the blank NFTs from these companies, is the people taking the risk, right? So yeah, you could definitely issue some receipts, and maybe it's cool. And if you're Andy Warhol, your receipts could be valuable. But again, it's really that piece of paper with the QR code where I claim the NFT. like the receipt that you're giving me. It's the Burning Man ticket that you're giving me. You know, like it's cool, it's collectible. And again, collectibles are all like, I mean, I collect, you know, stuff from my favorite band, and to other people it's garbage. So it's collectible value. Have at it. You know?
It seems like there could be an application around, like you mentioned, Warhol, that it could be a good way to validate the authenticity of very, very famous art, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. You still need a trusted third party for that, which
right.
is the problem. And I think that, you know, just accepting Bitcoin for your art is great. Like I do photography, so instead of trying to sell a digital picture, I develop them and then I put them into a vintage frame and sell them that way. So it's a one-off, and I can accept Bitcoin for them, and it's kind of a better way to cut the middleman out, and I can just do it all through Instagram and Cash App.
Cool.
Yeah. So from what it sounds like, you're like, if you try to protect yourself from getting scammed in secondary market deals, like you can try to do that with an NFT, right? Like, but Matt Bitcoin's had a very good point on the platform basically being like the military, right? So as long as you need someone else to verify that, or to actually execute your right onto something, you know, you're dependent on somebody else, and yeah, you know, that's really no freedom at all.
I'm not a very technical person, but I have an idea around one of my pieces. I developed a phonetic alphabet to cover English words, and I'm going to make stamps out of these bizarre symbols that I made, and I want to buy a wallet, put $1,000 of Bitcoin on the wallet, and then stamp the seed phrase on the piece in my language, and then make that piece public. So it's like an open cryptography project for people. Whoever discovered the seed phrase first could take the Bitcoin, and then I would have to see that somehow, and then I would mail them the piece, basically for, you know, to reach more people. Are there any like technical problems with that idea, that project?
No,
I don't know. It sounds really simple. It sounds super interesting.
Well, yeah, that would be great fun, and it's been done before. It's like a crypto puzzle, and yeah, basically because of the nature of Bitcoin, there's a couple of different ways that you can encode it into any kind of existing art. There's the private key, which is just a bunch of letters and numbers, and then there's also the words, like the 24 words. So if you hid either of those in any kind of puzzly way that you think into a thing, then you can do it. And what happens is whoever cracks the puzzle first, they take the money. And once the money has been taken, you're like, oh, the puzzle has been cracked. Now, you as the artist would still have the physical piece. And for a long time, my friend did. And it was funny because her puzzle thing was really popular. And the money that was in the puzzle, of course, it was Bitcoin. So it went crazy up in value. Like there was probably like 10 Bitcoins in there, right? And, you know, it was like 10 Bitcoins was like $1,000. So it's like, who cares? You know, $1,000, that's no big deal. You're like you're saying now. But the same thing now, if you put $1,000 of Bitcoin into the puzzle, what's really neat about it, even if it's a simple dumb puzzle and someone cracked it the first day, right? Because the internet is hardcore, right? If it's a really good puzzle, it's much more fun. But what's nice is that later on, you can just hold on to that painting, no matter how popular or not popular you are. That crazy Bitcoin amount will just go up, or it'll go down, and it'll be worth nothing. But yeah, I have this fun thing that I did in 2014. We had a contest. We went to Comic-Con, and I took pictures of these people with their costumes, and I talked to them, and I gave them each a Bitcoin wallet. And then on the internet, I put a picture of their costume, and I put a picture of the Bitcoin wallet. So anyone on the internet could donate money to them, and if they like the costume, and then I would rank them up or down on just a list by who got the most money has the best costume. And it turned out that the top guy got $67 for his alien costume. And he looked just like the alien from the movie, with the black mask and the extra arms and the tail and everything. It's way dedicated. So
there's actually a UFC fighter who's adding his Bitcoin wallet QR code to his uniform. So while he's fighting, people can actually just get him they can tip him in Bitcoin, which is incredible.
I think people should get it like tattooed on their back. Like you could get it tattooed on your back, or I thought
we
for
were
a long
laughing
time.
about
I'm still going to do that.
It was like my first. Well, you can get
donate
it.
to strippers.
Yeah, donate to strippers. Exactly. The first week or whatever was Bitcoin. I was like, you could just scan her and give her money, and it's a horrible idea. Whatever. It's awful, but.
I don't think my system is solvable with just 24 random words, because there would be no context or way to fish out the meanings of each, or like the phonemes of each symbol for each word. So I was going to make a whole series of ceramic pieces where I translate famous quotes into my code as like a reference point to help people. And then hopefully my project draws traffic to my ceramics website.
Yeah, that sounds fun, man. You should do it. Especially, see what's nice about what we're talking about here is that all you need is the Bitcoin to get this. Like you need to go get some Bitcoin, agree that you're going to give it up. And then by putting the private key in there in a code or putting the words in there, the people who solve it can then get it. And what's nice about this could be everlasting. This could be like the riddle of the Sphinx. Like if you have a spelling error or something, it could be impossible to get, and people could. Yes, but yeah, I would definitely check out Marguerite's work. She's called Coin Artist. I don't know how to find it, but she also they're called like crypto art or crypto puzzles, and she's done ones where there's like, one of them had like a bunch of QR codes in it, and there's something really magical when you start putting the QR codes in the art. It was a million years ago now, but a friend of mine had this fantastic series of QR code art that I'll tell you guys about if you just got a second. So it was in the restroom, and it was a series of pornographic images, right? And each one had like a guy and a girl, and the naughty parts were covered up with a QR code. So I was like, oh, this is fascinating. I'm in the bathroom. I got a QR code scanner. I'm hip. So I start scanning the QR codes, and one by one, it's like, all right, naughty parts, naughty parts, naughty parts. Like, this is cool. And then the last one, it's like reverse naughty parts, not the naughty parts you were expecting. Surprise, ha 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 ha. And I was like, this is great. This is great QR code art. So yeah, ever since then, man, the QR code, it has such an ability to store information. And that's another thing like Bitcoin, where you're actually putting the phrase or whatever you put, the link or the Bitcoin address or whatever, it's encoded in that image with the black and white things, right? So anyone with a scanner can get that information out of that image. And that's what's valuable about Bitcoin. That's the thing. And these NFTs, they can only be used by their platform. It's all just going to come, all these things. When you break it down, and no one wants to hear this, they're all psyched because they're making money and they all think it's brand new. But it's just going to come down to the platform. So
yeah, on my ceramics, I couldn't put a QR code, but I have these novel symbols that are like half circles and dots, basically, that represent a phonetic alphabet. So
that's perfect, man. That sounds perfect. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One, or boys?
No.
So it's a movie sort of about people who live in a virtual reality space, but they're all looking for Easter eggs so that eventually they can win the overall like ownership of the game. It's pretty incredible. It's kind of similar to what you're talking about. You should definitely check it out.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
And I'd love to look at your alphabet. Can you maybe put a link to it or somewhere? Like, can you look at it online?
Well, I just finalized it, and what I have to do is make clay stamps that have the symbols. There's about 30 of them. And because some of them are letter combinations because it's phonetic. So I have to make a bunch of clay stamps and then start making slab-built clay vessels that have like panels on them. So I'm thinking a 4-sided vessel with the 6 words, and I'll let everyone know which is 1, 2, 3, 4. But it would still be up to them to decode the alphabet by looking through all the other pieces, like plates and other vessels that have famous quotes put on them, so that somebody could try to decode it. But I'll start putting out teasers for sure.
Cool. I'm really looking forward.
Thank you. Yeah.
And remember, Louisa, because we're on Twitter Spaces today, you can actually share that now with us in the chat. So there's a share button in the lower right-hand corner. If you have any, like a link to your art or to your pottery webpage or whatever, you can share that. And then also anyone that's listening or watching, you can click on him and you can follow him. And I just did that right now. So I don't know, this Twitter thing is pretty hot. Let's remember that it's very new, so people haven't tried it out. So let's have an audience participation response. Everybody give me a fist. Can you give me the fist, everybody? Just fist, fist, fist. If you push the heart at the bottom for the emoji, you can do emoji responses. So this is a little better than Clubhouse. We can have fun. We can give the fist and stuff. So let's try it out. Also, anyone that wants to speak is welcome here. Anyone that joins can just become a speaker, I think, or, you know, request it or whatever.
So I just put through a link. Can you guys tell me if that worked?
The other way, the way to do links is you can go to a tweet. Like, first of all, you can stay in the conversation. Like, it'll stay here if you push down or whatever. If you go to then your Twitter feed and go to the share button there, it has a way where you can share it into the space. Basically, everything now is done through the share button, which I never used to use, but it's suddenly very important here on Twitter Spaces.
Where's the share button?
It looks like looks like a bracket with an arrow coming out of the bracket, and it's in the lower right-hand corner, usually on the tweets on your app.
Just tweet out your website right now, and I can actually do it for you. But on the right-hand side of your tweet, there's that little arrow, and you just click it, and right up at the top, since you're a speaker, you'll be able to share it into Mad Bitcoin Space.
So I tweeted my website.
So on the right-hand side, you'll see that little arrow. I'm going to do it for you right now. Just click it, and at the top, you'll see Mad Bitcoin Space. But I just did it for you.
Yeah,
you can see where I do ceramics.
Yeah, it's in the lower right-hand corner of the tweet. It's the share button looks like a arrow coming out of a bot. Yeah, so go ahead and click that, and then it has all kinds of new. There you go, you got it. And that's what we're totally trying to do here. Is a lot of people are new to Spaces, and Spaces, this thing can be used for anything. This is going to be, I think it's huge. I thought Clubhouse was pretty huge, but Clubhouse also kind of had like an elitist vibe to it. You couldn't be Android, and you had to be a celebrity or something. But this is just everybody. This is Twitter, and they're going to roll this out, at least from what I'm hearing, in the next couple weeks, so that everybody for everything for anything can make a space and hang out. And we're all still stuck at home. So I think as long as we're stuck at home, this is going to be the biggest thing in the world.
I love it. I'm still figuring that out. I tweeted out my site. I don't know where do you look at stuff that's been tweeted within this space?
It's at the top. So if you don't pull it down, but if you click on it, like,
well, you got to get back to the space, because if you're out in Twitter, there's like at the bottom of the screen, there's kind of like a line that looks like maybe like a music playing kind of line. And if you get back to that line, then you'll be in the space. And at the top of our space, you can slide back and forth. Like I put a link in there of my Comic-Con contest thing, just to show people how you can make leagues. And anyone that's a speaker can share links now. So it's cool.
It doesn't seem like I can do that with Android. I don't see anything on the top of the space. All I see is everybody's profile pictures and names.
It might not be out on Android yet. And then also you want to update. If everyone, the newest Twitter app's gonna have the best features for this Spaces thing. But yeah, we're gonna slowly imagine if you were one of those carousels of images and it's at the top and we can slide left and right. And your website is now in there. So everybody that's in the chat down below can just slide, and they're like, I wonder what these guys are talking about. And they can check out the links. It's going to be super cool.
Yeah, and I just tweeted you a screenshot of what it looks like when it does get rolled out to Android eventually.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just looked at your website and at the alphabet, like what you posted there. It looks super, super cool.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of a thing around like decoration and information and the decay of information and encoding itself. like loss of understanding.
Yeah, it reminds me of like the hieroglyphs, for example.
Right.
Like this is how you used to communicate like thousands of years ago. So I basically love everything that just takes things back, and makes them more simple, right? And I find this pretty simple what you're doing. That's why I find it so fascinating. It's really cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I tried to make it sort of visually cohesive because it has to work on the pieces. And the letters you see on the website now are actually just sort of like, they all went on 6-sided die. So I was limited to like 6 iterations of one idea. And the actual working alphabet is a little broader, but they all work. I have a lot of work to do though. I got to make these stamps. But thanks for looking.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I have a friend who's an artist from London, and he's been researching this as well. Just making his own alphabet, basically. He's not a Bitcoiner, and I don't think he's into like doing what you were doing, like using it.
Everybody's got to mute yourself when you're not talking. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, incorporating that as a payment method. He's not doing that. But maybe I'll send you a link to what he's doing because it looks very similar what he developed to what you developed actually. Which I find
interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of Jungian.
Yeah.
I can't find my book with my language in it.
Oh, it's like losing your own
dun,
keys.
dun,
Oh,
dun.
I had it on the whiteboard, and then I wrote it in the book and erased it, and now I don't know where my book is. But
no!
I'll find it. I'll find it.
See, and that's exactly, you've just written the opening copy for your website. You're like, I've lost the book that decodes my languages, and now the Bitcoin is forever trapped in my ceramic pieces, and only by combining the pieces can you help me find my Bitcoin. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So you're set.
And it works too with the look of the wood. The work is all wood fired, so it has a very rough, sort of earthy kind of look. It looks like stuff that was dug out of the ground because it's fired with wood for a week at a time. It's not just like an electric kiln where you just sort of turn it on and the glazes get shiny. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah, that sounds great. It sounds really unique. It'll be interesting to see.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you guys follow. I'll share.
Cool. Yeah, when you release it, go ahead and add @MadBitcoins or tweet it at me, and I'll try to retweet it. We can share it with some people. Yeah.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, thanks.
And I definitely think you should start adding your Cash App to the art that you're doing, just so you can accept Bitcoin for it.
Right.
Or your wallet address.
Yeah, I have a Trezor.
That's good, man. Any hardware wallets is a good one. And what's nice about getting donations and accepting them directly to a Trezor or a wallet that you actually own rather than a company like Coinbase or something is you can just leave them there. You don't have to look at them. You don't have to know about them. You don't have to chart them all the time. I like, you just leave them there, and then maybe someday, like in 5 years, like when you hear about Bitcoin becoming a big deal again, you'll be like, I have some donations in that. And you can open up your old hardware wallet, and no matter what, the great thing about it, again, with the NFTs, whatever, if we go 5 years in the future and that system's not there, your receipt or whatever is not worth anything. But if we go 5 years in the future and the Bitcoin's still there and it's worth more money, and I've got the words written down on a piece of paper, or I have a hardware wallet, in my safe deposit box or whatever it is, or locked up, buried underneath the concrete, wherever you want to put it, it's going to be there. It's going to have a compatible system. And that's what's amazing about being able to store your value, or even store a contest, or store your value into an art or anything like that, is that, someone in the future can crack it open and get that value back out. So
my assumption would be that for my language and then putting a seed phrase onto a piece, I have to buy a new wallet, and that's kind of a throwaway wallet because it's just storing the Bitcoin until somebody cracks my code, right?
No, I mean, you can generate all kinds of disposable type wallets. I mean, like one way, and it just depends on like whether or not you want to keep a copy of it. Like for example, I did that Comic Con contest, right? And I didn't even give the guy money. I gave them an empty Bitcoin wallet. So what I did is I went to this. They used to have wallet generator sites, but you could just do this with your green address wallet on your phone, and you just generate a new wallet with a new 24 words, and you write down those words, and you write down the key. And then if you give those to someone else, like physically, I give you the piece of paper, and then I delete the wallet off my phone. And I'm not some crazy computer hacker, and you could reset the phone, you could smash the phone if you really want to go that far. But the piece of paper that you just made is a new wallet. So you can generate endless new wallets with your phone. And then if you delete the method that you use to create that new wallet, you can pretty much be assured that that money's going to be in that wallet. And with it right now, with my comic contest, the audience, they donated $67 in Bitcoin to this guy in his alien suit. And when I gave him the envelope, you know, he was in the costume and stuff, so I can't see his face, but I told him, I was like, there's money in this envelope. You know, if you save this envelope full of, you know, Bitcoin here, and it was empty at the time, I told him, yeah, save this. And right now, that money hasn't been moved, unfortunately. But what's fun about that is that $67 is worth $6,000. So someday, if that guy finds that envelope and figures out how Bitcoin works, it's still completely compatible. And there's instructions there that go to websites that would help him and other things that I left in there. And what I did, for better or for worse, is I did not keep a second copy of those keys. So I had the option there to keep a backup copy and to say, okay, it's been 5 years, you know, since the contest. I should go ahead and take that money back, right? I could have done that. I could have done that publicly or whatever, but I decided not to. I decided that the honest thing to do was to give these people their Bitcoin, you know, hook or by crook. And again, these are empty wallets that I gave them. I gave them potential based on the value of their costume. And what's fun is people donated, and now, like, you know, the $20 would be worth 2,000. And if they still have that piece of paper, that envelope, I gave them a sealed envelope. If they still have the sealed envelope, they go open it up. It's all good. So yeah, it's an amazing system for that.
And I think it's also possible, like say if you had a treasury or ledger, that once someone pulled that Bitcoin off of it, you could essentially just change the seed phrase and build a brand new wallet on that as well.
Oh, I didn't know that was a function.
Yeah, like say someone, you know, breaks into your house and you have the piece of paper with your seed phrase on it. There definitely is a way to change your seed phrase if you're feeling compromised.
Well, yeah, one of the nice things with the Trezor or the Ledger, what you're doing, or even with just the wallet you would create with green address, is that when you write down the words and then you have the hardware wallet as well, or you have your phone as well, that's like 2 copies of the same wallet. So if you put one of them in a safe deposit box, but one of them you know put under your bed or whatever, if they rob the one under your bed, you could rush to your safe deposit box and then get access to it, and then take the money out of there before they could access it. So then it becomes like a foot race, because a lot of people are like, I'll put it in my safe, and you know the criminals steal the safe, and the criminals don't know they have Bitcoin in there, right? The criminals are like, I got a safe, this is sweet, right? But what's so fun, what's so fun about Bitcoin is that the money isn't just stored inside of the Trezor in the safe, right? The Trezor is the thing you use for like daily use, or the ledger, like that lets you take money in and out of the thing, right? So you use that, and that has a passcode, and that can be, you know, hacked and all kinds of things. But that's only if they have it physically. It's still inside the safe. They're still drilling through the safe. While they're drilling through the safe, you're going to your backup key wherever it's stored, and you get your backup key, and then you go to your wallet and you clean it out before they clean it out. So that's pretty fun. That actually happened back in the day too.
Looking into getting your seed phrase somewhere else and memorizing it might be a little bit safer, just for in your household use.
I don't. We can't really recommend memorizing anything to anybody anymore. It's just too the
No, I
human
mean
mind is too
leaving your
unstable.
seed phrase in say like a safety deposit box, and then just having it memorized if you needed to access it at home versus going to your safety deposit box every single time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, the way basically the way the Trezor or the ledger is working is it's kind of like a passcode encrypted system that's giving you access to your private key. So like you never use your piece of paper with the words, but it's a virtual copy of your piece of paper with the words that you're using all the time. But you just can't see. And it gives you things like you could put in just a PIN number, right? You don't even have to put a full password in to use your money. So it's a convenience. It's not like a deep storage, but it can be a deep storage if you put the Trezor, in a different box, or you bury it somewhere else or whatever. And there's all kinds of fun. And again, if you want to think about artwork and fun things you could do, people do those geotagging things. You put down a latitude and a longitude and you bury a little metal box. Oh, you put a Trezor ledger in that box, it's a whole nother ball game. You put a private key in there, just the words, which you can generate more words. It's super fun. So yeah, all this stuff anyone can do. You don't need a lot of Bitcoin. And what's super fun, at least in my experience of the last long time of Bitcoin, the value of Bitcoin goes up. So these geo caches that you'd leave behind would eventually become more valuable. So eventually it's going to be worth someone's time to go get them. So.
Mm-hmm. Neat. I just tweeted a little bit of my language. I sent it to the room.
Very cool.
Thank you. That's it. You guys have been super helpful and encouraging.
Well, right on.
Thank
Look
you
forward
for
to the
being here.
art. Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks.
that's so cool.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Wow.
So 2 words right there. And they were the first 2 words I translated. They're just a random, but it's a fun sort of title for my code. That's why I think that people would need famous quotes written on other pieces, because individual words.
I think the room's about to crash.
No, not the room. I
got to get some work done, but it was super awesome talking to you guys. I love this new spaces, and I think that it's going to connect a lot of us in the Bitcoin space and just kind of bridge the gap to getting us away from all this dirty printed money. So appreciate you guys.
All right, good hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Louisa, do you want to keep it going? I tried to invite some more people to be speakers. It's supposed to let anyone in. I think we should do talk radio all day, all the time, forever.
I know. I could do it all day as well.
Well, we can just switch off. But yeah, because I think the dog wants a walk, But I've got it set here. The computer will just keep going. I wish I could make more people as hosts, though. I think we're kind of broken at this point.
Oh, you can only make one person?
Yeah, only one person host. It doesn't really work. And it's supposed to make anyone that enters is supposed to be a speaker, but it might have crashed or something because the new people seem to be entering as listener only, unless they can maybe make themselves speaker. I don't know. What do you think, Matt? You still with us?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back on on real estate or on land. And, I guess the NFT thing kind of could be interesting in some aspects. I think it's a little bit more of the gimmicky thing of okay, what's the thing this wave? And I see a lot of Bitcoiners on Twitter saying that, and I tend to agree with that sentiment. I got swept up a bit in 2017 with, with different coins being oh, this is a fork of that. And so that adds, and now thankfully I'm back to being clear headed and realizing oh, this is what this is about. It's really just Bitcoin for the most part. But in terms of how Bitcoin is going to eat the world, I'm thinking of okay, so what comes first? How does this infrastructure roll out? And I don't know, like, I get how how someone might think like, oh, NFTs, okay, real estate. I could see how someone could make that logical connection. And like in the past, there's this thing called like Deedcoin, and people have been trying to like put deeds on the blockchain. I don't know if deeds need a blockchain. Maybe, I'm not sure. Really, if you go really deep on Bitcoin, you realize that it's more of a time chain, and that a long time ago people referred to it as a time chain, like on Bitcoin Talk. But it would be nice at some point when Bitcoin gets more connected to real estate. I'm just not exactly sure how that happens. And yeah, I've thought about that a decent amount. So yeah, I don't know.
It's the same old thing. I mean, there was a company called Factum, and they raised a lot of venture capital to make this happen. This deeds on a blockchain, these NFT deeds on a blockchain, or whatever you want to call them. And again, it was just as valuable as the authority of the Factum database. And if you got the United Nations to establish that the Factum database establishes all land, then I guess you would have a lot of power. But then if the local government said they didn't acknowledge the United Nations, then you wouldn't have a lot of power. So it comes back to this enforceability of the physical real world. So anytime these things are threatened by the power in the real world, we can have them. But it's a nicety. It's something that we're respecting. Like the whole, let's say, for example, we're having a Beyonce concert and only 10 people with the NFT can listen, right? That sounds great. But in reality, there's always one more person, right? There's always like her little assistant or her assistant's friend or this guy that paid $1 billion. Someone can always get in there. Like the NFT doesn't really physically block someone from hearing it. Now, I suppose if they all wore headphones and the concert was streamed directly through like an unhackable direct line to the headphones, it was cryptographically proven, then we could prove that only those 10 people listened to it. But again, if we let them use the headphones at home in an unsupervised environment, they could have gotten 2 people's heads into the headphones and 2 people could have heard the music. So again, the NFT doesn't physically block people from using it. It doesn't really control access. It controls access in a third party sense where, yeah, the bouncer scans your phone and the NFT lets you in. But obviously we're already doing non-physical tickets with Major League Baseball, right? I get scanned to go to a baseball game in the old days. You know, I get scanned to go to a concert in the old days. They did that amazingly with a centralized database without NFTs. And even the NFTs being offered now are NFTs in a centralized database, which are only as good as the centralized database. What's nice about what's bad about centralized databases, if it's raining, right? If hackers are attacking the database because they don't like it because it's Saturday, then you can't access it. So now you can't use your ticketing system. So now the whole thing just broke. And now you can't prove that you have access to the artwork, and you can't sell it, and you can't do anything because it's a centralized database. Again, we've been through this. And again, it works. It works in good weather. You know, may you have they had this thing they used to say before they go on voyages on ships. They would say, Godspeed, right? Godspeed. Like, may God watch over your journey. Like, good luck out there with the ocean, right? So
do you think that something like, I don't know, like to update the deed infrastructure or real estate infrastructure, you think it'd be like more of a federated database between trusted third parties that exist today? Or do you think it'll be like more of an organic thing? Or do you think that it really just doesn't need to be updated? I don't know like a whole lot about it. All I know is like, I know that there are still physical stock certificates, and I know there are still physical deeds, and that like deed companies hold them, and it just seems super archaic to me. And I don't think that a blockchain is necessarily needed, although unless it's like the Bitcoin blockchain and it's being used as an anchor, I really think that the Bitcoin blockchain will just be an anchor for like a lot of other things. I'm not going to say all other things, but a lot of other things. Potentially, use a hash, like hash this to the chain. Okay.
With the deeds, it's just like anything else. It's a human organized system. So it's a question of, is the current human organization bureaucratic, inefficient from the old world? Certainly. So are we going to be able to upgrade that system? I don't know. That's a very political question, depending on a lot of human beings and their human choices. Can we develop like a blockchain system that's more efficient? Certainly. Can we get any of those people to use it? I don't know. Right? That's the real difficult part, is getting all those political people to give up their power to arbitrary blockchain deed system. Right? So any of these pairings, and it works the same whether we're selling land or artwork or paintings or music or even digital access to music. It's an unnatural bridging that is only good while the weather is nice. Right? And the weather may be nice forever. Maybe no one ever cares about DDoSing your song, right? But at a certain point, it's going to be fun to DDoS anything that's DDoSable, right? At a certain point, the internet's going to flip, and it's going to be more like, what you can block, you will block. What you can destroy, you will destroy. Like, it's going to become more of an offensive environment. And in that offensive environment, you're going to want a stronger system. And that's where these things are going to break. But I mean, no one cares now. They want to get rich quick now. They want money now. It's like a big arbitrary land grab. So it's cool, like arbitrary land grab time. Like, I've been through this before. It was nice. I wrote a blog post on Steam. It did really well. It was cool, right? I made videos, so then I wrote a blog post, and because I made videos, they gave money to my blog post. Like, it was cool, right? And for a lot of these artists, in the same way, they've made a lot of art and they never got any money or they never got any respect, and now someone is giving them arbitrary land grab tokens in exchange for their art. And they're super excited because the current value of arbitrary land grab tokens is very high. But if they sell out now, and if they're able to sell out, that's great. One of the things about the Steemit system is it had a whole complicated system for how your money was locked down and how much you could sell and trickle out to you and stuff. And I thought that was really clever. And I don't know if these guys have that or not, and if they have limits on how much you can cash out. But yeah, if I sold money for an NFT, I'd want to cash out to Bitcoin, or if I was brand new, I'd be like, hell, Bitcoin's crazy. I want to cash out to USD, cash on the barrelhead. And if they can do that, great. And again, there's also like BitConnect. There was a time early in BitConnect where lots of people were putting money in and lots of people were taking money out. And then there was a time later on where lots of people were putting money in and nobody was taking money out. And all these things, it's super fun, just to be 1,000 years old and to sit back and watch. There was a dark marketplace that was like the Silk Road, but it was called Sheep Marketplace. And everyone's like, oh, Sheep Marketplace is awesome. The service is really great. And they told me, the service was awesome right up until the weekend when they exit scammed. and then all the sheep got fleeced. So we'll see if it happens.
Yeah, that's the way it was with all those. It was like hopscotch, or it was like leapfrog. You're like, okay, like here's the one, and then exit scam. Here's another one, exit scam. Here's another one, exit scam. That was interesting watching that in those early days.
It just shows about the platform. Who controls the platform, and maybe these guys are benevolent platform runners, and they're going to run it really well, and it's going to be really secure. But I went through this once where there was this tipping company that let people tip on Twitter, and they used to say you were tipping with Bitcoin. And at first we were like, oh, that's really cool because we like Bitcoin. But the problem was they weren't actually like sending Bitcoin around. Like, it wasn't like you went to them and set up your thing and said, I have a Bitcoin account here, send all my tips to there. No, they were being more like a middleman where they would hold on to your tips in their database. And then later on, when you wanted some money, they'd cash out your Bitcoin account. So it didn't have that much to do with Bitcoin. And that's the same thing that Twitter's trying to do. And that's the same thing that these NFT things are trying to do, is just have their own database.
Another stacked IOU system. Yay! Seems like that's always what it comes down to.
Bart, I'm just going to retweet your tweet now because I'm loving it so much. Just FYI.
So new people in the chat, can you join as a speaker, or is it not letting you up here because the room has crashed? Blink the fist if you cannot join and you're broken. Yeah, no, the shout out to YouTube guys. The stream wasn't dead. It's going to be hard to keep that perfect kind of talk radio thing going forever. I needed a glass of water. But oh, there we go. Neil's up here as a speaker, so that works. Hey, Neil, what's up?
Hey, just listening in.
Aha. Neil and I went on a cruise ship together. We went to the Maltese island of Gozo. We go way back, you know, Mexico, Malta, all the best places. But yeah, we're just hanging here on the Twitter Spaces, talking about the things. We've got questions here on YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and take some questions from YouTube for a minute, guys. Demon says, first, how will the Biden's $1.3 trillion stimulus affect Bitcoin price? Okay, so
there is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
Did that play on Spaces too? I assume no.
Well, I just heard that. Yeah.
You heard that? Okay, so
I heard that.
Okay, so it should be
going. What, an infinite amount of cash? Yeah, we heard that loud and clear.
Okay, well then good. It should be using my good microphone. Yesterday they were trying to tell me that Twitter Spaces wasn't using my good microphone. I think it is, and my whole board and everything. But yeah, so a lot of people want to say really open and shut. They're like, oh, they're printing more money. This is good for Bitcoin. Blah 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 blah. Right? You know, and that kind of thing. Which it is, but at the same time, we're in a major crisis, and the recipe for fixing a major crisis under Keynesianism, which is basically our economic system, is to print more money. So if they didn't do this, they would be bad Keynesians. So at least they're following their philosophy, man. They're not like nihilists that don't believe in nihilism. So yeah, we're moving forward with the money printing project. And yeah, people think that's good for Bitcoin, but that's more of a long-term thing. In the actual short terms of economics, they're actually saying that they're worried about deflation. They're worried about money becoming too valuable, and that they're having problems with the banks where they're offering negative interest rates, which freaks everyone out. They're like, oh, I'd never do that. But again, it's for accounts over 100,000. So not really a problem for you. I guess things are different in Europe. A lot of people don't pay themselves money, and then they keep it in a corporation, or they keep it in a family account or something like that. So I guess for them, they'd have to space out their accounts into $100,000 accounts at each bank, that kind of thing, which is really annoying for big rich people that have millions of dollars, which is sure a problem that a lot of you feel. You're like, yeah, my $1,000, you know, I like to keep 100 here and 100 there, you know, just cause it makes me feel like baller. You know, they have that, but for hundreds of thousands and for hundreds of millions of dollars. So yeah, that's a problem for them. So yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna have major problems. Let's go to the crew here. What do you guys think? Is the Biden stimulus going to affect the Bitcoin price? Let's go, Luisa.
What? I don't know anything. I don't really care about the price, to be honest. Like, I'm the worst person to ask about this.
Well, no, you're the best person because you're giving us an honest answer, and you're trying to get us away from pointless price discussion. So I'm in agreement. So. Yeah, I don't think it's going to directly affect it. It's not big enough. It's not like the biggest money printing in the world. So. Yeah, who cares?
Oh, wow, where did that just come from?
Oh, we're talking to the YouTube chat, and in the YouTube chat. See, I got a text chat. You know, like the old days when you could text to people. Like everyone right now who's in the chat here is like, oh, you mean I could also text you things? I know these Clubhouse things, they go forward and they go backwards, don't they? And I suppose now you could text me things on Twitter, but the Spaces thing, I'm just looking at Spaces. I'm not looking at Twitter anymore. I think they broke their thing. They're competing with their own product. I'm unavailable on Twitter. So he also says, what will happen with XRP after the SEC lawsuit? Well, obviously, Ripple's already been roasted, and the lawsuit's bad, and it's going to get worse. I think it'll disappear. No one remembers anything, but in the old days, what happens when no one's around to mine your blockchain is your coin dies. And what happens is that if you own it, like I own some coin in a wallet, and let's say it was like Bill Murray coin, which is a real coin. And once everyone stops mining Bill Murray coin, my coins are stuck in the wallet. I can send them to you, but no one will ever confirm it, and the coins will never move. So I'd have to mine the wallet myself. So that's probably what's going to happen to a coin like Ripple, that if someone sues them. Also, Ripple was heavily centralized, so it's bad for them and their servers. So yeah, I don't know about that whole thing. The person says that Ripple is bad because it's against the entire crypto space. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think the thing to be more worried about was that leftover piece of legislation and regulation that the Trump administration left behind, where they were trying to regulate if you could move money from a Bitcoin wallet to a Bitcoin exchange. And what they were saying is that any amount of money over $10,000 moved from a Bitcoin wallet to a Bitcoin exchange was a money transmission. And that's a legal thing where whenever you transmit money, you have to fill out a big form and you have to do a bunch of stuff, and it goes a little slower. And that might not mean like anything now, but in the future, if Bitcoin keeps going up in value and someday you want to buy a house, it's going to matter a lot to you if you have to do that in a bunch of different small chunks, or if you have to pay more taxes or declare yourself a money transmitter or something like that to get that done. So that's a lot more alarming. And unfortunately, I think the Biden administration is going to kind of slough that off, like kick the can down the road. Like we could fix that later. Not to say they're not against it, but I think they're just not going to take it on right now. But that's the law. And again, that's just like with the NFTs, the weakness of Bitcoin. And here it is. The maximalist is giving you the weakness to Bitcoin is always when it touches the fiat system. It's always when it touches the old system. It's always when someone's trying to use a bank account, right? And they're trying to get their USD and get their Bitcoin, or they're going to buy a house or some kind of car, some kind of physical thing. That's always where Bitcoin has troubles. If you use Bitcoin to barter, like we were saying earlier, if you are an artist and you already make art, well, now you should take that art and sell it for Bitcoin. You should involve Bitcoin in your work. And then once you start taking and holding that Bitcoin and saving just a little bit, a little piece of it, then you can get that freedom. Let's get Rutzel up here. Come on, invite to speak.
Oh, just when the node topic comes up. Nice.
Yeah, it's supposed to let everyone speak.
Oh, now he left again.
Let's try. So it's just working now?
Yes.
Woo! Hi there. Just trying this crazy Twitter Clubhouse thing out here. And sorry.
Welcome to Twitter Clubhouse. Are you using an Android device today?
Yes. Is there something I should take a look, or?
Oh, definitely, man. Welcome. So here's some options. Let's talk generally about Spaces. You can run it in the background. You can do other things on your phone, theoretically, and it'll keep running with the whole microphone thing. And you can also browse on Twitter. You can share tweets in here. If you go back to Twitter, you can use that share button, and then we can browse the tweets at the top so we know what you're talking about. And like the guy showed us in the chat, if you push the heart button, you can send us emojis. So everyone push the heart button and send us a fist right now. Audience participation.
I don't have a heart button.
You don't have at the bottom of the screen, you should have a heart plus button. It might be in your dots at the bottom.
That one.
But you can get it, and then you can do the emojis. And already I can say that it's super fun, this emoji thing, because one of the things, like I said something funny a while ago, and everyone sent me the laughy thing. And I was like a stand-up comedian, I was like, the audience is laughing at my joke. Like I could see it visually. And whereas Clubhouse, a lot of times when you try to talk too much, like I try to talk too much sometimes, like you don't get any feedback at all. And you have no idea if people are like laughing along with you or whatever. And a lot of people don't know, like, I mean, I'm like Mr. Talk Radio these days. So I'll do a thing where I'll unmute myself and I'll go, ha ha ha. Like I'll try to like put in a laugh so that people know, because I want to signal that like I'm in agreement. This is funny. Like, but you know, it's kind of unnatural. But yeah, these little emojis kind of make it fun. So that's the Twitter Spaces.
Yeah,
nice.
Cool. For those of you that don't know Roots, he builds the Raspberry Blitz. So if you guys are not running your own Bitcoin Lightning node yet, I'll share a tweet up here, or at least I'll try to. Roots builds the Raspberry Blitz, and the Raspberry Blitz is, as I find, the easiest way to run your own node. I'm not a programmer. There's a bunch of YouTube tutorials on it, and if I can do it, you guys can do it too.
Okay. I'm still speaking on. Okay, just was confused. Something was not working with the UX. It's a brand new feature, but that's cool. So anybody has questions about running a Bitcoin full node? I'm happy to answer any questions on that one.
How would like a new person set up a full node? I've heard a lot about Get Umbro. Is there a way like 1, 2, 3, 4? What should they buy?
Yeah, but basically the Raspberry Pi is kind of the base of all kind of full node systems you have out there. And of course, you need a storage attached to that. So everybody's using today around about a terabyte SSD. And the rest is a little bit up to your personal preferences. Normally, you should buy some good tested hardware. For the rest of it, we have some shopping list there you can choose from directly and get parts retested. Or you can also buy it, of course, at the Fulmo shop, where you can buy a complete set if you like. But there's also just a single parts on the GitHub, and then you can set it up yourself. You're doing the SD card, you put the image on there, and you start it up. The umbrella is a little bit a choice for people that like to have it very, very reduced and starting with a web browser setup. That's quite nice beginner experience. The rest of it's a little bit more for experimentation, a little bit more for people that like to have really running a routing node with a lot of extra apps. But the umbrella also provides you a lot of apps there too. The only little, I don't know, beef to call it, but the umbrella is from the licensing there. It's not a real open source project. I know it sounds hard to say it a bit, but I just want to speak out a bit about that, because a lot of people don't realize they use Creative Commons, non-commercial, no remix license for their Umbrella dashboard and that's our Umbrella OS. There's some parts of the Umbrella that are more open, but they're very close parts from the license there, and that's a little bit strange from my kind of point of view. But it's a little bit of a kind of taste, so it's to be discussed. But for a starter experience to get started, you can go with the Umbrella. And if you later on like to use the Raspberry Pi, you can use the same hardware for that. So maybe get this extra screen on that. But the only thing is, if you have your node running once with Umbrella, it's not that very much easy to move it over to a Raspberry Pi, just in case you want to do that later. So, but I'm already getting into details here. So somebody has more starting questions, happy to answer.
Well, I think that's fair criticism of Umbrella, and as an open source person, I of course encourage you to make your own more open version of Umbrella using the existing components. I think that's what people would do. I remember my friend Rhett. He once saw they had that Zcash coin, and they had a founders reward, and they paid themselves every month out of the founders reward, and they thought they were really smart. And I think Rhett just went in there and just deleted the code for the founders reward and just deleted that out of there and made a new coin. And then all of a sudden there it was. So it wouldn't be the first time that something like that could even overtake the original project. But yeah, so you get a little box with a hard drive, and it has a Raspberry Pi, which is like a special kind of like a little chip, kind of like a Pentium chip, but like a less powerful one that's really cheap, and that people can make little hobby boxes out of, right? And you put these parts together, and it's not very hard, and you follow the instructions. You get a little box, and then you install the node on there. But then what can you do now that you have a Bitcoin and a Lightning node? Especially, let's say that you waited 2 or 3 weeks for it to sync, and now you're fully synced up. What can you do, Christian?
So, yeah, go ahead, Christian. I mean, my favorite part about the Lightning node is this new concept that you came up with, the cash in a bag. Maybe that's something like, because that's a way that you can basically smuggle in Bitcoin to your favorite shops around you, right? Like your coffee shop or your baker or whatever that doesn't want to necessarily run their own node, like set up a wallet or whatever. So Christian found a way to kind of circumvent that, because when you run your own Lightning node, basically what you do with this concept, and correct me if I got it wrong, is I just put, say, 100 euros or $100 in a bag, go to my favorite coffee shop and say, listen, I really want to pay with Bitcoin here. How about you take this extra cash I give you, put it into an extra compartment in your register, and then you put up a QR code that links to your Lightning node. So every time somebody pays with Bitcoin, the Bitcoin will go straight to you that runs the Lightning node, and the people in the shop just have to move the money from the cash in the bag to their own register. And this is my favorite part so far about running your own node. Like, it's super cool.
It's already in very advanced kind of situation. If somebody has a question about that, happy to get into the details there. Just basically the cash in the bag is just an idea how you can onboard a local merchant and just help them with you running the node, you running in the end the Lightning wallet that somebody pays to at the merchant. But you give the merchant already a bag with some really cash in there. So, and it's a trust level involved there. But there is kind of you speak with the merchant like every time somebody pays with Lightning, it goes into your node, but the merchant can then take out the cash and just use it as somebody paid with cash. It's more like we need to help a little bit onboarding local merchants where it's trust level. But you can do it in a very, very decentralized way without relying on any kind of external services, like changing the Bitcoin to Euro or something for the merchant. So, but that's already very, very advanced feature you can do with running your node. I think the basic stuff is maybe you know the rules, not your keys, and not your keys, not your Bitcoins. And this is the kind of same thing, like not your node, not your rules. So first of all, you run a node so that you really run the own version of the Bitcoin software, and you can really check the rules by yourself. That if you receive a transaction or from somebody, you can really say, this is really now my Bitcoins. And I can check the whole kind of network, how much Bitcoins are in this Bitcoin network. You can run the numbers yourself. These are kind of the basic steps to really take the full power of decentralization for you. And then, of course, you gain a lot of privacy stuff. You can run a complete Lightning node, so you can be part of the routing network for Lightning payments. So you can replace the Visa network with a decentralized system, and the Raspberry, the little node that is running at your home, can be part of this kind of decentralized system that could replace Visa or MasterCard kind of networks. So just with Bitcoin. And yes, so this is kind of the power, first of all, that gives you, and of course it's a great learning experience because of running all those basic services like full node or Lightning node, or even the other apps you can install around it, like an Electrum server, like all those little services that are surrounding Bitcoin, and then also decentralized and open source, and you can run them in your home from in your own hardware on your own little server running at your home, even behind Tor if you want that. And so this is the kind of I think this is what the node enables you to in the first place. But of course, there's like cash in the bag. You can make local merchants help to accept Bitcoin. You can even give around little coupons, like give away sats, like little paper wallets kind of with little sats on there on the Lightning network to people, and just do everything from your node at home and in a private kind of manner.
And you get all of their Bitcoin, so it's a way to make more Bitcoin for you.
Yeah, you can help if you onboard kind of merchants to accept Bitcoin with the cash in the back system. You're in the end like make it possible to also buy Bitcoin in a very decentralized kind of way. So if it's something you're interested, because a lot of exchanges out there already KYC you a lot, like we need to know your names and stuff. This is something you could do in a more decentralized way to buy a Bitcoin from your local community in the way that you make it possible for merchants that they can accept Bitcoin. But if they accept Bitcoin, you kind of buy those Bitcoins up. So it's also a way of decentralized buying Bitcoin. But it's already very professionalized, not professionalized, but not that easy to access. If you really want to make easy decentralized Bitcoin changes, maybe look at Disk network for the beginning, but later on the cash in the back could also be a direction to go. Yeah, crash the room.
So I'm just looking for one of Ben's tweets on the LN URLs and all the what you just talked about, the giving stats away to people basically on just the QR code.
Yeah, I was testing the other people to see if they'd let it drop. We have to get used to this in the new way. It's not going to be perfect talk radio all the time. Although I don't know if I had a proper caffeine supply and a couple of sandwiches, we could do this all day.
Yeah, my little emojis are not working. Is this not working when you're a speaker, or when you're speaking with your microphone on? Or
you can emoji. Maybe it's your maybe it's your inferior Android system. It's failing.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I think so.
I think the best part is I don't know. I have the transcription on, and I just love it. I look down every once in a while, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that the words I'm saying are being transcribed. That means that they're working and they're going through. Somebody gave us a fist in the audience. Emojis are working.
That's good. Yeah, like this. If you see this instant translation or subscription or subscribing or they're translating what you speak, this at least reminds you that they're processing everything we speak here kind of in their server systems. Of course they do, but it really displays this to you a little bit more practically because there's some AI is hammering here on and every word you speak in such a room. So
I totally agree. It's a huge risk of them to expose it this way because it is very in your face that you are being recorded and that the AI is transcribing you, which is the worst because it's searchable and any horrible thing you'd be searchable and you can flag words and you can just see the slippery slope going right down. But yeah, I think they did it to have a different feature than Clubhouse and to show off. Because they can do it so fast. This is probably something that's easy for Twitter to hire a bunch of servers or whatever it's taking to quickly transcribe this or buy access to a really good algorithm or whatever it was. Whereas Clubhouse can't do that yet. And I don't know. I think it's leading. We've been talking a lot about the future potential for spaces in these spaces rooms. And one of the places it might lead is certainly like kind of a Twitter feed for this space. So all the things we're saying are part of that Twitter feed. And at some point they're going to be able to like favorite and like star like part of my speech. Like if I make a really good paragraph, that could be starred and then that will come up more in the Twitter feed of this space. And later on when people review it, they might be able to review it with text as well. And they might be trying to prepare us for this kind of feature and stuff like that.
It just kind of makes you realize that now you need like a fourth phone to use Twitter and Clubhouse.
I almost bought one already, and I really think I should have one of the iPod Touches, like the most recent one, and then you just sit it right there on the desk. Because right now I can't go anywhere because my phone is tied to the desk, being the speaker for this whole thing. So.
Oh yeah, does that work with an iPod Touch? That would be really cool.
Yeah, there's a well, at least previously I was looking at Clubhouse as my standard, and there was any versions, I forget the number, but there's a certain version of iOS, and any device that runs that version of iOS could run Clubhouse. So I determined that, like, for example, my iPad was new enough so I could run it on my iPad. So if I had set this up more properly, I could have my iPad here and then have my phone free to move around. But I'm set in the opposite.
That's so cool. Yeah, my iPad is still in Riga, unfortunately. But, yeah.
I left my iPad in Latvia. Sounds beautiful. All right, the inviting speakers is still working, but it's not just letting everyone speak. I wonder why Twitter doesn't let it do that. Like, I have it here, it says, who can speak? It says everyone. People you follow or only people you invite. And I have it set to everyone. So, but Johnny, what's up? I've gained the power. I'm hosting my own rooms.
I see, man. Congrats. I had to hop in. What's going on? Another one.
We're just hanging out. Everybody's trying out spaces, excited to try new things.
I can dig it. Is there a lot of background noise? Can you hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a car or something like that.
Okay, yeah.
Where's our background noise canceling technology, man? I thought we had noise canceling technology. Why aren't they why aren't they running a filter on this audio? Come on, guys, get with it. Computer enhance. They actually do that though in Zoom. Like, I went back to Zoom recently after being with Jitsi for a while, and one of the features I actually had to turn off is the noise canceling feature because it was blocking all my sound effects. And so I would go like, and it would like play half of it, or it would sound muted, and I would be like, what's going on? Like, what? How come my connection be going bad? And yeah, it was a feature. So I think they could do that. We've got some questions from YouTube. Swearwork says, I see Spaces on my iPhone. I wonder if Spaces will show up on my desktop browser. I think eventually Spaces will be there, but as it's beta, it's only on the iPhone or the Android apps. So you can't get there through your browser, or you can't get there through your desktop computer. But anyone that's in the YouTube that wants to join us on Twitter and can go to Mad Bitcoins or World Crypto Network Twitter. We've tweeted this out about the spaces, and I'm pretty sure everyone can join a space. I'm not sure. I don't think that not everyone can make a space yet, but it's the kind of thing that they're rolling out really quickly. So you're going to be able to do it in a few days, and it's not going to be a fancy elite thing anymore. And we're going to lose all of our power and the things that make us cool. But that's okay too. Again, it's just like dumb Facebook. I remember when Facebook rolled out and you couldn't get access to Facebook unless you went to a cool school. You go to Harvard or Yale. And it was this brilliant college by college rollout that made Facebook cool. And I feel like Clubhouse and certainly Gmail have copied this. And Clubhouse did a really good job of rolling it out to the celebrities and all that kind of thing. And I think Twitter Spaces is just going to splat it out everywhere. I don't think it's going to be a strategic rollout or any kind of smart thing. I think they're just going to be like, we have 1 billion users, turn them on, turn them all on. And it'll just be like a firehouse of this insane talk radio going on everywhere. And right now, like, what's nice about Clubhouse is I feel that Clubhouse is relatively small because there's a bunch of creepy identification steps you have to do before you can get in. And they're going to snake up your whole address book and no one wants to do it. But so it's like everyone's on their best behavior too. They're like, be nice. There's some VCs around, be nice. There's money here, all that kind of feeling. That's not true here. We're on Twitter. Like, people can run through here and say horrible things. I feel like, again, it's opened up a whole new battlefield in the competition to say horrible things. So we'll have to see how Twitter combats that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter does have this new censorship speech bot that they're working on, right? Anybody hear about that?
Well, it's already working for me. When I make a popular post that's kind of political or whatever, they will just hide the responses from jerks. So yeah, the no jerk filter is already working for me. And sometimes I see on my post that there's more replies, and I'm like, oh, I'm curious what the jerks say. And I go over to an incognito window and I look at the jerks, and they say mean things. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of mean. I think you're a jerk. I could see how you could get flagged. So yeah, just like any other system, it's a bummer if you're not a jerk and you get flagged as a jerk. But unfortunately, more and more people are just acting like jerks online, and they're going to get flagged, and then they're going to get upset because they think it's their right to act like a jerk, which it is. And I totally agree. But Twitter is a controlled system. It's a walled garden. We are here at the pleasure of the management. And if the management doesn't want jerks today, and your political cause or whatever is kind of jerky, and certainly Bitcoiners have represented Bitcoin in a jerky way before. It's super funny because we're totally right now, so everyone can suck it. But we did, every time we ever told everybody to buy Bitcoin, we were 100% right. So that's kind of fun. But yeah, no, there's definitely going to be censorship and jerks. But again, Twitter's not the open internet. Like, what's so funny, everyone doesn't act with any foresight or think with any kind of long-term thinking. And they're all like, let's use advertising to supercharge these companies, and then use the stock market as well to give them lots of money to build us tools really quickly. And it's like, anyone looking at that from the long term is going to be like, well, we're going to get some really shitty tools. They're going to build them fast. And also, the people who build these tools are probably going to build them to enrich themselves, right? They're not really interested in the result of these tools. So now we have Facebook, we have Twitter, and we have all these tools that enrich those people and gather your data and treat you poorly. And it's what we deserve because we tried to build it fast and cheap with advertising. And we're under a complete false condition that we believe we can get it all for free. I just go to Twitter and Facebook for free. They just manage my photos for free. It's just so amazing. Like, all you suckers paying for your own servers, like doing your own things, you're suckers, right? And it turned out that it wasn't free. There's all kinds of other costs. So I think that's going to keep happening.
Yeah, the social costs that are involved with you being the product in the end and not realizing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also why I also like that much talking about building those tools in an open source kind of way. So, or at least if the management, you kind of think the management sucks, you can just take the product and put it under better management from the community side. So yeah, this is why I think even that you have to take a look very early on, like how, especially when you're coming from projects that are very open source, should always reflect: is it important to have this service or have this thing that has to do with my Bitcoin, for example, have this in an open source kind of way, or is it maybe something that's okay to be a company that's financed by VCs and has those kind of systems or services I just use? So there's always, I think we need to keep an eye on that to not end up again in another Twitter situation.
Yeah, and didn't Ben he decentralize Clubhouse? Didn't he build in 1 week or something? Didn't he build a decentralized Clubhouse platform thing?
I think it's Twitter. I don't think it was Clubhouse. I think it was Twitter. Let's slow down just a little bit. Like, he sent text messages, but yeah, no, we can build decentralized text messaging machines. And going back to the old days on Unix and Linux, even before Linux, like Unix, real Unix, like they used to have a thing called finger, and you could finger someone's profile, and you would finger a developer to see the progress of the new video game. And they would say oh, I'm working on it, or almost there, or that kind of thing. And you'd have a little profile that you could update, and you could edit it every day. And you would just, it was just an open system through the command line. And that's something we had on Linux. We also had a chat. You could chat other people from the command line, and you could send them a little message and it would appear there. And we also had talk, and your whole screen would fill up and the two of you would have a chat back and forth. And you could even see what the person was typing in real time. So these were all open and free systems that we could have built on. But instead, and as I said before, advertising driven stock market fueled companies who could build it faster, built faster versions of them, and now we're trapped in these walled gardens. And I like Christian's theory that we're going to get out of Twitter, but I also see myself falling deeper into it as they've just created this Spaces product to get me hooked on here out of Clubhouse. Even earlier, I was saying more and more that I feel like I've put on the Twitter ball cap here, and I'm going all Twitter. I'm trying to get off Instagram. I just put my pictures on Twitter now. If you want to quit Snapchat, they've got the Fleets feature. I never use it. And now if you want to quit Clubhouse, they've got the Clubhouse feature. And everyone else is saying it's a no-brainer that they have Periscope video, and they have that in the background. They're going to be merging that in. That's obviously going to come here to Spaces, and that means they're going after YouTube and all that kind of thing. So yeah, I think we're getting tighter into Twitter. Twitter might be the best one though, but even then they had an open API that they broke already. So what's the thing? Burn your heroes. Kill your heroes.
Yeah, so maybe we have to choose one company we trust more than the other ones. So if it's Twitter, that is better than Facebook, and maybe they can replace also Google to a certain degree. Well, okay. First of all, I like it when companies battle each other for me. So I still think I'm valuable as a customer. So so this kind of private company thing is still working in the best interest of the customer. So still like when this idea is still functioning. So let's see how far this gets us.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to choose Twitter, and maybe we could buy all of the Twitter shares. And thinking again laterally here, maybe we could just print up NFTs or ICOs or cryptocurrency or whatever you want to call them, equal to the number of Twitter shares that are in existence, and then sell them for the same price as the Twitter shares, with the plan to just buy Twitter the company. And then we would do that, and we would just flip Twitter the company the way they flipped BitTorrent with Tron, right? They just printed up some fake tokens and they sold it as Tron, and somehow they raised enough money to buy the company BitTorrent. And if we could do that, then we could run Twitter.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
But always with the shares, always one thing I haven't never understood. Maybe somebody else can help me out. So as you can hear, for example, a company like Apple is going private at sometimes, so it's selling to the market some shares. So and then you hear a lot about companies buying up their own shares, so they buy to make them more valuable in the market. But what happens with a company, a public traded company is buying its last share? What is happening then? So then you have a public run company that owns all its own shares. So it's not but it owns to the company, not to a person. So
well, the company goes private. If the company buys its last share, then it goes private, and the board.
But to whom?
Pretty much it's a company structure, so it's probably a board of directors. And if you have a certain number of shares, you might get a seat on that board. So
okay, but I'm talking really about the situation where the last share is bought by the company itself. So there is no private owner anymore.
Again, the company is actually a thing. Like it's a charter. Like we can look at the rules of the company and the board of the company, the way the company is structured. So in that case, yes, the company would own the company, and it would get delisted from the stock market. It wouldn't be listed anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
So I think what the action you're looking for is being listed or not being listed. So you have to think, what's an IPO in reverse? So right now, like Coinbase. Yep. Coinbase is a company. They started out as a startup. They raised a bunch of money. They had a bunch of rules about how that money and those shares were spent. They followed those rules, and now they're expanding those rules to allow everyone to buy it on the stock market. If they wanted to do that in reverse, if Coinbase could very well do this if they save their Bitcoin, right? If they take all the money they make from the IPO and they use it to buy Bitcoin and do nothing else, and then they could buy Coinbase back if they save the Bitcoin long enough.
But again, maybe I have to make it more clear who's owning the shares then. So, for example, take in the beginning, the company is owned by some founder, whatever, has 100% of private of the shares. Now it makes it public to the market, so he sells all his shares to the public market. So this company starts now to act with the board, or whatever, like etc.
Well, a company has code, Christian. So a company's code is like the business, not the business plan, but the mission statement, like what the goal of the company is, and then based upon a mission statement, the founders and the money, the people that are actually going to do it, the CEOs, the CSOs, the people that run the companies, the founders, the people that are going to give the money, and the other people or the other investors with the money, they get together and they come up with like a code for the company. This company is going to exist to sell pizzas. We're going to develop the systems to sell pizzas. And based upon that, they develop like a board and a system, and that develops like the goal of the company. The company is going to sell pizzas with meat or without meat. The board decided no more meat. That's it. The board decided it doesn't matter. The managers and so forth are much lower. So it has a structure. So that structure would own the company, and they would continue to run it based on the mission statement. So if the goal of the company was to provide anonymous email, they would continue providing anonymous email. They wouldn't have the pressures. What happens with the market is that you're selling part of your company to get tons of money. And when you get the tons of money, you use that to buy tons of advertising and hire tons of more people and expand your company, or to buy a contract or buy like a lease on a mountain or something so you can mine it. And you use that to expand. And you give up part of your control and part of your value in the company to get onto the stock market. So doing that in reverse, you don't have the pressures. So like the anonymous email company wouldn't feel like they need to expand into other features. They'd be like, we are providing anonymous email. This is good enough. Whereas the anonymous email company that's a publicly traded company is going to be under this pressure to continue to grow. So they might be like, we need to add anonymous chat. We need to be on more functions, more features. They might be driven more. So it can be good or bad, these companies going public or private. Like a cartoon company would be less pressure to make horrible sequels to their cartoons if they were private. But instead they're public, so they're going to make lots of horrible sequels.
So public trading gives you this pressure to grow all the time, right? To always find the next kind of feature, the next kind of target group I can include, I can grow to raise my stock value, right? So this is kind of always the game as long as you're listed publicly.
Yeah, it's all about the stock value. It's all about the shareholders. They're the real boss of the company once you sell out to them. So like right now, Coinbase can't do much, but in the old days, if Coinbase wanted to say, we're going to be Bitcoin only, or we're going to be political, or we're going to be non-political, as they've said recently, that was all decisions that they made back when they were like more like a family. They're like a board of directors. There's like 4 or 5 money guys. There's 4 or 5 operations guys. There's 2 or 3 smart guys from previous industries or previous successes, right? And those 12 guys, whatever the disciples, are going to make all the decisions for the company. Now in the future, 4 or 5 of those disciples are represented now by the stock market. And if Coinbase thinks they're going to keep doing things like not being political or whatever kind of strange choices they want to make, they're going to make less strange choices, presumably, because of the influence of these shareholders. They're also probably going to take less risks, although sometimes you have shareholders that are like, we want more risks. We want like Apple shareholders wanted Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was very risky, right? He could have destroyed the company, but he didn't. He made tons of money. The same thing Elon Musk and Tesla. So
let's see where this Twitter is bringing us to. So, but Twitter is definitely still in the running for being a public company. There's no trend or whatever that somebody wants to take it private again, right? So it's the game we're talking about.
Yeah, there's no trend. There's Twitter stock. You can buy it on the market and not buy it. And this product might be successful or not successful. Like Facebook has a similar feature, and I think it launched and then no one used it. And I think Clubhouse had the same thing where they launched and no one used it. And what they tell me in articles that I've read is that the Black community adopted Clubhouse and started using it in ways that the developers hadn't originally thought of. And they started hanging out in it, having like regular rooms and chats and all kinds of things that increased the community value of Clubhouse and made it stickier, right? They made it that more users came to Clubhouse, had a good experience, came back more, spent more time on the app, a virtuous cycle, right? So obviously Twitter wants to develop that here. They want to have their own little virtuous cycles and their own little Clubhouse things, and they're worried about Clubhouse getting too far ahead.
They were kind of lucky to have this in a lockdown situation, right? So that because then everybody was looking for some to hang out online in some kind of ways. So maybe a lot of things came together there to make that happen.
Absolutely. This is the best time to test a technology like this. And there's also a possibility that something like Clubhouse or Twitter, by testing during this time period, could be stickier later on. Like maybe later on, we wouldn't be so interested in an audio app if you introduced it, but by getting us hooked on it now, we're going to just keep using it later. So. Looks like we've got an update from the chat. Crypto Sonar says that he had some trouble. He put $250 into Dapper to buy an NBA NFT and get in on the drop, but they locked out the marketplace completely since yesterday. So much for decentralized and no NBA NFT. So it sounds like there's a correction only. It's funded through Dapper. He didn't buy yet, so he can still get his money back. But yeah, it's already, there's going to be thousands of these little lessons, and not everyone is going to want to talk about them. A lot of people are going to spend $250 on an NBA NFT, and it's going to go down to $1, and they're going to feel terrible, and they're never going to talk about it. So just remember, the winners are loud, losers are quiet. So when you go into a new marketplace, the classic thing is always, if you don't recognize the mark when you sit down at the table, the mark is you. Anyone in the audience want to come up and join us and speak? This is Twitter Spaces. We're just trying it out here. You don't have to have something big to say. You could also come up and ask a question. There's a question on YouTube. It says, how will DeFi and NFTs affect Bitcoin? Well, not at all, right? Because Bitcoin doesn't care. So, I mean, Bitcoin's going to continue to run. People are going to continue to mine Bitcoin. They're going to continue to send it around and use it. The Lightning Network is going to continue to run. People mine it, send it around, use it. So again, it's another one of these hype cycles where it seems like DeFi, I combined them together, but DeFi and NFT are both competing to be the new ICO, right? They're going to get lots of media attention. They're going to have lots of money. They're going to burn it all. And some will be successful and some won't. And we'll shake it all out and see what happens in 5 years, right? It's it's just like Bitcoin doesn't care. There's just all this localized activity happening. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Let's go down the line. Come on, Roots. Go in there, Christian.
Yeah, just quick. I think that NFTs. If people are new to the space, they maybe not really see the difference between it. So if they get burned with NFTs, they think it would be the same with Bitcoin. So just think for people that really come very new into a space and just see the new hot thing that was discussed about something like, and they think are confused to put the same characteristics on Bitcoin and say, oh, this was not decentralized. Somebody was closing it down and was controlling it. Hey, maybe this is happening with them with this Bitcoin too. So I don't know. So I keep my hands from it. So I think after every hype, there is a kind of people feeling burned phase. So this can harm Bitcoin a bit, but Bitcoin itself is running separately. So from the technology or for the system, yeah, it's a different story, but people maybe don't see that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the thing where people that haven't been burned yet are going to get burned on NFTs. And a lot of them are coming in saying that Bitcoin didn't make any sense and Bitcoin was successful. Therefore, NFTs don't make any sense. NFTs will be successful. And this is an impressive investing strategy. And we've seen it before with ICOs and DeFi and all these other things. And it'll all go up and it'll all go down. and some people will be winners and some people won't be winners. But yeah, we're just watching another gold rush. Louisa, what do you think?
Yeah, I guess I see it the same way. It's just gonna be one big bubble, I guess. But I'm happy for, like, as far as NFTs go, I'm like, it makes me happy that it brings a lot of artists more closer to the concept of digital money, right? So even if they're using ETH right now, they're gonna get wrecked and then they're gonna come back to use Bitcoin. So I think all in all, it's a good development, even if it doesn't make sense.
Some of them
just to give a
yeah. Well, some of them will come back.
Okay, that's quickie. I just saw on the German television maybe a week ago or something, really on normal German television, a report over NFT. I think it was on Arte. And the funny thing is they were saying like, oh, the art market is imploding every 10 years. And this could be the next kind of implosion, a new system that is trying to set up for the next 10 years. So we find it interesting. So this was a different perspective on this NFT topic I haven't seen from my technical kind of point of view where I normally stand. So if anybody has background on the art market imploding every 10 years, is there some truth to this, or is this just some media information that's not to be trusted?
Absolutely, that's absolutely correct. Like it's just as bubbly as the rest of the financial system, because it's completely centralized, and in the end, the people that actually create the value have nothing to do with all the value that's inside of the marketplace.
But still, the fact that NFTs are on TV, they're just generally advertising for more people to come into this space so they can lose their money. I agree with Louisa. It's like they're on a conveyor belt, and maybe someday they'll become Bitcoiners, or someday they'll become other kind of coiners. But they're just moving through, and there's these giant flamethrowers on the conveyor belt, and we're like, hey, maybe you should get off that conveyor belt. Looks like it's going towards those flamethrowers, and they're like, nah, we got it. But they all have to go through the fire. They have to go through this trial by fire, and none of them will believe you. None of them are like, you're like, oh, I saw like 50 other guys go through those same flamethrowers. And they're like, nah, not me. I'm going to be the one that gets through. So.
Yeah. And they're probably not. So I'm just looking for some data on the bubbles in the art market. I'm going to post that because it's a really interesting question. And it analogs a lot to the way that the fiat system works as well. Like, it just shows that anything that works in fiat or doesn't work in fiat also doesn't work in any of the other markets, really.
What I love about art is the case of that guy. He's a master forger, and he can make almost anything. And he's a genius artist in his own way, but he really only makes forgeries. And what's the difference between the forgery and the real art? I think this is a good question for Bitcoin and for what we're talking about here, because one of the nice things about Bitcoin is that it can't be counterfeited. I mean that like for real. Like for real, it can't be counterfeited. Like with a dollar or a stock certificate or a piece of art, you can get pretty close. Like you can't get molecularly perfect. Like there'd be maybe some carbon dating or some kind of issue you could get through. But with the actual real Bitcoin, it 100% cannot be counterfeited. What do you think, Christian? Can you counterfeit some Bitcoin for me?
I don't know. A lot of people try to do their own kind of coins. So to say I'm the real Bitcoin, this is some try to counterfeit it. Maybe there were people around that were doing this. So yeah, I think people will try to replace it with their kind of system, with their kind of fork. So with a fork situation, you can make from one Bitcoin, you make two Bitcoins, right? In a fork situation, but you have then one Bitcoin on that fork and one Bitcoin on the other fork. So what is to be Bitcoin is then decided by the market systems, and the network. So yeah, I don't know, counterfeiting a Bitcoin, yeah, it's a hard task to do. But in the end, there will be one Bitcoin.
Yep. I'm trying to get more people to join us up on stage. It said everyone should be a speaker, but it hasn't quite worked because I prefer it. I don't know. I guess if it made everyone join but then had them muted, that'd be pretty good. If it made everyone join but then they were all loud and it was like distracting, that would be bad. So just seems like a lot of people are cycling through, but we're not getting that Twitter Spaces interaction.
Yeah, I just posted a link up in the Spaces thing here to the bubbles in the art market. It's really I find it pretty interesting. This is an old chart. I think it only goes down to 2014, but I'm guessing that this is like the next cycle that we're seeing in this.
So where should I sell my NFTs?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't even know how NFTs really work. Like I've never had any Ethereum in my life.
Oh, come on. We all know how it works. I've watched it. First that celebrity rock star showed up in our Bitcoin Clubhouse chats, and they were really nice. And then they figured it out and they started the NFT thing, and they made a deal with one of the NFT companies, and you just have to choose one. And once they chose an NFT company, then they became a fan of that NFT company. And they're convincing me to buy NFT tokens from that NFT company so I can buy that proprietary NFT. That's how it works. Then you get the money. So which NFT company should we all sell out to? So that's why we need the audience.
I think
they need to tell us.
I think that NFT is just another ICO or something like that. It's just some new crap.
I totally agree, 100%. And I'm glad you're saying that, man, because it's hard to say these things. And also, I think the people making the NFTs mean well. I think they mean well, and they all want to make lots of money, and good for them. And the artists want to make.
There's only one reason to make money.
Exactly, and they're not. I mean, it was funny with the ICOs. They're more kind of like, you know, it was like a scam inside of a box, inside of another box, inside of another box, and you had to like read a lot to figure it out. With this, it's like, nah, you just want money. You've printed a thing, and sure, it's unique, but so is a random number, right? So is a random number divided by pi. I mean, there's all kinds of things that are unique in this world that aren't valuable. But you know, it's valuable today. Someone will buy it from you today. So that's good. And now you're a speculator. So, yeehaw.
Yeah, like to me, the beautiful thing about the Bitcoin is that it's always the same. It doesn't change. And all these other shitcoins, they need something new to attract the people to use it.
Exactly. Another flavor of the week. Yeah.
Yeah, but also talking about hypes. So I think even the stock market thing is so hot right now, right? Because I was just sitting in the tube here, and just some young kids there were talking about how to trade stocks, and I don't know, maybe in their maybe 20 roundabout. So I was, yeah, man, the kids are down with the stock market. The GameStop thing was maybe one of the last kind of big hypes we saw in the media about it. But in general, stock trading seems to be really hot with the young kids today. So there's a lot of bubbles going around at the same time, I think, at the moment.
Well, and I swear it's like you're reading from the textbook there, Christian, because that's exactly what they said in Weimar, Germany. They said, I forget the exact quote. The guy gave it to me the other day. He was like, everyone is trading stocks, from the man in the elevator to the man on the street, and they're all making lots of money. because remember they were inflating the money, so it seemed like you were making lots of money. And what they also said is that people were taking their hard assets like their houses and their gold and their valuables, and they were selling them for these marks that they were just printing millions of. And you'd be like, I just sold my collectible for 1,000,000 marks, and they'd be like, that's great. And then now it's worth 500,000, now it's worth 250,000, now it's worth less. So it does seem like that's happening again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in art, the difference is though that most of the art market really only comes, like the data that they're taking of the money, it really only comes from secondary market deals. So it's the artists, like the first markets and the small galleries that like pamper up the artists and like really help them make a career of them, they're completely taking out of this equation usually. So like it's even more detached than stock market or any other market that we have around.
Yeah, I think there was about Berlin. How was it called? TV series Babylon Berlin. There is they start also in this time and later on in a later series they also show this kind of where everybody's trading stocks and everything goes crazy. Yeah, so I don't know. I think we see it a little bit more slow time maybe this time. Not sure if everything would go so fast, but there's definitely something brewing up.
Yeah, sometimes things have to crash so we can make them new again. It's really kind of beautiful.
Yeah, there's a great part of the Fantasia 2000 movie that I don't know if a lot of people saw. There's a sequel to the Disney Mickey Mouse Fantasia, but it's got the Firebird Suite by Stravinsky, and it's all nature and it's nice and everything's nice, and then it all burns, and there's a huge fire. But then the forest comes back, right? There's a new forest, there's new plants, everything changes. What do you guys think about Bitcoin? Does it feel like that? Like we're really popular now. Bitcoin's worth a lot of money. Most people that I know don't have that much anymore. And at the same time, it's on all the magazine covers. It's in all the news. Like, is it happening? Like, are we going through the Bitcoin revolution? Like, are we going to change the world?
I don't know. I mean, who cares?
Yeah,
I care
think
about
there's
making
at
a new
least
world.
it never seemed so possible at least. So for example, there was in one German newspaper there was a column talking about what would be the next kind of world currency reserve or next world currency, and they said, yeah, Bitcoin is a candidate at least. So maybe not the most possible in their kind of use, but it's on their candidate list. So because it just makes kind of sense for them as one currency everyone could trust, because otherwise we have to buy into the petrodollar that's existing right now, but this is losing value and everybody's being very skeptical here. The euro doesn't look good. The yuan is also not very trustable. So yeah, but there's now this new kid on the block, and at least everybody could maybe agree on that as the kind of most. Yeah, if you need to agree at one point on something, it really could be a candidate. So that's interesting.
It is amazing that they're considering it now. I remember for a long time they just mocked us in general, and we would say that same kind of thing. And now they're considering it. I feel like the Trojan horse has been pulled up to the gates of Troy, and we've got our crew inside, and they're thinking about it, right? They're like, what's with that horse that's outside? Maybe we should bring that horse inside. That's a nice looking horse. Like, we're Trojans. We love horses. It's a homage to us.
Yeah, if all the other horses look like crap out there, you take the Trojan.
If you can't trust a Trojan horse, what can you trust, right?
But aren't the other systems also Trojan horses? And so is it? It gives a little bit of Bitcoin like, I don't know. I think every system has some people that profiting or at least have some kind of benefits. They're riding that horse. So yeah, it's also Bitcoin. There will be people that will profit from a change to Bitcoin or running on Bitcoin as a world reserve. The only thing will be a lot of them will be the classic elites we have right now, because they have the extra money to buy in and to buy in big. And they have the access to the money printer even to some extent at the moment. So I think, yeah, we will see in this change system, we will see also those people again being dominant, at least from what they have. But in the long term, I think it's a fairer game, and this is maybe the Trojan horse part, right? Or what exactly what will happen in your kind of view if the little soldiers come out this Trojan horse we call Bitcoin? So what's the revelation there to see?
Well, yeah, the main long-term gain is fairness. Certainly, we have an established wealth system that cannot just simply be overturned. Even if we were to overturn it just to a series of new gods, to say like Roger Ver, that guy from Coinbase, Brian Armstrong, like those kind of guys, like, do I trust them better than the current elites or what have you? Sure, of course I do, because they're more like me. They're techno geeks, they're computer guys. We would have more in common. So there's a chance that they would care more for my interest than someone that I've never met who's a banking elite that's just a different category. So yeah, in one point, we would just switch elites for elites with some of the existing elites coming along for the ride. And yeah, that's great, but that's not the revolution that you were promised, right? That's not the real thing. And I've always said from the beginning that Bitcoin is the real thing because it delivers from the beginning. From the beginning, Bitcoin, the code, the way it is, the way it runs is the product. It is the thing that it's delivering. It doesn't have to change. Everything around it is changing, like a time wave, like the time wave is rolling out. So the elites get into Bitcoin. And it's cool. They have a little bit of Bitcoin. But the problem is theoretically, if Bitcoin remains as a hard system and you can't change the rules and it continues to deflate and it continues to be mined and all these rules continue to pass around, the elites will have to continue to buy things. Estates have upkeep. Even the Bitcoin elites or the existing elites who now value their wealth in Bitcoin have to continue to pay. So eventually they would have less and less. And there's a possibility for anyone to rise up in the system by getting Bitcoin that exists as actual value that they can actually store and they can actually hold. Bitcoin is the opposite of, like we were saying, with the land and the NFTs. You don't have to prove that you own the land. If you have the keys, you own the Bitcoin. So you just have to find a way to hold those keys. And it's a lot easier than trying to hold like a large amount of gold. Like they used to say back in the day, they're like, okay, if you're going to go across a border with gold, and people used to do that, we would see that your bumper would be lower to the ground because there's a certain amount of extra weight in your car. And there's no way to get around that, right? There's weight. Gold has weight, but those Bitcoin keys don't have weight. So it just delivers a lot of, like, it's a chaos instrument for sure. And my friend was all down on this because I say all the time, that Bitcoin removes the ability of us to buy bombers. It removes the ability to buy future war weapons because we just buy future war weapons so we can destroy everything, so that we can rebuild everything, so that we can build more weapons so we can destroy everything again. Like, you'd actually have to have the money to do that. The way they do that now is they print more money. They just fiat the money. It means let it be done. But in Bitcoin, you can't print more money. So yes, they're slowly going to grind their money into the Bitcoin system. And, whether it takes 10 years or 100 years or whatever it is, the Bitcoin system, if it remains hard and strong, will just grind up their money. And yes, it does change things on the negative side as well. Like after Hurricane Katrina, if Bruce Springsteen gets out there on stage and says, we need to raise $10 million to help the people, and we only raise $3 million, a lot of people are not going to get helped because we can no longer human control and human print money. And this will change everything, good and bad. It's not an all good thing for sure. But either way, Bitcoin has value, Bitcoin is hard, and Bitcoin exists. So as long as those things continue to be true, like we are on a trajectory towards all of these good things and all of these problems. And it doesn't much matter like whether I believe in it or I agree with it or I think it should happen or I want it to happen or I think it should happen faster or slower or whatever. Some of those things we can attempt to control as large groups of people. But in general, no, the Bitcoin thing just happens and we're just on the other side of it. And everyone's saying like, wow, did you know that was going to happen? And blah, 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 blah. And why didn't you do this? And, there's a possibility it can happen. But we'll see.
But I think it's what you always have to keep in mind is the kind of short-term, long-term kind of perspective. I think long-term there is this game of fairness that will play out more and more. Even the people that have money in the beginning have to spend it wisely. So the dumb rich people, I think they will quickly lose their wealth compared to the existence that we have. But the smart rich people will prevail. So because their investments will work out. So I think in the long term it will give us a fairer system. In the short term, I think we will see like rich people getting more rich. So even through Bitcoin. So at least those who were investing early, there will be also maybe those dumb rich people right now that will not see it and will hesitate to have anything to do. They maybe will also go away very quickly now. That's good. But there's some rich kids that will get more richer because they're persuaded their daddy to put some of their wealth into this crazy Bitcoin coin. So I also prepare at least for that for the short term.
Definitely. Just because we like it doesn't mean that only our friends can use it. Anybody can use this. This is going to be a thing for all, good and bad. And like you said, a lot of people have a lot of money right now and they can invest. So it's really easy to say, oh, well, why didn't you buy this much Bitcoin or why didn't you buy that? Whereas back when I got into Bitcoin, I didn't have very much money at all, but I put that in and there you go. Apparently Michael Saylor can just print endless amounts of Bitcoin, endless amounts of stock to buy Bitcoin with. It's a really neat trick. I wish I could do that.
Can you guys hear me? This is my first Twitter space talk, so I just want to verify if you can hear me.
We can hear you. It sounds like you're on speakerphone. How's it going, Martin?
All good. I'll switch off my headset because I'll try to increase, get the quality a bit better. Just a sec.
Yeah, there was some echoes or some echoey sounds.
We've had some reports. I think it's with some versions. It might be with the Android version of Spaces that it's not selecting the right audio, so that maybe it's forcing it to use the phone audio system instead of a plugged-in microphone. Whereas I think the iPhone version, at least today, is recognizing my microphone, as far as I know. Which is like a Bluetooth headset that I have essentially.
Yeah, I tried using the phone itself, but it's automatically on speakerphone, so I hope this works. I just wanted to respond to the previous topic or this topic, whether Bitcoin will make it all more fairer and will make us all rich or not. But I think it's deeper than that. It's like the internet gave everybody a voice. Like we hang out in mad Bitcoin space and chat as if we are on the same table. And the Bitcoin does the same thing for money. So it makes the people in power, the people that have the monopoly of printing money, just unlimited amount of money in the Federal Reserve, will take away that monopoly and will make governments in particular, especially rogue governments, watch their spending a little bit better. Just like the internet made sure that governments had to really watch what they were doing. But before the internet, people could just, the government could just do anything, and if they didn't show on state television, then it never happened. And that same thing is for the financial world is Bitcoin. So I don't think it will really make everybody rich, or make the not common man on the street all of a sudden rich, but at least it will be more fair. We won't be held hostage by inflation and monetary policy set out by the sort of 1%.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, Martin. I think it'll make the world more fair. It'll give more opportunity, more chances. A lot about the current system's unfair, and no one even knows about it. And a lot of people wonder why their family didn't hand money down to them and hand houses down to them, and what happened to things. And a lot of it is due to inflation and the fact that every year your dollars are becoming less valuable because they're printing more dollars. And this is affecting everyone. But depending on the kind of things you own and the kind of things you buy, you might be more affected by inflation than if you were a rich person that had a system where you could hedge this by owning different things and buying things that aren't so affected by inflation, like real estate and other things. So it's a complicated thing, and they don't teach it in school except when you go and study specialized history of the period and really talk about the Federal Reserve and what was created on that December Christmas Eve in the 20s. Yeah. Let's see. We've got a question in the chat. Crypto Sonar says he did a stream on this earlier, so check it out on the Crypto Sonar channel. He says, did you see Red Panda Mining wants to get miners to move their hash to Ethermine on April 1st for 51 hours?
I read yesterday
to show the devs.
A report of Gemini, which is like a consultancy firm, that from the very, very rich, the so-called ultra high net worth individuals, that means that people.
Well, I think this is a protest on Ethereum, and I think that the Ethereum miners are starting to protest the switch to proof of stake. So I think that's going to keep happening because proof of stake would make their mining machines less valuable. Now the real question there is this attempt to have a second version of Ethereum going to be successful? And I feel like it's deja vu all over again, right? With Bitcoin Cash, and how they were going to have a second chain of Bitcoin that the miners and the corporations could control, and how that would be a better thing than having these developers and these computer scientists in charge of the project. So what do you think, Christian? Have you heard anything about this Ethereum fight that they seem to be having?
I haven't heard about it, so I don't follow the space too closely. But there was something. I was wondering this in the beginning when there was how long is Ethereum now talking about moving to proof of stake? I think it was the first thing I heard about Ethereum. Yeah, it's proof of work, but we have a difficulty bomb in there, and we'll very quickly we will turn off the mining machines and will be proof of stake system. Now it took a long time on the protocol stage to get to something like that. With Ethereum 2.0 now, they rebuilt it completely to make this happen. So I was wondering all the way long, because they established a more and more bigger miner community. So if they're really up to that fight, so it's interesting to watch, especially in this scenario. So it's popcorn time, I think, again.
I always thought it was a beautiful little piece of marketing there, where they could say that they were proof of stake, but really they were proof of work. And they're like, yeah, we're going to move to proof of stake, and yeah, we're going to have this thing. And I remember what you say, the difficulty bomb, that used to be locked to like a certain block. And they're like, whatever happens, we're switching at this point. And you know what they did is they had some kind of way where they could go in there and edit it and change the number to a different block. So they kicked it down the road, and they kicked it down the road again, and then couple more times.
I wanted to see some developers do a pinky promise on that, and pinky promise. If you don't fulfill, you cut off your pinky for that because you promised that. And nobody did it in that scene.
There were so many pinkies like in a big jar. All the Ethereum developers' pinkies in a big jar. Even right here in the chat, Crypto Sonar is saying they delayed the difficulty bomb. EIP 1559 is part of the London rollout. And it's so funny. I don't know that much about Ethereum, but it's just hilarious to me, all the different names, because it was like Ice Age rollout and Excalibur rollout and the London rollout. And it's so funny. And he even agrees with it. He says, yeah, they keep pushing the rock down the road. I feel it.
Yeah, but what really a little bit bugged me, because we had some years ago, we already had those discussions about, what is about mining, using that power, and maybe even the CO2 footprint discussion. And we all had that back on the last hype. But during that time, like every expert was kind of saying, oh yeah, no, there's this Ethereum thing around, and they moved to proof of stake. So the mining is already outdated. Nobody has to care about that. Just forget about that. That's old technology. It will be all proof of stake. Mining will be soon. We don't have to care about it. This was already discussed, and this was led by the Ethereum people. The Ethereum people were promising to every expert out there that mining will be gone in just a second. The difficulty bomb will be soon, and this will be over. So, and still now years later, we're still sitting here and now watching this popcorn show. So, yeah.
Yeah, it never made any sense. It was always just gonna keep going down the road like this. Crypto Sonar agrees in the chat. He says it's so centralized. So, yeah. And again, all these criticisms were available in the time of Ethereum, but it didn't matter. They were looking for a corporate alternative to Bitcoin, something they could invest a lot of money in and take a lot of money out of. And a lot of people were very successful at doing that. So you can't fault them on that. That operation, make money on Ethereum, a lot of people were very successful. So, but if it actually works, if it actually solves the problem and serves a purpose, I don't know about that. But that keeps getting bigger and bigger, and let it happen. They got to do their thing. We're hanging out here on Twitter Spaces. If you're hanging in the audience here on Twitter Spaces, it seems people can request to get on the stage. If you got something to say, you want to request, I can add you to the stage. All right, now I'm the only host. The buttons are so close together. But yeah, if you want to get added to the stage, otherwise I think anyone should be able to speak. We're also live on YouTube on the World Crypto Network, and we're also live on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. If you're watching us on Twitch, be sure to give us a thumbs up and subscribe. We don't have that many subscribers on Twitch. I think we have to get 20 or something before Twitch cares about us. If you're watching on YouTube, also be sure to subscribe. Give us a thumbs up. Hit that bell for notifications. And we're testing out Twitter Spaces, which is basically Twitter has cloned Clubhouse. Clubhouse was an audio-only chat app where a lot of people were coming around having little audio chats with each other, little private chat rooms, party groups. And Twitter made a copy of it. So now we're hanging out here. Luisa, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm just listening to you guys.
Everyone wants to be a podcaster. There's a new thing. Actually, I've heard that my young cousins, I had these cousins, they're like 10 to 15 years of age or whatever, and they wanted to be YouTubers, if you can believe that. Like, I know what it's like to be a YouTuber. You don't make any money. It's awful. You like use all your time, don't make any money. Be a YouTuber. But now it's the same thing, but with podcasts. People think that because it's audio only, which is kind of nice. Like, I've got really long headphones here, so I'm trying to make some food in the other room and I'm walking around. So I got options. Whereas with a video, I'm supposed to sit straight and look at the camera and be serious. You know, if you do stupid things on the video, you get in trouble. but apparently people just love podcasts, and they love podcasts so much that they want to be on them, and they also want to listen to them all the time. So they invented Clubhouse, and now they copied it at Twitter. And it's like this thing where if you wanted the ability to be on a podcast 24/7, 365, that ability is now available to you. And I know people over on Clubhouse that love this, and they're like into this. And I don't know what their end game is. I don't know what they're trying to do. I guess it's just this classic, they want people to listen to the sound of their voice, and the audience will, sway, and I will say, do what I want you to do, and they will do it. I don't know what the payoff is. But yeah, everybody wants that, I guess, and they're going to give it to you.
This is amazing. This is amazing. I got to go. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thanks for hanging out, man. Good luck with the art. Hope to hear more about it, and welcome to Twitter Spaces.
Thank you. This was super great. Thanks. It was great to meet you all. Bye.
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 Yeah, we need to get more people up here as speakers. It's the interactivity. I want it to be all speakers. And again, we had this, all this shit is old. It's not new. We had this years ago. There's a thing called Gab, I think it was. No, that wasn't it. Gab is a new thing. What is the thing that Vortex used? Somebody tell me. But Vortex used this thing, and it was a video chat app, and it had like 4 panels. So you could see the 4 different speakers. And anyone could join. And you just put the link out there, and people joined, and then he broadcast it on YouTube. That was super fun. And it was just like this, but with video. But again, all of this is about the joy of audio-only telephony, which I read the whole Infinite Jest chapter out loud. You guys can go listen to it, or maybe I can play it. Maybe I'll play it here in the Twitter Spaces at some point, just for kicks. But David Foster Wallace already nailed it on this. He described a society of the future and how they go through stages. And at one stage, they're all like, oh, I wish we had video calling. I wish I could see what their face looked like, and the smile and the laugh on their face, and you could see the audience and all these kind of things. And eventually they realized, they're like, I don't want to see the look on their faces. I don't want them to see the look on my face, especially. I think it's more about the vanity issue. But yeah, that's why they say people love the audio only thing. And they also love it because they can do it in the background. You can do other stuff, like someday I might download this thing and make it into a podcast, and then you could listen to it offline, and you could pause it, and you could do your other stuff. And I don't know, I guess people love audio. That's what I'm trying to say. What do you think, Christian, Louisa, Neil, my crew?
I absolutely.
Oh yeah, the podcast thing is kind of hard. Did I told you the story that I had a startup in the podcast sphere around 15 years ago or something?
It's still popular, man. It's getting bigger and bigger, the podcast thing.
Yeah, no, it was kind of in the first podcast hype, kind of 15 years ago. I think it was this kind of revolution that you could make your own show, right? So and this audio thing was very good for people to just listen in and to learn, and some people even like to fall asleep on it. So I think a lot of people also used Clubhouse to fall asleep on. So not sure how many people are already sleeping here, but I think this is something that works very different. But yeah, YouTube, okay, for some content it makes sense. So we will see.
We are getting some complaints in the YouTube chat that it's not working on other systems. It should work on iOS and Android. You have to get the Twitter app and use Spaces. It's not working through the web browser yet, so it's not working on, I don't know, every flavor of every system, I suppose. But this is Twitter Spaces in beta, and it should be opening up wider in the next few weeks. And if I was to guess who's going to get their platform onto more spaces first, and it was Clubhouse versus Twitter, I would bet on Twitter, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because a lot of people like to inform people about, hey, we're doing a Clubhouse, come over to Clubhouse. So to move people from Twitter, then because you see the reminder and the date on Twitter, and then you have to remove, or you even have to set some date on your calendar or whatever. It's really a little bit too much, I think. So having it on just on one platform where people exchange publicly anyway, just to add the audio stuff, that makes sense for Twitter to do. So I think the audience will a little bit different. That's right for sure, but definitely makes sense for Twitter to really integrate this. And yeah, we have to see how much people really want to use it after the whole lockdown period. What kind of content will prevail then in this kind of spaces?
Yeah, and it's as you said, Thomas. I think Twitter has the advantage that they have over 1 billion users. I think, right? So really
can you already schedule a kind of a spaces event, or do you just open a room and then you start telling people about it? How can you do this?
Yeah, you just open a room and you share it like a tweet, and then you try to share that tweet some more and so forth.
And you have to keep the room running from the space running from the beginning, or you can schedule a starting date?
It's totally beta right now. I have to keep it running. I'm the only host. It doesn't have any kind of scheduling features or an upcoming feature. You could see how they could do that very easily. Right now, Clubhouse or whatever is called Spaces comes up where the fleets are. So where the fleets are, you'll see a thing that looks like a group of fleets with a purple circle around it for some reason. It might have like an audio looking button. But yeah, it'll appear there, and that's it. That's how you know that there's a spaces going on. So I think they're gonna have to fix that and make it more like Clubhouse, where they have the upcoming schedule of cool hangouts that are happening in the spaces. But
yeah,
it's right there for them.
Would be nice.
This is a strong move.
Just to have a feature there, kind of remind me when it's starting, and then the Twitter app, of course, can give me a push notification when it starts. So yeah, that could be a slick integration, be there very quick.
Yeah, they've got a lot of options with this. This is a super strong move by Twitter, and it's also a move against Google and a move against Facebook, because Google tried to copy Facebook with Google Plus and failed, and Facebook tried to copy Clubhouse with a similar feature and failed. But I feel like the Twitter audience is just perfect for this. I think Clubhouse, a lot of what they were already trying to do was to leverage that Twitter audience. I was seeing more and more tweets that were like, for this Clubhouse, which for a little while there, it was like this private celebrity hangout thing. It was very elite and cool, right? But then it started to leak where I got on there and all my friends got on there. And then pretty soon there's tweets where it's like, come join our Clubhouse. And I was like, that's a good tweet. That's not as good as a tweet to a YouTube where like anyone can view it, but that's a good tweet. And now to take that middleman out of there, and you can just tweet to a space, and boom, you're in a space. And then a lot of people in this space right now are probably like, I wonder what Clubhouse is like. And let me tell you, Clubhouse is like this, but with a lot more like kind of newbie price questions. And like, when the price of Bitcoin going to go up, and will you buy my NFT and stuff like that. And that's cool. That's what new people do. And like, welcome to the space. And everyone's got to grow and learn. But this is Twitter. We have the chance to do anything with this, and we can share little tweets at the top, and they'll make new features. And you got to think about also what they did with live sporting events, having the event on there, or a live event in Congress, or a speech or something like that. And we could be in this space talking about it and chatting about it. And I don't know, it's exciting internet shit. It grabs you. And I remember yesterday I had plans and I was going to do things. And instead I hung out on spaces for like 2 or 3 hours, and then I went and did things. But that's what also happened to me with Clubhouse, is I got way into Clubhouse for 2 or 3 days, and then I had to like taper off. But one of these days they'll hit one that you can't quit. Ooh, there's packages outside. Yes. So you guys talk for a second. I'm going to go get the mail.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really have to say this Clubhouse Bitcoin rooms where I was joining, they were a little bit giving me the replacement for being at a Bitcoin meetup in a hype kind of period where you normally have a full bar and a lot of new people coming in and ask exactly those questions you hear, like, oh, okay, well, how do I Bitcoin? How long should I keep it? When should I sell it? And what's about those other kind of thing I heard? So this is it's okay. I think it's always it's always part of a hype cycle. And I think at least because all the bars were closed, I think at least we had some replacements for that, like the Clubhouse rooms, or maybe some spaces here are now popping up. But always the good thing is you saw those cycles in the past. We were always seeing, like, I think Europe told me like about 20% of the people stick, and they then get interested into the deeper knowledge on that. But I also have to say, I think also a lot of people on Clubhouse, because it's a very focused conversation in the end, always took a little bit more away than people just joining in a bar for a drink and then getting drunk. But at least I think was a good experience so far. So let's see how this spaces thing is going and what's happening here. But it's definitely a time burner. It can become a time burner.
I have to say though, I mean, I have met a couple of people drunk on Clubhouse in like very small rooms that had titles that made absolutely no sense.
And I have to say, compared to Clubhouse, there were people at least liking to ask questions. So not sure why everybody's so silent here. I heard that you can just kind of get speaker very easy. I'm not a moderator here, so I don't know.
Yeah.
just speaking into a microphone while Matt Bitcoins is checking the mail. But happy to answer questions.
And with those drunk people on Clubhouse, they really reminded me of the bar thing that you talked about, that you usually experience during these hype cycles, I think. And
yeah, so the emojis are working, I'm seeing. That's good, because I think on my Android kind of app, the emojis sometimes not working, but I think your emojis, that's cool. So you can send emojis as a kind of feedback. There's this little heart, I think you can tab on and then select emoji to send like a emoji reaction to what we're talking about. So if you just want to say hi or peace or agree or something, that's easily possible. That's a nice thing compared to what I saw on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to test the microphone? Just to test your microphone. Say hi, can you hear me? That's cool too.
Does it work? Has anybody tried the request speaker? Does it work for you guys? If it doesn't work, can you let us know somehow with like an emoji or something?
And I can, at least, because we talked earlier about it, I can confirm that on Android it's a little bit a mess of selecting the correct audio stuff. So, for example, I had another headset connected via Bluetooth, and it was just pre-selecting that one, and then I had to change my setup before I could hear even the spaces, people talking, and of course then using the microphone. So the audio setup is not very intuitive right now on Android. But that's the beta thing. I think we'll see more in the future.
Yeah, how long has Twitter Spaces been around now? Anybody know? Unfortunately not. It looks like Thomas probably knows. We'll ask him when he's back from getting the mail.
Louisa, are you still there?
I'm still there, yeah. Can you hear me?
And Neil, I think you're also free to speak.
I cannot hear Neil. Can you guys hear me?
What can't you hear? Did it stop working?
I didn't hear other people. I'm not sure if they didn't want to participate or had problems with the audio setup or something. Or do you still need to allow people to speak on a moderator kind of thing? So
I have it set for everyone to speak, but I feel like at some point it crashed and it stopped letting everyone to speak. So I don't know. So like right now, I just clicked on everyone and invited them all to speak. So at this point, they're declining to speak.
Okay, that's also good. But also we like, of course, questions or comments, of course, or just test your microphone. That's perfectly fine.
Oh, hey, Jared.
So maybe if I'm free to choose a topic here, should I go ahead? Can I have free topic choosing here?
Go for it.
All right. So I really have to say I like the quite a positive feedback we got on our netpositive.money initiative. So to kind of have an initiative answering to the CO2 footprint of Bitcoin, like in a constructive kind of way, with compensating for your Bitcoin holdings. So CO2 compensating. And we had a feature on a kind of quick YouTube show in Germany, Block Trainer, and had really good positive reviews and feedback on that. So I think we're on a quite interesting track. I can go into details if that's of any interest from you. So, or any questions on that topic, I'm happy to ask.
Tell the people the basics about the idea. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Okay. So a little bit the initiative came from try to answering the climate debate on Bitcoin. To have and the idea was that on the one side we're seeing, of course, the press or people from the outside coming with a lot of thoughts out there, like will Bitcoin boil the oceans, something like things that you think, I don't think so. But on the other side, there were also a lot of Bitcoiners just kind of denying or talking away a little bit the CO2 footprint that Bitcoin has right now. And so and we try to at least offer some perspective on that debate to find maybe some middle ground we can start on. And we kind of took the kind of academic data we have on the energy of consumption. That's great. Energy of consumption is okay. And then how do you get to a CO2 footprint from there? And at least there are some data now from MIT, Cambridge, and University Munich. And so what we did on the website, you have a calculator now where you can just put in how I was holding Bitcoin from there to there, how so much Bitcoin. Then it calculates your personal CO2 footprint you were causing for holding those Bitcoins, or at least the miners were causing this the CO2 footprint to secure your Bitcoin you were holding. And so you can just go to some website, and we're now partnering up with some website that supports the possibility to compensate for that. So, but you can go to one of those websites and then just donate so much money into CO2 compensating to set off your personal CO2 footprint from holding that Bitcoin. So it's a very voluntary action you can do just to inform yourself personally on that topic. Of course, those are all models that are still incorrect to some degree. That's perfectly fine. We definitely see that. And we all have this all open source. So as soon as we have better data, somebody provides better data, you can use that data also. You choose from which data set you want to calculate. But the idea is to give people a tool, a constructive tool in their hands, how they can personally tackle those kind of questions and maybe do direct action for themselves. For example, just the holding of Elon Musk was buying, I think, what was this $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. And a lot of people were kind of criticizing Tesla for having now those Bitcoins because of the CO2 footprint. And so we just ran the numbers, and what Elon had to do would just kind of donate now, or Tesla has now to donate for every year they hold those Bitcoins. I think 1.5 or some million US dollar worth of CO2 compensations, what would be reasonable because it's just 0.04% of the money they're holding in Bitcoin. So this is doable, definitely. And they would just say, okay, we're holding those Bitcoins because of strategic ideas for the company, and we're setting off this amount every year. So we're net neutral. So those Bitcoin holdings are totally CO2 offsetted. So that's cool. So they could tackle it in that kind of way, just for example. And everybody could do this personally for their own kind of benefits. And yeah, this would be a practical solution right now for the short term. And this maybe let me finish with that one. I think on the long term, I agree with a lot of things we see, like maybe we replace
let's slow down,
money
slow
system.
down a little, slow down, Christian.
Yeah,
I think
thank you.
that first part there, that's the way to start with this, is with Tesla and Elon Musk and Michael Saylor, MicroStrategies, these other large companies, Coinbase, the ones that have large holdings and can say really easily that they can say that, you know, they can pay a small amount of money. Sorry, I gotta mind the dog. I'm really gonna have to mind him in a minute. But basically, they could offset their costs, and if you started with the larger companies, you could have a larger percentage effect on the carbon impact of Bitcoin. And along the way, a lot of smaller, normal people would agree to do this, especially after the company set a good example.
Yeah, I think definitely the big companies would help a lot this idea to push this forward. But I think it's a two-way street. So I think if everybody can start personally, you can really show them by example. Hey, this is possible. Come on, the little guy is doing his part. So why is the fat big companies not doing his part? So I think in the beginning to push them a bit, it's good so that we can start on a very bottom-up kind of situation. But sure, at one point, if the big companies and also the big exchanges and all those people that are making profits of Bitcoin right now, and they all have an interest to give a constructive answer to this climate question that's upon Bitcoin, because they are in the public kind of sphere out there. They're marketing to people that care about that topic. So yeah, I think that would definitely kick off. Then that would bring it a lot of big steps forward. Yeah. And the idea is to have it really on the short term, like to have those compensation. Then per year, you look what is my part in causing the CO2 emissions as a company or as a person. And but of course, you don't want to have this all time, right? You don't want to pay every year this little percentage, even if it's a little. Over time, it adds up. So this is something definitely you will still want to see those long-term promises come true of Bitcoin, that you get to replace really infrastructure out there that and so you can show we're replacing some CO2 emissions that are in the old system, even maybe in the petrodollar system. So that's the long term we want to see. But of course, for the short term, to take care of what is happening right now, and because climate has some tipping points ahead, it would be nice if we don't hit those tipping points. So there's maybe something to do right now, and this is kind of the idea to offering a short-term solution with this compensation.
Josh Shigala, what do you think about Bitcoin and climate credits?
And climate credits? Oh well, yeah. I don't know. Credits I always find funny because they can be printed out of nowhere. So the state.
Yeah. Don't. The idea was about CO2 compensation for your Bitcoin holdings, and maybe have to ask the question another way around. You have gold holdings, right? You're known at least for somebody in the gold sphere. So did you ever compensate it to your CO2 profits or your CO2 footprint for this gold? Did you ever think about that? Did it make any sense to you at one point, or did you thought about that?
I mean, I think not really. I don't really find CO2 a problem. I think plastics are more of a problem for the world than CO2s. So I focus my, you've got to pick your battles. I'm not saying CO2s aren't a problem, but so many people are working on that issue. I think plastics are more of a problem, so I focus on that.
But I hear a lot from Bitcoiners that gold is a big CO2 producer, and Bitcoin is out there to replace this industry. So at least I have to say, it's a technology you're using for your daily life, like for savings, and it's like using a plane, like doing a big trip. So I'm not sure. Okay, if you never thought about CO2 compensating your flights, you maybe never thought about CO2 compensating your gold. But of course, there are other fights out there you can fight. But at least I think you should always start at your doorstep. Like, what is my personal stake in those kind of problems out there. And if you do some plastic, that's
a lot
cool.
of people might worry that there's a slippery slope there to then you have to pay CO2 every time you breathe. And this little machine beeps every time I breathe, and it determines how much I can breathe and the quality of the air. And I'm just not sure that's good for humanity and for people in the long run. So
here comes the point. It's not, first of all, it's a complete voluntary action. So there is nothing that this is about. There's maybe still social pressure in there. I know some people even don't like social pressuring. I know, but okay, that's how community works. That's even how Bitcoin decides which fork to go. There's also a lot of social pressuring going on. So I think if as long as it's a voluntary thing and it's not combined to some credit scheme or whatever, I think, because we're talking about donating to initiatives that make CO2 compensating, so they directly invested into some projects in other countries saving CO2. So you cost CO2, you donate for somebody else to save on CO2, so you get equal out. And I think this is okay. You have to trust this organization to some degree. That's great, but you can also voluntarily choose the organization you trust that is reaching that goal, and even reaching the goal the best kind of way, the most efficient way. So I think this is all a voluntary thing. So yeah, to say I'm afraid of being taxed for breathing, then you're afraid of the state or something. But there is a voluntary road you can choose. And it's not automatically ending up in taxing your breathing.
Yeah, but there's so many misconceptions on different versions of saving the planet. Like everyone's into buying electric cars. I've got an electric car, you know. I love the thing. It's my favorite thing, apart from Bitcoin. But at the same time, I don't fool myself into thinking that it was great for the environment to buy that thing. I should have kept my old car and run it into the ground, because it just takes so much energy to create this car from the scratch. So there's so many terrible economic.
Here comes the point. I have to challenge you a bit, because you're in the gold industry even to a certain degree, right? You're even in the Bitcoin industry to a certain degree. So I think it should be your responsibility to ask your own questions before you point out at other industries that are doing bad, right? Or do you think this is really helping to say, oh yeah, they are, so the electric car company is bad, those people are bad, you are also bad, so don't ask me why I'm not taking care of this CO2 thing. So I just want to ask a little bit to pinch about this, because I think responsibility, even if you talk about a society that depends on self-responsibility that everybody is claiming about, it starts at your doorsteps. So, and if you're in those industries, should you at least look a little bit more at those topics before you criticize other people?
Yeah. I mean, we look at the gold that we of course supply or get. We get from it's LBMA standard. It's not out of conflict zones and such. This is more of the thing that I'm worried about, that precious metals are sourced from conflict zones or not good worker rights and stuff. And the LBMA does a great job in protecting that, but they also do a very good job in looking at the smelters and what standards they use. The LBMA is a pretty in-depth organization.
How is it called?
The London Bullion Market Association.
Okay. The main body again, a more successful strategy might be to target those organizations and get them to pay carbon credit or pay CO2 offsets on the gold.
Yeah, I mean, offsets are an interesting thing, because you're saying it's okay to continue doing that if you can just offset it somewhere else, and I don't feel that this is I think the best thing that humanity can do is embrace, the heat from the earth or just other forms of energy, because there's literally boundless, endless energy around us, and we're so stupid that we're stuck in burning, dinosaur juice, dinosaur skeletons
Yeah, and that's a great thing. You can power Bitcoin completely on renewables. So it just depends what you
can
put into
power
the
everything
system.
completely on renewables eventually. That's the hope. And this is what I love about Bitcoin, is that it really, and we've said this on the show many times, is that Bitcoin forces people to find the renewables, the cheaper sources of energy, because at the end of the day, getting crude oil and refining it is more expensive than tapping into geothermal power up in the northern hemisphere, or grabbing water flowing down a river, or So people that are mining Bitcoin generally, large miners try to find the cheapest down to the saving of cents per kilowatt hour. But every saving they can get is good for their bottom line. And I from everything that I've read in the Bitcoin space, and I guess other industries as well, is that if you can find energy that's better and cheaper and has less of a CO2 footprint, then yay.
Welcome to Hamdi. How's it going? Do you want to say hi to everybody?
Hello.
Welcome to Google
Thomas
Spaces.
is sweating because he can't record this.
Oh no, we're recording and broadcasting this.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because I remember this was the big thing that you had against Clubhouse, is that you couldn't record and document all the great conversations that were happening.
Well, I could record it, but then I couldn't share it. But then also I can record and broadcast Clubhouse as well, and I just mark it as that it's being live and it's being streamed. This doesn't even have a title for the space.
It's pretty amazing. What do you guys think of big tech basically taking an idea that's going viral, like Clubhouse, small startup? They're trying to scale, they're trying to move with the times, and then these big players like Twitter just going, yeah, we'll just do that as well. Same thing happened with Snapchat. All the big Instagram and all this, just basically, instead of buying them, they just took the idea and within a week had it plugged into their own system.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I don't know. I like it because I think competition is always good, but at the same time, I think it's super unfair because Twitter is just in such a more powerful position, right?
Right. Yeah. This is exactly. So in one way, it's like, oh, great competition. Another way, oh man, this poor little startup, like who was on this great trend. Basically, Spaces is going to put a massive dent in their growth for sure. So it sort of kicks competition out. Not that there should be regulation or anything against that, and I definitely don't agree. I just think, it's just another moral slash to Twitter's name somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it really goes to show that, like, I don't know, I mean, Jack was building all this Bitcoin stuff with Square and everything. Like, it just really goes to show that, like, he hasn't really gotten the understandings and the morals, really, of the network. And, like, also with these tweets that he's selling now, like, I don't really get what he's going to do with all that money that's going to come in with that, like, how any of that works. So yeah, I mean, I was a fan of Jack and like him getting into Bitcoin and building Square. I thought Square was a cool idea, but yeah, now I'm just getting more and more repelled, to be honest, by the whole thing.
Yeah, what I didn't get the what's he selling? Tweets that he's selling? What's that all about?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really gotten it either yet, but apparently you're able to buy tweets now from people.
Oh, like getting like an influencer to tweet something that you want them to tweet if you pay them enough, something like that.
So it's that's kind of like how it already works, right?
No, it's worse than that, Josh. It's buying a screenshot of the tweet. It's an official NFT of the tweet. It's a token that represents the tweet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so it really doesn't make any sense the way I see it, but it's interesting to watch.
NFTs, all the rage.
Yeah, we've been talking about NFTs here before. It was a really interesting conversation. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to get back into that because I know that most people don't like NFTs, and we don't either. Up here, at least I don't. But yeah, the possibility of doing NFTs or non-fungible tokens, like I think like just the idea in itself just doesn't make sense. But when you think about using Bitcoin as that token, you get to a whole new level, I think. And there's, as far as I know, there's a lot of people like working on developing that with Lightning right now. So it would neither be an N nor an F or a T. The T would be the Bitcoin. And I find that pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's a pretty tough nut to crack on Lightning because, you know, Lightning takes one transaction and passes it to the next person who doesn't send the same coin, just sends another channel, coin in a channel and sends it on. So there's sort of relaying.
Yeah.
But yeah, RGB, the guys over at RGB are doing something along those lines. Giacomo's team. We looked into and doing some tokenization of Boolean through them, but I see major problems with that because the demurrage of holding gold, the insurance, the auditing, the men and women with guns standing out the front of the vaults, they all cost money. And if you have something that is, you know, just one way representing a gram of gold, it can never pay for any of that stuff. And if people lose their keys, then the vaulting suppliers holding that forever. It's tricky, but apparently even the RGB team are looking into how to solve this problem. So
it's funny, really, Josh. Your gold business isn't too different from these NFT people trying to tie their NFTs to artwork. They're always like, you can buy the piece of art and I'll give you this receipt with it that's an NFT. And it's just like the piece of art. But at the same time, everyone just wants the gold, right?
Yeah.
No one wants these receipts for the gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, like the art thing, because, you know, art, you anyone can look at the art, but it's the right to sell the art on. It's the point, I guess. But I mean,
it's more about the bragging rights. It's the bragging rights to say I own the art. So we're commercializing your ability to show off your wastefulness. Like it's one of those, like, it's a negative thing that we're commercializing. We're like, you can brag to your friends. So it's commercialized bragging. That's great. Let's encourage more of this. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there are use cases for NFTs. I think it's silly to say it's totally terrible as a technology, because there's use cases that are outside of just tokenizing a JPEG, which is totally ludicrous and dumb. But when it comes to gold, it's very different, because I just don't. Gold has to be. For us, our business it's more for a way to, instead of using banks, people hedge into something physical, rare, and then they can trade back to Bitcoin whenever they want, or whatever, you know, whatever trading pairs we have. And so that's very different to buying some JPEG that's attached to a token. I don't know if it's very much the same. Our whole thing was to get away from banks.
The piece of art is very similar to the bars of gold. where you just keep looking for where do you connect the computer cable, where do you input the NFT, and all of these real use cases for NFTs that I know you're going to talk about, Josh, like things like tickets and even receipts. I'm saying like temporary proof of ownership, but not necessarily power of ownership. They're all out there, but they're all dependent on external systems. They're just not as pure as the ability to send Bitcoin around. Like the Bitcoin sends and it's in the wallet and that's it. The NFT lets you into the concert if your phone works. If your phone works and they can scan the NFT, you could be let into the concert. It's not an absolute right. If you're rude to the bouncer, if you're not properly dressed, you could still be excluded from the concert, even if you have the NFT. It's not an absolute right. But you have the absolute right to send Bitcoin from wallet address A to wallet address B. That's it.
Yeah, and concert tickets aren't something that the government is going to ban. So you don't really need to decentralize it. You can have a central database with concert tickets. I guess the only thing that makes it better is that you can build secondary markets for these tickets, which most artists don't really want. But in a way that you can then get complex and say, well, if there's secondary market, then the NFT automatically sends some value to the artist for that secondary market. But I think most secondary markets get around that somehow, because at the end of the day, a lot of this.
That's what I think too. Whenever they say, "Oh, the code will reward the artist every time it's sold," I'm like, well, I guess I would stop selling it and I would just sell the phone that has the NFT on it, and you would just take physical possession of the phone, and it wouldn't count as one of these cells, and the artist would get screwed again. Dun da da.
Yeah, or it's on a centralized exchange, and the database is what moves the database entry, and not the blockchain.
Yeah, you could move it. You could move it hundreds of times in a centralized database and never have to move the actual coin. Yeah.
Yeah. And some of these decentralized exchanges, especially for NFT, don't really work that well because the ways I find decentralized exchanges fascinating in the whole DeFi space because they've managed to build around the whole order book concept, which is what most centralized exchanges like Vaultura and stuff use. But these decentralized exchanges using pools of liquidity is really, really interesting, and it's super ingenious. But for NFTs, you can't really have a pool of NFTs because they're non-fungible. So they come with their own extra problem in terms of decentralized exchange mechanisms and price discovery. It's really a tricky problem for these things. I think this hype is so overblown, and a lot of people are going to get massively wrecked when they're holding their strange punks and stuff that they're buying.
I definitely think we're getting there. The hype is strong.
The hype's definitely strong. Like one of the biggest use cases, I think, is games. I think in-game items is really cool to be able to take your item and if multiple game developers use a certain blockchain or whatever to look up a registry on whatever. But also, you could do that on Steam. Like Steam could say, we hold the items, but it's nothing to stop then Steam just, I don't know, running off with everyone's.
Well, and that's the thing. It's always all the Bitcoin stuff's built for untrustworthy partners. And it's built with all these extra layers of security that you don't need if you can trust your partners. Like if Steam prints 1,000 of Sword X and they publicly say they printed 1,000 of Sword X, it's in their interest to do that and to be honest about it. And if they're not honest, there'll be a big expose and a breakout story and all that kind of thing. Whereas what they did in World of Warcraft and these other things is I think they just don't say. They just don't say how many swords there are. So that way they can always be creating more in the admin engine, and evil forces inside the company can create more swords for themselves, or these kind of things can happen. And that's when you need the blockchain swords. So there can only be 1,000.
Yeah, and that's really cool. I really like that idea. and I think one of the things that a lot of Bitcoin maximalists or Bitcoiners, just don't like that term maximalist, but a lot of Bitcoiners constantly sort of, compare some of these other technologies to Bitcoin, but it's not really comparable. They shouldn't compare it. Bitcoin's one, in my opinion, the form of that, money, especially the Lightning Network stuff. I don't know if it definitely needs work on the network effects for the Lightning Network. The network effect for Bitcoin on-chain is really strong, but the layer 2 network effect hasn't really, taken off to its full extent yet. Nowhere near it. But in terms of
fortunately, we've just developed the killer app for Lightning layer 2, and that is spraying Ben in the face with smoke.
Absolutely,
we've solved
it. That
is
the killer app. Yeah, it's so much fun. So much fun. It's awesome. Gonna be spending a lot of sats doing that. And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, check out the last Bitcoin group on YouTube, the Bitcoin group. I don't know which episode number it was, but the latest one. And it's amazing to see, even doing it. You just pay 100 sats, scan a QR code, and hit go, and within 5 seconds, it's paid an invoice and spraying Ben live with smoke, the smoke machine right in the face. Yeah, but what I was saying was, I don't think these technologies aren't really comparable. It's not like, ooh, NFTs are terrible. They're such a scam thing because because Bitcoin's better. It's like, what? No, like Bitcoin's something else, different. There are use cases, and people come up with cool use cases that are not yet even thought about, and that's exciting. I think I don't think we should just call everything a scam without just exploring it, because that's what it is. It's exploring. There's obvious scams like OneCoin or BitConnect, but there's cool technologies that are being built. And for instance, one thing was in people staking all these things in DeFi. Whether you like that or not, but that's definitely interesting. And for these liquidity pools that I was talking about, and instead of like unstaking, which is costs you gas fees and all the rest of it, you can those stakes. Someone's now invented something where you get an NFT that represents this whole pool of staked different coins that you've got, and then you just trade that NFT away when you don't want it anymore, and the NFT gets the dividends from all the staking that's happening. So there's all these like things that we haven't seen come out yet that are being experimented, and whether they're useful or not, I'm not sure, but I just find them really fascinating, and I feel like when I'm reading some of these use cases that I'm living in a sci-fi novel, in William Gibson's novel or something, reading about some of these crazy things where people are literally inventing some of the functionality that Wall Street, conjured up, but on real bearer-based assets, and it's just fascinating.
It will be quite something if they had a basket of coins that was just an NFT, or mutual fund that was just an NFT, or any of these other kind of ideas of taking their technology and serving it back to them digitally.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And if you think about like the 2008 financial crisis, even though a lot of that had to do with drug lords cutting off liquidity to Western banks across Mexican borders and stuff, which is never talked about. But anyway, that's a different story. The main culprit that everyone talks about is the collateralized debt obligations with subprime mortgage contracts being cut up and spliced and diced and moved into, and sold to all around the world, and no one knew who owns which mortgage. And it was just a big mess. In fact, there was one gentleman who sued his bank for saying, well, I'm not going to pay my mortgage because until you can prove that you own the mortgage or who owns the mortgage, who am I paying? I'm not going to pay you. So, and it went all the way to court, and he won because the bank just couldn't figure out where the heck his mortgage is, because it was sliced and diced and chucked into different debt obligations. And but imagine if that was all trackable on the blockchain, it would be a lot more useful for the future, where you could take a whole bunch of debts and if they're getting repaid, but track them through, NFTs representing one pool of debt. There's all sorts of weird and wacky, wonderful solutions. Maybe they're non-problems, or maybe they are problems. I don't know. But
yeah, but I made a picture of a red barn and I want to sell it for $500. Like, aren't people going to buy my JPEG now?
Yeah, but that's just fucking stupid. I mean, that's just dumb. The thing is that I feel like a lot of these NFTs that are pictures of the red barn selling for $500, it's only $500 because the gas fees are like $200. So you want to sell it for more than $200, and to even receive it is like $70 because the contract for moving is just, the gas fees are insane at the moment. So we'll see, but the optimistic roll-ups are coming out on Ethereum with this in March. So that's a layer 2 scaling solution for those guys. So we'll see, how that works, and if people can move on forward. Because really, what's happening is that Binance is taking all of this stuff on now into their stupid Binance chain, which is totally centralized, using proof of authority, whatever the hell that means. I can tell you what it means, but you guys can research it. It's just so dumb. It's basically
I think that's Chairman Mao, right? Like real political power comes through the barrel of a gun.
Yeah. I mean, it's not quite the barrel of a gun, but it's definitely like, oh yes, we will let you be part of the validation miners in this chain. And so everything is just down to Binance saying yay or nay, you're allowed to or you're not. But it's extremely centralized. But everyone's like, oh yeah, but it's like mega low fees. It's like, well, just use a centralized exchange then, guys. Like, what do you? The whole point of this whole DeFi thing, I thought, was the DE part.
No, it's the Fi. It's the Fi.
It's the Fi, yeah.
Yeah, so I hope I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back, Russell.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, my battery pack died. So okay. I missed a little bit part of the conversation. Where do we drop on the energy thing? Just in case we want to shift back to the old topic, but also open to everything.
We think that you're going to have lots of success. And that I think that
right there.
I think you should do it with the energy thing, and you should tell everyone. And I think that you'll have the most success with large companies, like you're saying, that need to offset it, because it's nothing for Tesla to pay that offset. I think you'll have the least success with libertarian type people that just don't want to pay. But I think that you'll still make an incredible impact if you could get like 5% of these large companies to pay in.
That. Could be a fact like I killed the room somehow.
Huh? Well, I think you'd get
still alive?
I'm still here. You have issues, but I think you'd have the most success with the companies.
Can anybody hear me?
And yeah, but you can't hear us. Josh, don't you agree? Christian's got a real hard sell for the libertarians. They just don't want to pay carbon offsets on their Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's a cultural thing of like a lot of them just not believing, or having a varied stance on whether carbon is the big boogeyman or not. And then on top of that, you have there's other solutions than carbon credits. We should do something else. It is a hard sell. It's a hard sell for the libertarian.
And it's gonna make them mad. But in the same thing, I'm saying that
I even think that as long as politics fail, because politics didn't deliver shit what they promised on reducing carbon stuff. So otherwise, such thing as mining with fossil fuels would not be happening in China or some places else in the world. Or they all signed those treaties, almost all. So politics is failing on the topic. So so let's do something else to challenge this.
But again, I don't think you should
kind
let
of idea
this.
what you can do with a voluntary action.
Yeah,
like
I don't think you should let this get you down or have this be a determinant in any way, because if you can get 5% of the large companies to get on board with this plan, you'll have an incredible impact on the carbon in a technical way, in a measurable way, and it'll be a huge success.
Can anybody agree on the standpoint that
no, the normal people are never going to agree with you.
Bitcoin's energy consumption,
it's
there's
only,
CO2 in it, while at the same time they're completely failing to not make this happening as they promised. In the end, they would cut down on CO2. So why is there an industry that's easy to buy up fossil energy?
It's another one of these things where Bitcoin is the easiest thing. It's the easiest thing to measure. It's the easiest thing to measure on our carbon credits. So because it's so easy to measure, it gets picked on. And so people don't like things that are easy to measure, they get picked on. And you're going to have a negative reaction always. But what you're going to have is, again, your pitches for guilty CEOs. And there are tons of them. And it's going to work.
This is where I see that more the libertarian people completely missing out on answering the question on the CO2 footprint of Bitcoin. Because if you don't believe in government, you don't call them out for shit. I don't know exactly what happened to that, but why not? This is exactly why is this still happening in your countries. Maybe the only creepy part of this is that you maybe then asking for regulation, but it's more like your regulation didn't work so far. You're doing shit, so you're pointing at Bitcoin. So come on, Bitcoin could run completely renewable.
I'm not sure, Ruto, if you're hearing Thomas's feed. Because
no, I don't hear Thomas.
Yeah, you guys seem to be talking over each other, but no.
What happened to my feed? Sure. Why can Josh hear me, but Christian can't hear me? Explain it, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Spaces is in alpha. That's the explanation I can come up with.
Yeah.
Well, I'm troubled, man. I'm troubled.
Hopefully, then I can hear everybody.
Because I gave him really good advice, and now I'm a ghost. I'm the host.
Yep, you're a ghost, man. Well, this is what Twitter specializes in: ghosting people, canceling them, getting rid of them.
I'll bet this works fine on my recorded version here. I'll bet on YouTube everyone is following along perfectly. But I just want to say also on this on this crazy app oh, go ahead, Josh.
No, you go.
I don't have anything. But no, on this app, it's so crazy because you can see the audience like file in and file out. So it's kind of like a stand-up comedy thing where like they come in and they're like, oh, I like this. And then like, oh, I don't like this. And then they leave, or they try to become speaker. I don't know. It's just hilarious to watch it happen.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. How did you get it? Did it just appear?
It just appeared, but I think it appeared because I'm friends with people who got it. And again, I'm friends with these people because I'm down with the Black Bitcoin billionaires on Clubhouse. Oh yeah, it's the best. It is, dude. My friend Lamar is like the most popular person in the world. And I think a friend of his got it and I joined his room and then it gave it to me. And then now I have it. And then hopefully I'm giving it to all you guys or whatever. But yeah, they say Spaces is going to roll out wide in the next few weeks. And it's going to be crazy. It's going to be like Clubhouse everywhere. So.
Yeah, voice. It's the new video. The video killed the radio star, and then Clubhouse killed the video star. I wonder who's going to kill the Spaces star.
It reminded me I should queue up that video from Infinite Jest.
So I just want to remind everyone we have a new channel for the World Crypto Network called WCN Clips. If you Google that or YouTube it, you'll find a new channel. I'd ask you guys to subscribe. There's only 2 subscribers so far. But it basically takes the hour-long show that we do every Friday where we discuss the biggest headlines and boils it down to the highlights, 5 to 10 minute videos of highlights, so you don't need to watch hour-long shows, and makes it more consumable and shareable. And yeah, we're putting a little bit of resources into doing that.
Very cool, Josh. WCN Clips. Trying to find.
So just wanted to talk. I guess everyone loves hearing about the price, the price of Bitcoin. It's something that I try not to sort of focus on much because it's just stressful if you do. Yeah, we seem to have busted back towards at the 50, and it's this pendling thing that we're doing between 45 and 50, and this ping pong that seems to be happening is definitely hitting up against that resistance in 50, but we're getting higher lows every time. So I feel we're headed towards the second phase of this bull market. I'm really, really, really glad we've had this pause here at 50 grand. I actually wanted to go on for longer. I wanted to sit here for a month or two longer because it really sets a new standard. And but I think it'll probably break out within the next few weeks above the 50, heading towards 60, 70, 80, and break the 100. When probably in about 3-4 months.
Well, Bitcoin's only going to break 100K if the World Crypto Network breaks 100,000 subscribers. So everyone should subscribe to the World Crypto Network. So you guys got to talk for a while. I talk too much.
All right. Hey, Louisa, what's your take on the Lightning Network? Do you use it much? Anyone else?
Yeah, they don't have that unmute button like the other thing.
Do you still hear me now again?
Yeah, we hear you.
I also hear Thomas, so I hope we don't have this confusion again. Lightning Network use. So I think the fee pressure is up, right? So the fees on Bitcoin main chain, at least, if you talk about smaller payments, I think you're finally talking about Lightning, right?
Yeah.
So we have to see. So I think the interest now will get more and more. I think we see some. I don't know how long do you think we will see this faster pace of fees? How is your estimation on the fee situation?
I'm hoping that the fees on Lightning stay free for longer until we get this network effect happening. And but saying that, I'm very, very fascinated to see what happens to the fees on a natural level, where this discovery goes, if we end up going to a point where it sort of equals out to the same as on-chain.
I think there will always be this kind of competition between on-chain and off-chain fees, sure. Especially because you need to be onboarding, and somehow people want to refinance maybe onboarding fees through taking fees on Lightning. So we definitely will see that. But also, you can already see that the zero fees, like transferring zero fees, it's long gone in Lightning. So, because I think it was never a promise. I think it was something you could do in the beginning, if you find a route that was giving you no fees, or at least minimum base fee or minimal fee. And but we now see people turning up their fees on the channels because other people in the network try to drain their liquidities, for example. So the network is already optimizing itself, and even to put some fees up for your liquidity is kind of recommended at some point, even so that people don't just drain your liquidity as you benefit in the liquidity direction.
Hey, what's a good resource for people to check statistics, KPIs, and such on the Lightning Network? Is there?
For the minimum basics, I still can recommend 1ml.com. They just list the number of nodes that are out there, how many publicly payment channels are out there you can see, and because it's all gossip network, it's like Google search engine for the Lightning Network, like public, what you see in public. They have at least quite good statistics on the nodes and channel capacity stuff, and so if you want to check those stuff out, it's quite good. Still waiting to see something a little bit, some node implementations, do some dashboards where you can see already a little bit more about the network. So, and even if you install then like RTL or something like that, it also shows you statistics. So at least you see more of good sources, and again, it's all there. Even on the public network is there on your own Lightning node, so you could analyze that even yourself if you have like.
Crazy! It's amazing to see $57 million sitting in the Lightning networks. I just what I find fascinating is that that we've had Lightning for a while now, and some of these layer 2 for, let's say, Ethereum, people seem to jump on it a lot quicker into transitioning to layer 2s, but they also are having a hard time getting people off of the main chain. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more and more people jump onto Lightning, and the tools that you're making, Christian, is just great. Like the Raspberry Blitz is just such a top project.
Thank you.
It's so clean and nice. Such a great way for people to get their teeth into this. I've got to take my hat off to you there, man. It's solid. And then of course you got Ben Ark building LM Bits, and you guys working with that as well. And there are really great projects that are making it more and more usable. I think it's what we're missing really at the end of the day is exchanges allowing you to get out of the exchanges onto Lightning, like directly to Lightning channels.
I'm not an expert on all the exchanges that are onboarding now or including Lightning, but there were some few OKCoin. Just not sure. Just what passed by my Twitter feed. I think OKCoin was there. Kraken was announcing something, and there's some other already doing it. But again, I'm personally not the one that's using Lightning with an exchange at the moment. So because I'm not exchanging often, so I have to say. But there's already stuff happening in that direction. I think especially through the on-chain fees, also this gets more attractive for exchanges too. So.
Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things that I think is why I mentioned exchanges is because I feel that people have a hard time still getting onto layer 2. Like they have a hard time sort of trusting themselves to jump that ravine to.
But I'm not exactly sure because it depends on which situation you want to start with. If you just want to try out Lightning, I think you just want to use it maybe for some smaller payment. Have it on your smartphone with those kind of Breeze kind of apps or Phoenix. It's already great. So I think sure there are some companies involved. So this is maybe not pure vanilla, but there's already the self custody of your funds in most of those kind of wallets. So that's a great start. And if you then want to really go deep down and go into the routing, kind of be really active part of replacing Visa and credit cards, then of course you have to make the jump into a full node kind of system to be a routing node. But even those are getting more and more easier accessible. So, but I think for the first step, like the mobile wallets, that's already an easy way to start. And they give you inbound liquidity. And then the question is where you then get your Bitcoin from. So, you maybe can choose an exchange to just trade from them into your mobile wallet. or you really try to hook up with people. I'm sure, and this is maybe the point I'm not seeing so much at the moment, because we don't have this real life meetups. Because normally it was so at your meetup, you was, oh, just install this wallet, and I send you some Satoshis, and maybe buy me a beer and I give you some Satoshis more, whatever. Like, so there is always this easy starting point to really get people started in local meetups. You're missing a little bit those situations at the moment.
Yeah, we did that one night at Room 77, Christian. Remember, I needed a Lightning, but I only had on-chain, so I sent you on-chain and you sent me Lightning so I could refill or something like that.
I cannot recall any on-chain transaction with you, sir.
No,
I heard this is publicly recorded, so I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I was dreaming about that.
Sometimes when I'm drunk, I'm doing crazy shit. So
sometimes when I'm dreaming, I dream of.
There might have been a boating accident. It was all gone overseas.
Yeah, there was definitely a boating accident involved there somewhere as well. The inbound stuff I found interesting as well. I think this is a major challenge for the whole space on layer 2. How do companies supply you with inbound capacity? How does that even work?
So basically, at the moment, I think those companies that are often driven with a more venture capital kind of idea behind it. I'm not have done research on any company doing wallet like a song, and so there's some people can do research out there, but do your own research, I want to say. But I think what they have in the end, and this is what you have to understand: what place do they reserve for themselves with this putting this liquidity there for all those people? In the end, they're positioning themselves. Everybody has to go through their channels. Also, for example, I think I checked this Phoenix wallet. You're not able to open your own channels, so you're depending on the channels you have just with a song. And so I think they see themselves that they can then turn on the fee rate as much as they like, right? Because it's the only fucking channel you have. So they can turn the knob. So and even they're not, people having the wallet are not paying, because they get fees from the people sending them Satoshis. So they can really leverage on those liquidity very hard. So they don't do it right now, sure, because they're all in the phase of extracting people. But I think once this is the only channel you have, other people paying you will see more and more high fees just to get a good return on those liquidity. So I think this could, I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to say this is exactly the business model they do, but it would be one business model I can think of that would make sense from their kind of investing perspective. So hope I gave at least my perspective on how this might be. But if anybody has different information, please now come up and let me know, because I just also just want to learn.
Yeah. I'd be interested if anyone else is using Lightning on a month-to-month basis. I dare say daily basis. I hope people are saving their bitcoins in this massive moon jump that we're in. But is there anyone else that's dabbling? And the crickets chirp further on.
Can you guys hear me now again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sweet, thanks. Yeah, so this is actually why I'm waiting for the price to go back down again, right? So that people will actually start spending their sats again, and we can try out all the cool stuff that we've built. I mean, besides on spending most of my sats on Fear in the Room 77, I've gambled them away basically with the Lightning transaction bot and all the gambling groups we have on Telegram, and it's so much fun, to actually try all this stuff out. And I feel like that just doesn't work when the price is at 50,000K. Nobody wants to do that.
Well, it's funny because like on Voltoria, we see the opposite. When the price goes up, so many people start buying and hedging into gold. Whereas when the price is down, no one does anything because they're like, holding all these bags. I want to wait for it to go up again. So it's interesting to hear you say the opposite way.
Yeah. I wouldn't have imagined that to be the case with gold. Actually, I find that super interesting as well.
Yeah. I think gambling really was as well the killer app in the early days on Bitcoin with Satoshi dice and games like that, where people, it was so much fun because there were empty blocks, so you could just have these free transactions. And I think that's where Roger Ver got his mucker, his bird in the brain, because he was so used to being able to send such free, almost free transactions for such a long time, and then blocks filled up, the city got full, and it started to get expensive to live in Bitcoin land. But yeah, gambling is it's got a bad name because of I guess religious dogma and stuff over the years, and as well as problem gamblers are no good. But in terms of Bitcoin, I think it's definitely a killer app. Like being able to wager a couple of Satoshis on something, a sub-cent, onto black or red is super fun, or even sports games or whatever. It adds an extra layer of fun. I mean, being just playing poker with no value is such a different game to even putting sub Satoshis on. Like it just changes the whole game, because you can't just bluff as easily, because you're thinking, ooh, I might win that 10 cents, even 10 cents.
Yeah, but it's always a question: where does it stop? Where do you? Everybody has to set its own limits. Really, the gambling thing can be something you want to keep in control for your personal habits.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely not making a moral judgment here to say that gambling's good or bad, but I definitely see it as a killer app for crypto adoption, because it's so fluid to be able to see, like, okay, I'm having a bearer-based asset right now, and that's going off into some sort of game or smart contract or whatever, and then coming back. Like the initial Satoshi dice was, I guess, one of the first smart contracts in a way. It was like it went out there and came right back at you.
I think what's nice was this provable fairness in the system. But I think this market was completely eaten up by all the exchanges that allow day trading, because I think that's in the end what day trading is a lot like betting on black or red.
Black or green.
Green,
red or green.
You see, I'm not a professional. How gambling's a good thing. I think this whole trade trading ate up this whole gambling scene at the moment. So I think those are the big casinos nowadays. I think
absolutely.
That's what we have.
Absolutely. The killer app for Bitcoin is absolutely trading still, and hodling. I mean, they see it now. Like, I don't know how about you guys, but how many of you guys WhatsApp blew up as the bull market starts running, and all these old names that you told to buy Bitcoin ages ago starts asking, oh, how do you, Josh? It's always the same. So it's gambling. That's eventually they lose it all again from gambling. Shit. Oh no, human. To be human. Poor humans. So many.
Yeah. I think that in the beginning there's interest, right? There is just a little bit fun you want to see something in action. That's cool. But then again, if it really comes to people put all their kind of stuff on one thing, and so that's going crazy shit thing. So I think just betting on Bitcoin is already the most conservative bet you can do in this whole kind of casino, right? So it's still speculative. So if you look at it for the very top view down, but I think what we see so far is really something developing, and this is but let's stick conservative there. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's exactly where I was going, but you said it much better because it's late, almost 1 a.m. But yeah, it is a gamble, and gambling is one of these things that yeah, it will always be with us. It's so easy to do, whether it's wagering on whether someone will drink a beer first or I don't know where I'm taking this.
Yeah, and I think that like when you gamble with Bitcoin and with Satoshis, just the idea of just gambling with like a fraction of a Bitcoin, and losing that, and then like a couple of years later, looking into your Lightning transaction history and being like, oh fuck, like, well,
Yeah.
I did not hold on to that.
Oh, totally.
It's a really good learning.
I just can remember now all the Dogecoin reigns we did.
Yeah.
Like, man, yeah, that was some crazy coin series going around there. So, but this was really just the fun of throwing stuff around and then seeing people collecting it was nice. So, but really, during this Dogecoin hype, it was really like, yeah, really that much Dogecoin shit.
Yeah, man. I remember like there would be some degenerates just throwing, like back in the day, it was very early on, throwing like 2,000-3,000 Bitcoin into Satoshi Dias. Like insane. And now what's that, like $150 million? Just stupid. I mean, it was stupid back then. I can't imagine how much pain these people must feel now.
Timing is never easy.
Yeah. But I mean, life's a gamble, as an entrepreneur, you build something, you take a gamble on the fact that you make a business grow, and buying a house is a gamble in a way because you hope that it'll hold its value and if not, do better than the value and get some capital gains. Gambling's a strange thing because it's sort of all encompassing of art. It's evil in terms of religious dogma, but it's everywhere in terms of you're always wagering whether something's a good thing to buy or to spend on or invest in.
The good thing is, even on a bad investment, you take home a good story. Sometimes you take the story into your grave because you're so embarrassed to tell nobody. but the other stories that you at one point feel free to tell, even if they contain some shame in the end, are the good stories.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna hit the hay. I'm wishing everyone a wonderful. I think it's Women's Day tomorrow here in Berlin. Is that right, Louisa? Am I getting that right, guys?
I think so. Yeah, I read that at least on Twitter.
Yeah. All right. All right. Well, tomorrow we'll all have to identify as women and
whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
That's it.
No. Yeah. All wonderful. Hey. Yeah. Lots of love to everyone, and stay groovy. Nice to see you all.
Bye. Thank you.
Ciao.
Thomas, are you still there?
Thomas, I think maybe walking his dog right now.
You said something. Yeah. Okay. So we want to keep this up until he's back, or what's the plan here?
I think so. No, because like if we don't say anything, maybe somebody else wants to like ask something about Lightning or whatever, Bitcoin in general. That would be cool.
I think these.
Nah, just listening in.
All right, that's cool too.
Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, so gambling, Roots, how much money have you lost on the Lightning transaction bot? How many stats, give or take?
Here comes a point. This is publicly recorded, so I don't like to make any kind of statement. But I have to say I was not too deep into what I heard about was possible. I tell you, sometimes, sure, if somebody invites me to try something out, I'm not that I try it out, but again, I think I kept my gambling habits definitely under hard control.
Yeah, I have to learn that as well. So, but there's some other cool use cases for Lightning on Telegram as well, right? I mean, we have the spam protection, basically, right? The paywall to get into groups. That's a cool thing. Is there any other use cases you can think of that we have?
Especially on which area?
On Lightning and chatting or Telegram or just Lightning in general, like cool fun stuff that you can try out.
The game stuff definitely is happening. I haven't joined a kind of Counter-Strike game, what they're doing. So, but it's interesting that they have the framework ready, so to integrate even in those kind of standard kind of games. But we still also see the bounty hunt then coming up. I just saw the demo from just thinking. I think it's on Invite, but I'm not really sure. But the thing is, I don't have a good gaming PC, so I'm not that big. Maybe when it comes to the Switch or something. Oh damn! This reminds me, it's really hard to get on those consoles, right? Because that's all the controlled systems from, yeah. But maybe on the mobile phone, if we have it easier to run in a browser or something. I have to see where this is going. So I think definitely on the gaming stuff to try out. Then more and more services starting to integrate. So we heard about some exchanges. Then I think there's still stuff more this payback stuff starting to come more and more. So you can get Satoshis on some payback. Still waiting on something happening here in Germany. I think there was something I was looking into, but it was a little bit complicated, or I needed to collect to a certain amount of euros before I could pay out or something. So, but still stuff. I think this is something we're seeing right here. Then, of course, the whole full node situation thing. I think people more and more get interested in building on the network or being part of this network themselves. So, I think there's some integration on for the web that's coming, but I have to look into this coming from Lalu with this posting. So, yeah, but definitely. Any questions about how you can try out or can start on Lightning, please feel free to ask. Happy to share.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why I love the Raspberry Blitz so much, right? Because, like, I'm not a technical person, I'm not a programmer, but since I got my first Raspberry Blitz, I'm now getting into, doing other cool stuff. Like, I want to build like my own PC from a Pi, and like that. Those are all things that I never would have thought of if it wouldn't have been for me having the need to run a full node, right, and get on the Lightning network. So thank you for building this.
Sure.
Really cool.
So I really think it's for learning, it's a great step. And I think even for really beginners, we really just want to tap into it. I think Umbrel is a good direction to go. The only thing I'm really, because I have the web UI and all the stuff, the Raspberry Blitz is a little bit more terminal fixed at the moment. So but we're still thinking about this Umbrel. It's giving me a little bit headaches on the open source kind of view. But I hope we can have this discussion. Maybe I'm still thinking we have to figure out how to find a good ground to open this discussion. But yeah. I don't like the Creative Commons license they have and still claim they're open source. This is a little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to point out, because mostly like people don't look that deep into how open source things really are, and claiming to be open source is always pretty easy. But sorry.
it's a little bit like the decision if I want to go with Apple or if I do want to go with Linux. Are a little bit like, to simplify it, you could describe it as those two directions. And I think for a lot of services, that's even not the big problem. If tomorrow Apple integrates Lightning into the iPhone with some app or whatever, or Bitcoin itself, I think that's cool, because it just gives you a further option. And also having running a full node in a more Apple kind of way would mean that you're entrusting the management of your node more and more into the hands of a company again. So of course, if you have a genius Steve Jobs there, whatever, it could give you very good UX, good support, good features, good development, even maybe for the whole community. But on the other side, you're trusting more and more this company to be dependent on to run your full node, which then comes a little bit, because you cannot take it and just fork it. And this removes a lot of freedom that we normally used to in running infrastructure on Bitcoin. So, because every other software out there, like the LED node, the Bitcoin node, they all have very good open source, freedom licenses. And if a node doesn't give me the complete freedom to take it and modify it and publish it again, it limits you to a certain degree, really. This is at least my stomach feeling that there's something, at least we have to make more clear for people to understand. And then it's totally cool to have some companies that push stuff forward. Definitely respect that. But again, there should be for at least some discussion with the road further down, what we're trying to achieve with running a full node in the end.
Yeah.
Anybody in the audience has something to add here? Please feel free. Just like to learn on that topic too, because it's going around in my mind.
If there are no questions, because I would have a question, could you name the specific differences in services between Umbrel and the Raspberry Blitz? Because I've never really used Umbrel. Like, I've never tried it out. Is it the same services that the Raspberry Blitz has, or are there different ones?
Basically, it's a very similar setup, even from the hardware. The hardware just has the Raspberry Blitz allows you to have an extra screen on top, but you even could run without a screen. So you could take the same hardware and decide if you run Umbrel or Raspberry Blitz on it. Just a Raspberry Pi 3 is not working with Umbrel, but if you have a Raspberry Pi 4, you can choose. Then from the service side, it starts from the setup process. It's much more reduced, and it picks you up on your web browser from the beginning. So it gives you a very smooth and very reduced. You even set just one password. You just keep it very default setting in the beginning. They have kind of reduced option, but this also makes it kind of simpler. So you very quickly to have it set up, and even with the setup, because normally what you have is now you sync the blockchain, right? So you get the blockchain from the network, you all validate it yourself, and then this is the idea of running a full node, of having a full copy of the blockchain there for yourself, self-validating. But what they do, because the Lightning network will just work if the Bitcoin is finished doing this, they have even the nice little feature in there that switches to a Bitcoin neutrino file until your Bitcoin core is fully synced. And this allows you to immediately, after you set up the node and have it running, you can immediately start to set up Lightning channels. It's a little bit, of course, neutrino gives you a little bit less confidence in some degree, trusting the blockchain, so you're trusting a little bit more the network on some information. But I think it's at least a practical good start to get people starting immediately when this thing is on. And for example, the Raspberry Blitz, it doesn't have this quick kind of sync option there. It just really, you have to wait until the blockchain is fully synced, which can take up to a weekend if you keep running. So this is definitely for the beginning perspective, a quick win for Umbrel there to start. And then in the end, you get a nice dashboard to manage your node on the web browser. Very basic features, but you can sync definitely also mobile wallets with those Lightning nodes you have running. And on the back end side, where then even they now have an app store where you can quite easily, like a nice graphical design, you can install further apps to start, RTL, BCP server, I think. So a lot of stuff you also know from the Raspberry Blitz that you can turn on. But a little bit more in a Dockerized kind of situation. So they run Docker in the background from the beginning. This is also what the Raspberry Blitz is not doing, but there will be maybe a future integration to have it later as an option. So they're still kind of having a good basic setup. You can really start and do stuff. So it's a good starting note, I have to say. And this is the full respect I have for their work, because they really built a beautiful dashboard experience. But the only thing I have, the little stomach thing I already told, was about the licensing and then having a real open source license on there for your full node. So there's some, at least that's the discussion I was talking about. But from a feature set, it's a very good starting node, and they started fresh. They started reduced. They made some decisions for going Docker all the time and stuff, and give you some defaults from the beginning they're deciding on. But again, on the rest of it, you have a little bit more options to set up, and you always have the terminal in the beginning. I also working on changing the stuff, so I was already starting to think about, how if it's really open source, maybe we can use also the dashboard and reuse it also for Raspberry Blitz. What would be in the idea of an open source ecosystem? But this is not allowed by the license, for example. This was why I was looking into this a little bit more, and at least this is something, maybe we have to build something ourselves now for Raspberry Blitz. This is something to be I think I've pushed this decision now a version forward to just get some clarification on the situation we have right now. Was I able to give you at least a good overview?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. Makes sense now.
Okay, cool. So you could, I think, if you don't have a Raspberry Pi 4, if you have to still have a Raspberry Pi 3, it will not run with the Umbrel. But Raspberry Blitz should run in its basic stuff. But I have to say the 4 gives you a lot of my headroom and performance and better speed to the SSD. So I definitely recommend the 4 anyway. So that's the future.
Speaking of performance, I met some guys on Clubhouse, some miners, and because the Raspberry Blitz, right, I need a fan in it, right, so that it doesn't overheat. And I have a very light sleep and I have a very small flat, so I try to keep these things like as quiet as possible. And these guys had the idea, and I wanted to get your opinion on that because I wanted to try this out sometime next week or the week after. Of cooling the Raspberry Blitz with lubricant. What do you think about that?
I think it's an interesting idea to do, but I can't say you can just completely quit on the fan thing, because we had some version we had with the fan, but was definitely something we had as feedback, and also had an own experience that the fan is noisy, that it stops, whatever. So the moment the hardware you could buy for the Raspberry Blitz, if you build it yourself, it contains cooling without a fan already. It's just a big heat sink again, and it's in the beginning we were a little bit hesitant, but in the end you just need this 100% power. Where it really gets hot is during the validation of the blockchain. And you can push through this, and with the heat sink, it maybe gets a little bit slower because it's not perfect cooling. But once it's through this kind of self-validation of the blockchain, the normal work it just needs to do, it's perfectly cooled with a passive heat sink and no fan anymore. So I hope this is already solved. So, but if you have some other cool idea to push the last little performance out of this Raspberry Pi, even through validation, some more active cooling could be interesting, but would be, I think, more like a special version somebody wants to do. For the normal usage, I don't think it's really necessary.
A special lubricant version, Raspberry Lube edition.
I'm still trying to imagine how this is working. So there's some interest there, but I think from a market perspective, I don't think it's something that a lot of people would need, because it normally you could now with passive cooling get quite good performance.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. And I guess the lubricant part it's supposed to be pretty dangerous as well because
it always adds complexity.
I don't know how it works. Yes, it does. It does. I can't explain the physics of it, but I met one guy on Clubhouse that said they tried to cool a whole mining rig inside of an aquarium in their house, and because of some static reason, the lube started to crawl out of the aquarium, and he ruined his entire apartment because there was soup everywhere.
I think for private mining, it is very, very risky setup because you could do stuff wrong. It adds so much complexity that could be even risky if you have to do with a lot of energy. But you don't have a Raspberry Pi as a full node. But if you do really mining equipment, that's definitely something you have to look about. But I saw on a miner meetup I just joined in Berlin once. They did some presentations about experimentation with liquid cooling on mining equipment. What had some benefits? One benefit I definitely saw is especially when a new mining generation comes out, then they just got it down to just replacing the chips in the kind of whole setup. So this reduces the whole kind of trash you have around it, or it gets recycled in some kind of ways. But mostly it's something you don't need anymore. You just much more freely can just exchange the chips in this liquid setup and just power it again up. So this at least looked interesting. And they say from performance wise, they were able to really get a little bit more out of this. And I don't remember exactly, but it made sense in some setups, especially. But but on the professional mining side, there is some liquid cooling going on. But for the home side, I think maybe where it could make sense, just imagine a situation where you try to mine undercover. So for example, if you're really into private mining, you maybe have just one mining machine you got somehow from your local black market because you're living in a fucking repressive regime, and you just want to run it because you have a little bit electricity is cheap in your country, or you have good access to electricity, and you just want to mine some for yourself as kind of financial self-defense. So, and then you may be interested in keeping it not noisy. So any fan is your enemy. And then maybe some liquid home cooling could make sense. But again, but you're already in a risky trade-off situation. So, this can make sense.
Yeah, that would absolutely make sense. Thank you. And I mean, the way that I understood it, the industrial cooling for miners, that they work a lot with mineral oil. Is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure. There was something from 3M or something, special liquid, I think, for electric, especially for this electric cooling setups. But I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember the exact details.
Yeah, I'm not either. Unfortunately, I'm not a miner. I'm just a customer.
But that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Again, you said it in a kind of just in the sentence. The mining is a service industry to the whole network, right? So this is what we see them. So the question is it really true?
That is true. Yeah.
But there was this Segwit 2.0 kind of thingies. So those fights that were going on. I think we have a good stand that we can say we're very confident that the mining industry is servicing us. But again, for example, coming to this topic of CO2 footprints for miners, I am as a customer of the service I'm not able to choose what kind of energy or what kind of miner I'm picking, right? So I cannot say I just want to go with this one miner because this one is a green energy miner. I like this one better. This would be customer choice, but it's not possible in the network. So, and I definitely understand and I'm completely on board and not in saying the building such decision into the mining in the Bitcoin protocol would be introducing central authorities we don't want to have there. So the only choice it lets us, because we cannot choose through our product, we cannot make this decision. We have to find some other channels to either let them know to change, or in the other way around to compensate for the externalities they are producing. So so I think that seeing them as a service industry gives you an interesting perspective on this topic too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like your point because I find it very true that the incentives of all the miners are going to shift towards renewable energy and getting cheap energy for themselves. Is that correct, right?
I think in a simplified view, in the long-term view, I think this is exactly what we will be going for. That you can see that renewable energy prices are much lower in the end, so they will automatically choose. The market will be incentivized to go in this direction. So I hope really for the long term this is true, but you don't have to forget that for the short term we have so much old industry built up in the fossil world that gets now more and more into this phasing out kind of situation, and they will want to cash cow all the infrastructure they have as long as possible. And so I think there will always be subsidized either from states that subsidize fossil energy still. That's still happening. And on the other side, even on the subsidizing through already paid off investments that you just want to cash cow. So I think it will take some time really to phase out fossil energies out of Bitcoin mining, and it will take a little bit longer, I think, as some people will hope. And so we will have, for a certain time, still the CO2 footprint from Bitcoin mining, and it will not just magically go away within the next kind of years. So I think this is more a long-term thing. If we really think like 10 years ahead or something, then I hope we can already feel this effect. But until then, I see a lot of like cash cow use of fossil industry that will will use this tool to get profits out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, that's the beauty of Bitcoin, right? You just do it really slowly and subtly, and you just know that at some point this is going to happen, and you just need to hang on, hold on to dear life.
Yeah, there's definitely some visions and ideas that I really hope to see through, and that's definitely worth the ticket. But again, I also think we also have to always ask ourselves what is plausible to happen in the short term and what is plausible to happen in the long term, and we have to keep to think also then with different solutions, and we can just not push everything away because we think we're on the right side. We are already convinced Bitcoin will save the world, so we don't have to take care about anything else. This is a little bit, I think it will be not that easy kind of way in the end.
Absolutely, I see it. I don't like the meme of Bitcoin fixes this because it just simplifies the situation, right? Because there's so many more parts to Bitcoin than just to the protocol itself, than just the money, right? Like there's the national problem that you have, and like all the communication part that you have, the media, and all of these things that kind of play into and make it harder for us, and these are all real threats that if we want Bitcoin to work, we're going to need to look into, I think.
Yeah, I definitely get the spirit of such memes like Bitcoin fixes this, because first of all, this is a positive message. That's cool. But again, if you put it just behind everything, it's something what you do with a meme course. You test it, you put it behind everything and see if it sticks. But I don't think this was not sticking for long. So because you cannot just put it behind everything, even just if you want to be funny or trolling people, I don't know. So so for the conversation, we'll need some different answers there for the situation.
Yeah, totally. So do we maybe have any questions from the audience on Bitcoin mining and energy usage and like the protocol of Bitcoin itself, like how that is working and how that is being governed?
Yeah, I can't think of any yet. I've been listening in. It sounds interesting, though. I think we should probably kill the banks first before it becomes an issue.
Yeah, I think the question is exactly how do we kill the banks, because they're already kind of to their throat themselves and just don't know, help pushing. I don't know. I think depends on which bank, because banks is also such a big topic, right? Because there could be a community bank that's just locally in my city, and they just help me on financial services, because sometimes it's complicated. Even with Bitcoin, some people will enjoy maybe having somebody helping them on custody or even on doing transactions or something. So I think there will always be this kind of good bank I can think of, at least as a helping in the service industry. But the other part of the bank, the credit system, this whole thing, there's a lot of reasons why this is going so wrong. And even because we were talking before on the CO2 side, so even the funny thing is, even if you listen to the climate scientists, they often also say, in the end, if you think in long term, we need to abolish the credit money system we have right now, because it's demanding constant growth to stay stable. Otherwise, it will get unstable. And this constant growth is exactly why we have a lot of pollution stuff going on. So this is the base system that the whole economic system is running on, is the money, and if we have if it needs constant growth there, it's determine everything. So this is something we need to change. What they often do is they're a little bit more open in what can come up with it. So they're also open to other, maybe people call it some socialist ideas or whatever. But there's also people that very openly saying from the climate scientist side that, okay, maybe we just need another way of capitalism, and not capitalism we have right now. So they're even open to different views on that kind of topic. So, and I think this is where Bitcoin could fit in. But I understand also, if a climate scientist hears about Bitcoin in the first, I can understand not maybe seeing it as the first candidate they want to call out to be their hero. So, but there's definitely potential in there for Bitcoin to be an answer to that. And personally, I think it's the most realistic answer we have to replacing the banks right now. If somebody can tell me another way that we replace banks besides Bitcoin or alternative to Bitcoin that's very in our hands right now, please let me know, because just pure interest, I like to have alternatives.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin is the best bet. And I think the climate issue will probably become important. But I believe that the climate scientists, they've been pushing it because, there's probably a crisis coming soon. So in the creative process, capitalism itself, when you're creative, your first solution is never efficient. So it will inevitably produce CO2 maybe, or something similar. So the reason they are pushing it so hard now is to warn everybody. People, you have to cut it out with the creative process. We can't afford it anymore. But I think the issue for Bitcoin is a bit different. The thing is, before you can tackle the climate issue, it has to survive a state attack first, and it has to kill the banks. You can't really push the climate issue before that happens.
Yeah, no, that's a little bit what's the kind of priorities, right? And this is a little bit what I was talking about: short-term thinking and long-term thinking. I can totally understand that in the short term, because we have tipping points before us. I can see that every pressure is on reducing short-term reductions and find quick ways to compensate what's happening right now or happened in the past. I definitely can understand this short-term perspective. But on the long term, there's for Bitcoin, and this is the key thing, you cannot say we don't want a Bitcoin. Okay, then they don't want a Bitcoin because of whatever, but it will still be there. So, and it will be there with us for the next 10 years, whatever. Like, it depends how long you think. So this will not go away easily. So yeah, it will be there, and we need to handle it in a kind of respond to the way that works in both kind of ways, short term and long term.
Well, yeah, the climate issue isn't important. It is really important, but it's not important for the reason most people think. If the state attacks Bitcoin, they caught marijuana growers here over the world because of their energy footprint. Yes, and probably in the next few years, they're just going to start hunting Bitcoin miners. I could easily foresee that happening, and they will have to lower their energy footprint if they want to or they don't want to. They will have to. So they will have no choice. I don't think so. It's going to be a natural process. That's maybe the argument to say to libertarians. You will have no choice.
The state will come for you, or it's the society
Exactly.
will come. Yeah, and I think normally libertarians, there's always a thing. Sometimes they can think very practically, but they like to think very theoretically. Then they tell you something very praxeologically, and then they talk about, I don't know, something like it's confusing. But I also say in the end, at the moment, the politics kind of screwed up because they were not looking at the topic, and it's even not the biggest topic on their list because it's not the biggest topic on the whole list. So but it will come. And if politics is not coming, then local communities will come because you're using electricity from a local place somewhere, and this is in competition to local communities. They want to power their homes, whatever. So there will be always some political influence on the miners, and you cannot hide this anymore. This is not cypherpunk anymore. If you run a complete big mining rig factory, whatever, this is something on the map. You have the heat signature. You're draining energy from the system somewhere, so you're definitely spottable. Especially with those amounts of energy. So there will be no hiding for those places in the end. You maybe can imagine somewhere in a garden you have, but then again, you're talking about home mining again. This is not industrial, really big mining farms, which are the big guys in this game. So they cannot hide. So either way, somebody will come and let them know that this is not possible. So, but that's still something politics. Politics has to deliver. We don't see this.
Yeah, I don't really believe in politics. I think a technological solution is always the best solution. But what I'm wondering, the issue I'm struggling with now, supposedly if we go over to renewables, will it have the same security as fossil fuels? Because the most important thing right now is to survive a state attack. That's the issue I'm seeing right now.
That's interesting. Personally, from my first kind of guess, I would say no. There would be no difference if it would be renewable energy in the security of the system and to surviving a state attack. But maybe, and now you start to let me think further. Because we have to think, is there some other structure in a renewable energy grid? And the interesting thing I'm seeing compared to what we had with fossil fuels, it's even more decentralized because it's more smaller kind of setups, personal setups. People have stuff on their homes. So it's a very decentralized solution from the beginning, I think. Sure, if you have a big windmill or a windmill park, this is also something happening there, but compared to what we had with fossil fuels, I think it's a much more decentralized network. So I think even this will make it even harder for state attacks because then the state would have to utilize also all those private thingies and maybe force everybody to with their power to mine something or so. So I'm not have completely think this through. This is just my first guesses, but I'm seeing a more decentralized structure there, and I think this will make it even more harder with if Bitcoin is powered by renewable energies more.
I agree with that, but technically the most sustainable source of energy is nuclear power. The renewables are very decentralized, but they will affect more environment than we think, than we can even imagine. because of the metals which are used to produce them, and how we can utilize them in the future.
I think nuclear power is definitely something that's out there. I'm not final on the topic. It just comes from Germany. I'm very skeptic of nuclear power. But at the end, I can see it at least as also as a short-term solution. I don't know, because we build such a thing, it runs some years. So if you know about buying the new of them, we will have them around for the next 30 years, whatever. So it's quite also a long-term thing. But yeah, regarding to the climate situation we have right before us, I think some countries would go this way to put more into nuclear. Now you're asking an interesting question: if we see more nuclear power for mining, how is this about the state attack? So this is a changing infrastructure. So is this more vulnerable to state attacks than what we have right now with a more distributed kind of energy mix in different mines?
I don't know anything about this, but everything you guys say sounds very plausible.
Now, I'm just thinking about, because a nuclear plant is something a state definitely has some grip on. So you don't let this thing completely out of your control. This is a very centralized point. And that we have country has few of them, so it's not many around. I know some people talking about also a nuke in your garden or whatever thing. I don't know, but again, this is then the private mining thing again, because if you get to a certain size, government will definitely, or the people around you at least, will ask questions what's happening. So yeah, so I think it definitely makes it a little bit more centralized if it's more powered by nuclear. But again, as long as this is distributed over the world, and again, at the moment we have the centralization in miners, China still. But I think China started now to kick out the fossil miners, so we have to see where those end up. So yeah, this is still moving. So it's interesting to think what might change. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Lightning? Ruth, can I ask you about the lightning?
Yeah, sure. What's the question?
Are you not afraid that the Lightning Network in the future will be so much centralized?
There's the decentralization risks was discussed in the beginning, and this was even the first time Elizabeth Stark was visiting Room 77, I think, very early on with Lalu. They were around. And we had the discussion about Lightning, because I was also still on the very skeptical side when I heard about it in the beginning. And especially I asked about the centralization thing. And what is true, and I think what's still true, is that the network will have kind of bigger nodes in there. There's already people competing about these positions. But I think what clicked for me was that you're always free to build around those nodes. There will never be, or at least never start, but they will have a hard time to forbid you or take control over the network. It's very hard. So because it's all the open source process, we have a good rollout on full nodes. So a lot of people out there deciding which way to go. So the corporate takeover, I don't see of the network itself. If somebody has points there, please raise them. On the other side, the network structure itself, there will be those bigger hubs, but we will always be able to route around them if needed. And this is the freedom of this network to always reorganize and to not be, and very quickly also kind of depends how much the on-chain fees are. They are slowing this reorg more and more down, I think. But it's still possible if there's something really bad happening, people will put in the investment to route around stuff. There may be some users then not easily reachable, because if you have such big services like Song giving everybody free inbound liquidity, so all these mobile wallets might be disconnected from routing to some kind of part of the network, but still, because you also still have the onion routing, it makes it very, very easy to even use parts of a bigger network in a private way. So again, I think, yeah, there's still centralization risk, but I don't see it it as a big danger. If you can paint a dangerous situation or really a tech situation of taking over the network, please discuss.
Okay, I am asking because I'm thinking about that when we've got the bigger fees on chain, it's hard to open cheaply new channels, and it might be hard when the price of Bitcoin will be going higher and higher and higher. The second part is inbound liquidity. It's also hard to do some payments because of that.
Yeah, this is what I meant with the on-chain situation might slow this speed of the reorgs that are possible down. This is what I meant with that. If those fees go up, this is definitely something to consider. But it's also in the long term, we all kind of a little bit in the wait to see how the bigger onboarding will go on, because of course if there's a new very big hype is coming in. This puts also very much pressure on the opening channel fees. And of course there are the services like Song and those services that provide you free inbound capacity, but again it binds you a little bit into their kind of routing world. That's a little bit the trade-off you have right now. But I think as far as I heard, those companies are pumping out those inbound liquidity new users, and they open the channel kind of for you for there's some fees involved. I think those kind of also will get higher a bit. But this is at least for the short term still working. Long term, there is definitely the question: how do we get more efficient channel opening done? And the one thing is also we see what possibilities we get with all the taproot activation, and to see how we can even then get cheap openings of maybe multiple channels at one time, and then having more like payment factories, channel factories. But those concepts are still really to be determined, and we're still waiting on the blockchain side to get some more room there or some more efficient ways to put it in there.
Do you believe that there is a space in Lightning Network space for small routers, for small entities which are routing the move in the network? Or
yeah, I definitely can see this because the smaller nodes give you exactly the possibility to route through those bigger ones. So if you, for example, in a country that's a little bit authoritarian kind of, and there is some bigger hubs that provide some inbound liquidity for free and whatever. So, but they are provided by your state bank. So, for example, then you always have the freedom to connect also to the network, but through other nodes. And I think that's exactly where you will also use smaller routing nodes to even cover your tracks a bit. Because it always, when you run them even behind Tor, then you connect to the old Tor network routes out there. So you will try to really, and those are all those little kind of smaller nodes you will more and more use. And because there's also a little bit of a trust level between channel partners, not in that they can steal your funds, but a little bit also in that for example, if you somehow pay money to open this channel, that they really keep it up and all this stuff. So sure, also the smaller nodes, I think because there's this little social trust is more and more needed. I think there will be also some connections there. But at least found that somebody on an internet forum you talk a little bit with or something. So sure, it's always the thing. If you run it in a very privileged situation, you can just go with a hub and spine kind of network, and everybody's good. So hey, tomorrow Google is opening up a big Lightning node. Hey, yeah, cool. So everybody just connects to Google, and everybody's connected to Google. In the extreme way, such a situation can happen. So, but again, then people should. We have all those full nodes out there. So those network is available, and it's there. And even if people switch it out for some time because it's needed, they can switch it on very quickly.
Okay, so is it mean that the proper way of doing Lightning node is doing it behind the port?
It's a question what you understand as a proper Lightning node. I would not judge anybody that's not using Tor. So, but for your private setup, if you don't plan to be a big routing node, or at one point you would even maybe switch to another hardware, maybe have a server somewhere. Then I think it just really makes sense when you run your private node behind Tor, because it definitely adds the more privacy layer to running a node. Because otherwise, you have your public IP out there, maybe even if your IP is changing from your service provider, they could normally very easily to map this IP to somebody, at least give you some point of identity there, and you publicly announce to everybody in the world out there, if you run a routing node, what capacities you have. So I would always recommend for private use to switch to Tor. On the rest of it, for the next version, we want to make it more default. At the moment, you choose at the setup, but it's really recommended to turn on.
Okay, should I share my Tor public address, or is it a proper way of doing that? Do only channels with my friends and people who I trust.
Depends, especially on your attack scenario. If you really want to keep very private routing node for your community that's very privacy aware, I would recommend to go through smaller routes first that then are connected to the rest of the network. So and that's definitely, and really to have some kind of trust relation, it's always good to have at least to know where the people are coming from. A bit of something definitely makes sense. At least from which kind of area you're trusting more, that you maybe place a little bit in counter to what you're trying to protect for. So yeah, it definitely makes sense for such situations. If you're really a little bit more on, I'm running a node to be profitable or to earn mining fees, then you play a little bit maybe a different game. Because you want to find more exposed places in the routing network. That might be, so you might be the Tor. I'm not exactly sure how. I think the most valuable places in the routing network will be with TNet, because there's really bigger nodes, and you want to find some routes with bigger nodes. You will try to connect some entry nodes, exit nodes. So yeah, you will play a little bit more in this more public field if you go for higher fee turnout.
Okay, and at this stage, I am thinking about security.
Definitely go for Tor, and mostly connect. Sometimes on meetups, even if you just meet people at meetups, make it to a habit to open just small channels with people you're doing beer with. Not small channels. Maybe today we're talking already. What was small yesterday is already a little bit bigger today, but still, yeah. I think this is a nice strategy to build a good setup on having some good private channels into the network.
Okay, and if someone is using the public node, he should configure VLANs at his router.
Sorry again, the forwarding was the wrong
VLANs at his router, because
you mean like one? You mean if you want to be public with a public IP on the routing, it's about configuring your VLAN or your routing? What is it?
Yes,
your router, your internet routing. Okay.
Yeah, to separate your node from the rest of your network.
Okay, that kind of thing. So this depends really on the situation your local network is. But if you're already in control of the router, you should be kind of good. If you don't see other parties on the network that you really have suspicions about, so if you share your network a lot, so for example, if you share your Wi-Fi, you should share restricted Wi-Fi a bit so that it's not accessible to other nodes on the network. That at least adds some security. Especially if you run an Umbrel node, they still have on the SSH, I think they still have the standard password. Money printer goes through. So if you get into the Wi-Fi of somebody just running an Umbrel and you can contact that one, you can just log in there and get the funds. So it can make sense to separate networks, but on the rest of it, it's protected. This is the password you set in the beginning. It's also set on the SSH. So this is normally a quite okay protection for your local environment. But if you suspect somebody in there or somebody is easily intruding your local network, but that also would mean the router is possibly already under control or at least compromised. So then you should at least do the separation as much as possible. But with Tor, you're already kind of good. So at least on the outside connection side, or local attack vectors, there's some details.
Okay. How often do people should do backup their static channels?
Normally, the static channel backup is you should do this automatically. I know there is some software allows you, but I think RTL to download the channel backup file. You can, if you want to do it just manually, you should do it after every new channel opening or every channel closing. Also, if there was a forced closing or something, it just makes sense to get the channel backup file again and do it manually. But I definitely recommend an automatic backup solution, which is already built into the Raspberry Blitz. So you can even choose to copy to a Dropbox. I know this sounds a little bit strange, but in the end, it's encrypted with your private key that you can reconstruct from your seed words. So in the end, it's a very well encrypted file that you even can store in a kind of more public space like Dropbox. The good thing about Dropbox is it's easily available even for beginners, and even if your whole house burns down, you have a backup somewhere. So if your seed words are safe and if your Dropbox backup is safe, then you're after this burn, then you could reconstruct recover the most of the funds. So some offsite backup, but of course there's always an option to do it with your own server if you have it available and stored there. So remote backup.
Okay, I got last question. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It comes to me. I got a question about watchtowers. As I understood, it's good to have two nodes in two different locations, which I will be looking at each other. Do I really need watchtowers on my own, or I can find someone who will be a node?
Watchtowers, normally what you have to consider is to be secure with your funds you have in a Lightning channel, you need to be mostly online. And if you're online, you're just protected by the time lock you had on the setup when you open the channel. So if you have 100 blocks, so you have maybe 100 blocks, the node can be turned off or be offline. But then it would be best to have it online again, so that you can find if somebody's cheating, if the channel partner is cheating you, and you can protect your funds. Again, because you cannot completely calculate the risk of being out longer. So that's a watchtower idea to have running to give you extra security. So while you're offline, that the watchtower is monitoring the blockchain and to discover maybe your channel partner trying to cheat you and prevent that. So it makes sense if you really have a node with some serious funds on it and running and routing. It definitely makes sense to consider the option of a watchtower. And what's an LND at the moment is because normally you have a service outside. So why should somebody put work into something? So there were some ideas how you can incentivize people to run watchtowers. What we have so far, and what you can use quickly, there's the Eye of Satoshi you can run yourself. I have to look at this. People already have some kind of incentivized payment in there. But on the other side, the LND, which is part of the Raspberry Blitz or even the other full nodes, LND allows you to kind of watch each other's back kind of for voluntary. So I watch your back, you watch my back. You could kind of just put those watchtowers against each other. So you would not run two full nodes, but what you would do, you would pair up with somebody or even two other people. So you distribute it a little bit more. And then you can kind of pair up and you play watchtower over each other. So this is kind of fair agreement then.
So
it's 4:45 p.m. on the West Coast. The price of Bitcoin is up 4.5% in the last 24 hours, with a last of 51,649, a high of 51,682, and a low of $49,009. That's $1 for 1,936 Satoshis. Back to you, Christian.
Yeah, great to have you back, but I need a second for private time. So if you can now moderate it quickly, would be great.
I'm generally around. Two microphones. I'm generally around, but your guys are doing so great. I'm just letting it happen. But like on the news, they would go to that little break at the quarter hour, and I was like, this will be so fun.
Yeah, maybe you just go ahead and take that little break, Roots, and then you come back and keep answering that question that Piotr had, because I'm also really interested in what he's asking.
Yes, but you can take. No one gets any breaks anymore. Done. This is a 24-hour talk radio. It just goes on and on and on. We want to see if we can break it. But yeah, we need more people to share the link, to give us a thumbs up, and right now to give us that fist emoji. Show us that you're out there, audience. Yeah, fist. Very cool. Because yeah, I think this is super fun. It doesn't. I don't know what the bandwidth requirements are. We have 11 viewers on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 1 on Periscope, and about 10 here in the room. So we're a gang of 30 people hanging out, talking about Bitcoin on Sunday, but it's getting very late out there in Europe. So I know you guys are all going to leave soon, but you can keep going if you want, if you got the spirit.
I'm okay. I'm done with my private time, so I'm back. And I heard about there was a question. Sorry, please maybe repeat it again, and I'm happy to continue.
Is it possible to set watchtower between Umbro and Rapidly? They are both LND, as I remember.
Yeah, I think you need to do it manually in the config on the Umbro. I haven't checked the complete feature list. I haven't seen it, that there is something on the dashboard or so. So I think it's something you could do if you really go onto the terminal on Umbro and then really go into the manual configuration of the LND file. So you could really go the complete manual way to set it up. This should work, but I'm not actually sure how much it survives on updates. So, but basically you should be able to.
I'm asking because some people will be using Rapidly, which is, in my opinion, much better, but the Umbro is more plug and play, and some people use one and another, and sometimes it's good to have people who will be watching at your notes.
Yeah, and this definitely makes sense. Then even with people, because some people just got to turn it up a little bit out from learning experience, and then maybe to use it a little bit for private use. But again, it's maybe then a little bit, it's much infrastructure you have there in your hands for little use. Then just turning it into a watchtower for a friend or somebody you know, this could be just a nice service to do. And definitely would make sense with all the nodes that are out there. Even if they're umbrella, whatever, like, it's not a problem. So we should watch each other back either way. So that's definitely should work. Should definitely good idea to do this more.
Ruth, I want to say thank you for all what are you doing. Have a good evening. Bye, everybody. It was
thank you.
Really nice.
I enjoyed the discussion. Thank you for the questions.
Very good. Let's see what else is going on, guys.
I was just thinking, what you told earlier. Why are those people? There's a lot of people that like to be on Clubhouse and like to be speakers. I just realized, because I was speaking a lot now the last kind of minutes, I was realizing that it's more like a thinking out loud process often. Sometimes you already thought about stuff and you just kind of saying it out loud again, and always validate it if it makes sense in your kind of view. So even with the questions from people. So I at least enjoy it because of these of this. You can validate your own thought process. So but a lot of people I think also like to just spread or I'm there, hello, and this is cool too. So if you want to test your microphone, even if you just want to test your microphone, try this out. This is a new feature called Spaces. I heard. I also just new on this one. Happy that it works so far. Yeah. So just say hello.
Hi. Does this work?
It works. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey. Yeah. I'm doing a couple things, but I basically am doing a full-time job. I'm trying to transition to like crypto or DeFi. I've been following the space. I'm an artist, music guy, but I've been doing like a auditing job, right? So been following it for a while. I obviously have some Bitcoin, and like started a newsletter where I review NFT artist work. I know some people don't think NFTs are a thing. That's fine. I'm just trying to give exposure to artists overall, because a lot of them are photographers and legit artists outside of NFTs. And so that's the project I'm working on, but I also have other skill sets. So just want to network and say hi. And if there's any artists that want to feature, I can also help you out.
That's super cool. I'm going to follow you. Thanks for being here.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a great way to get into Bitcoin and crypto, to try to network with artists and get them together and help them with a promotion and other stuff. Even if the NFT thing doesn't work out, it's still great for artists and for them to get into crypto. My main thing is just to try to earn some Bitcoin. So get paid in Bitcoin, maybe get a job that you can do where you get paid in Bitcoin. And if you get donations for your newsletter or something, try to just save them. And don't think of them as something that you have. Try to hide them from yourself, and hide them from yourself for 5 years, and then look at them then.
Yeah, I would agree. I have some that I just don't touch. I don't trade Bitcoin ever. And I plan on converting most of the DeFi stuff I have now through this, hopefully quarter 2, and convert that to Bitcoin and just not look at it.
Yeah, that's a smart move, I think.
Yeah, and definitely do all the altcoins, all the DeFi, all the NFT. Do anything you want to do, but if you get profits, take them back into Bitcoin, right? That's what I'd say. So go have your fun, but get those profits.
Right. Yeah. I was listening where they're talking about the growth of there's only 5% market. Only 5% of the market has been reached at that Bitcoin could potentially reach. So even if you got 50% growth, that'd be a 10x from here of just the market size. That's pretty interesting to think about.
Absolutely, and I think from an artist perspective, when you have a deflationary money, it really shifts your incentive from producing as much as you can to producing as much as you like, because you just don't have to put work out there all the time to keep making money. So yeah, it's a cool idea what you're doing, I think.
Yeah, I was saying hi because you put it out there, but I don't want to take up everything.
Oh no, go ahead, please. Nothing to take up right now.
Yeah, we're just hanging out, testing the Spaces thing, and of course we're a little bit Bitcoin centric. But NFT was somewhere also in the description from us, so I think it's totally fair to also share your experience on that side.
I would say the extent of it is I always created art. Like, so I was in the military. During the military, I was always painting and stuff. And so I decided to tokenize it last year when I learned you could do that, and it was pretty cool. And it's just grown from there in terms of obviously I haven't made a lot. I mean, I haven't made a lot of money from it, but I've made a lot of network, connections, that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of interesting people trying to figure out what to do with both Bitcoin and just the technology that's come out. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, I think the same way. I think Josh said something really nice before when he was here. He said that, when you're trying, like, there's a lot of people that hate on like NFTs and all the stuff that's going on right now, but there's really no need to. And I see it the same way, because you're trying to compare like bananas to apples, right? Like Bitcoin is a money. It's just a so much more different thing to what's been trying to be done with the NFTs. And we can all learn from that, like we can just see where it's going, learn and figure out, what to do then.
Well, I guess I first got drawn in 2017. The thing is the story, right? 2017, it was more the hype that I got drawn to, and I think realizing that the power of Bitcoin is the story. There is the actual, financial stuff that really is tied to the story, and I think NFTs and the more crypto really makes you look at your life around you and realize how much of reality is the story. So I think
money
that's
isn't
the
real ever since we
potential.
got off the gold standard.
Yeah, I see it exactly the same way. Nice to hear you say that. So it's been getting pretty late for me. I think I'm going to have to go to bed so I don't pull another accidental Twitter Spaces all-nighter, because I'd like to do that on Clubhouse sometimes. But this was a really, really great conversation, you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
have a
hanging
good
out.
night.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Ciao.
Good night. All right, let's keep it going.
Yeah,
Anyone in the audience, if you want to come up, please request to speak. I had it set where initially it was just supposed to add everyone as a speaker, but I think that broke or something. Maybe if you go over 20 people, it like gives up. But if you want to speak, come on up. Tell us about Bitcoin. Tell us about what you're working on. It was interesting to hear about that guy's projects that he's working on, linking NFT artists together. Again, any kind of thing that links people together, I'm in favor of, even if it's around NFTs. I don't care. So yeah, I think it's fun. And also enjoyed what you guys were saying about the Lightning Network earlier, getting into some good details. And I could barely hear that guy, but you guys were getting his questions out. So that was really cool. Let's see. Ich bin mit einen Hound wandern gehen. Yeah.
Wo willst du hin?
I went hiking. I went hiking with my hound in einen Park. Yeah.
Du warst mit deinem Hund spazieren.
With my dog, did I play? Yeah. But meinen Hound ist more interested in other dogs. I don't know. But nah, he had fun. He smelled everything. We went to the river, but I forgot what river is. Meer. Es ein klein Meer. But yeah, practicing.
So that you're feeling good with the dog, right? So it's a good thing to have a dog around.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. I got super lucky. We got my dog from the shelter, and my friends kept telling me to get a small dog. Smaller dog, smaller poops, smaller everything. And yeah, they're totally right. He's a little small dog, and he just fits in great. And he hangs out, and sleeps on the couch, and does his dog thing and plays with toys, and especially with the whole lockdown thing, and going to stay in for at least another 3 months here or until we can get the vaccine. It's great to get a dog, and yeah, my friends. The only problem is, yeah, the dog's so cute. My friends are coming over to see the dog, and I'm like, no, you can't come over. Like, you can't quarantine. Like, my whole my bubble. And then my friends have kids, right? And like, I like kids, and it's great and everything, but the kids go to a little like summer school or something, so the kids are possible infection vectors, and it multiplies out. It goes like 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. The kid. So yeah, so that part about it's not great. So I'm still trying to live and trying to get to the vaccine and so forth. Victory is a vaccine. But
Yeah.
it's starting to get there.
You should just post ugly photos of your dog so that nobody wants to visit you until lockdown is over, and then you can really tell everybody how cute your dog is. That's
Oh
good.
man, it's not just me. He's the cutest dog. It's not just the owner blindness. It's like, nah, he's pretty legitimately cute. But no, we're getting there. It's starting to change. Whereas before, when this thing just started, I could tell you, like, I wish there would be a vaccine. Now I can tell you several of my friends around me have gotten the vaccine. Like, they've gotten it because their parents have gotten it because they're older. My parents have gotten it because they're older. My friends have gotten it because they're educators. They work at the school. It's a vital job. And yeah, it's starting to get there. I mean, I don't think it's getting to, middle-aged dudes that hang out on YouTube and Clubhouse and YouTube, Twitter Spaces all day. I don't think they've gotten to that level of importance. But someday they're going to have it there, or they'll have it where you can just go down to the local drugstore and get one, or your doctor is going to send you an email. It's going to say, hey, come on down, get that vaccine. Let's get on that team human. Let's kill that virus. And I'm going to be like, yeah, let's do it. Woo. I want to be a space monkey. So it's going to be great.
Yeah, I also had the trick because you have the credit cards you could pay with, like swipe, right? So and I heard what is a good nice thing is like to just slip one behind your glove or something. So you're at the register, and you just say, it'll be like, oh, so you pay, yeah, and you just swipe over the terminal, and then if the other people looks like, you just say, oh, this is great, this new vaccine with the microchip, I just love it. So easy. If you get the microchip, you just demonstrate how easy it is to pay with.
Yeah, we're starting to get those microchip things, but we're still way behind. We have tons of swiping.
Yeah, what happened?
Going on
what happened
here.
to that one? I wanted to see the feature list. If it would be an open source thing, I would maybe think about. Not sure. I'm not decided yet on cyber implants, but yeah.
Well, we know. Martin has a cyber implant, and he could do it to like open things and pay for things. It works.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a passive thing.
Yeah. So I have to say, so I'm still missing out on that one. I haven't seen any in the wild yet. But just maybe keep a program now to keep it secret. I don't know. Something's happening.
You haven't seen it? Oh man, Martin will show you. It's in his skin. It's in his hand, and he'll point at it, and he'll go knocker, and like it moves, and you're like, there's a little capsule in there. And basically, not to spoil it, because there's been lots of articles about this and stuff. And what he did is they have that little chip that they do for dogs and cats, and it's a veterinary type chip. And Martin had them install one into his hand. And then he made it so that he could put like a Bitcoin key on there, or he could put a key for his smart lock or some kind of thing. And then just like you think, he waves his hand over the thing and it reads the key, and there you go. And that's it. And then he put like another one in for Litecoin. And yeah. And then now I think he just uses them for business cards or something. I don't think he uses them that much, but it's an option. It's a thing a person could do.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I really hope they get on speed with the vaccines here in Germany now. Really slow, man. It's really pissed me off.
Do you feel hopeful there? Like, are you in a lockdown still, but you feel hopeful because we have the vaccine, or how does it feel?
I think at the moment everybody's kind of starting to get frustrated on the politicians that handle the situation in one or the other way. So, so things like people, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a real positive outview. It's more like, let's see what next shit is happening.
That's too bad. I feel like we've made some major horrible setbacks here with Texas and Missouri and Florida, who have just completely opened up and are basically working for the virus. Because even if you don't go there and all those things, if the virus mutates because these idiots are out there spreading the virus, it's bad for everyone because the mutation could eventually be strong enough to hop over the vaccine. So that's very bad. But as far as this thing, I feel pretty close to the vaccine, and I feel like in general, society-wise, we know a lot more about the virus. We have much more information. We know how to avoid it better, and I feel like I'm starting to even all right now. I was picturing. I was like, what would I like to do if I could do anything right now on Sunday if it was the old world? Now, I mean, I know, Christian, it's the middle of the night there for you, but here on the West Coast, it's 5 o'clock in the evening. So it's very much a world of possibilities. Could go out to some kind of Mexican cantina bar. They'd have chips and salsa and drinks and loud music and football on the TV, all kinds of stuff, right? I mean, we could be doing it up. And I feel like in a lot of ways with the virus that we're already starting to plan are what we're going to do when we go back outside. And I'm going to go shopping here. And I'm going to go shopping here. And I'm going to go look at this. And I'm going to go look at this. And I'm going to drive here. And I'm going to maybe get on an airplane again. I don't know. Not for a while. But yeah, I don't know. It feels good. But who knows? Maybe that's too much too soon.
Yeah, I think as long as it was winter in Germany, you could kind of range with staying more inside. So the weather was also kind of a good excuse. But now that it's getting warmer, it would be nice to see a little bit more. Kind of, I think doing stuff in the outside things more like, yeah, it would be nice if more people would have the possibility to get vaccinated, because a lot of people want and they just can't. So.
Yeah, I went for a walk by the park and it was full of people, and it looked like a lot of people were having a party. And parties are the worst because it means multiple families or multiple groups of people mixing, which virus-wise is the best opportunity for the virus to spread. And of course, no one was wearing masks. I kind of like now that, like, because I have this mask that hangs around my neck, so whenever I don't feel comfortable, I put the mask on, and I kind of like that I have that option now as an already kind of socially awkward person. Whenever I'm just like, whatever, I can just put on a mask now, and it's socially acceptable for me to cruise anywhere I want. I had a mask, sunglasses, and a hat on. I looked like the Invisible Man. It was so fun.
Yeah, to have masks more acceptable in public, I think, is a good thing. Of course, the state mandating to is discussable, but to have the option is great. And I even think that the states that are now kind of socially outban masks because it's political climate is changing or something, I think they don't do themselves a benefit in the end. Just because they make it socially. The social freedom to wear a mask like something political, and then thank you for that. Fuck you. I just want to wear a mask, and I don't want to get into political debate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because what the state's doing there is they're withdrawing their political cover. The state's providing cover for the businesses, saying that, okay, now it might not be so bad to reopen, right? If you go into a small shop somewhere and you both wear masks and you both don't have COVID, then you're not going to get it from that small shop, right? But if you go into a small shop somewhere and you both don't wear masks and one of you does have COVID, then you've just increased your chances of getting it. So they're going for the double down, right? They're not just doing the one bad thing. They're going to do the two bad things. And again, a libertarian perspective is like, who cares? Like they can do what they want with their bodies, right? And I get that. Most of them will only get lightly sick. Only some of them will die. And in some of them will have long COVID, horrible things happen to them, right? But the problem is it also affects everyone else, because I hate to preview the future, but if the virus does mutate, and we can just generally say that the virus needs, 100 people to mutate, it needs 1,000 people, it needs X number of people, right? By opening up Texas, by opening up Florida, by the people across the street in the park having a party, 3 months early, they could make this thing go on for 2 years. This thing could be a yearly COVID shot. This could be a constant problem. Whereas if we could just hold it down a little longer, we could wipe this thing out, Sorry, go ahead, Christian.
I think this is just kind of a dear sometimes. For those people that are politically aware, I think they just want to milk the cow longer. So some people profiting from this crisis. So I don't know exactly. Some industries, I don't know. So I don't know how to. I didn't want to get political of that.
Somewhere somebody gets a Ferrari. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, it's like Lenin says, you look for who benefits, and I am the walrus. So
yeah, but again, I think seeing this virus spreading is shit for your community. So because there's always this idea that we can protect the elderly just like perfect, just lock them away, and we need this vaccine to work. So because we want to still visit our parents, and so so this needs to work somehow, and it's just a small mass. So really, I don't know.
Well, they sold us all this kind of happy talk that they were pre-producing millions of vaccines, and that whichever vaccine succeeded, they would just instantly have a bunch of doses. And I love that happy talk. And I wish that it had come true, because it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like they have millions of doses instantly. And I do think that the vaccine is going to help, and it's going to help against the virus. But it seems more and more, and this goes to a larger, I won't go that political, but kind of to the Trump thing and the other thing. And we have it's a spaceship, right? And I feel like we have kind of an ignorance problem, or a people who have believed in, things that weren't that good for a while problem. And it's okay to be spiritual. It's okay to be other things and all these other things. But I feel like this kind of allowing of people to be non-scientific and to deny the reality has led us to this point where reality denial has gotten so big that now it's a whole new thing to fight.
Yeah, there was how is this guy called on television? I sometimes watch him. He said the problem is a little bit that we have too much awareness, and this awareness gets so tiresome for us that we didn't set it, but that we choose the bliss of ignorance. So and ignorance became trendy again because people were so much. There were awareness. You have to be aware of everything nowadays, and this stresses people. And the only thing I ask is like, if I get the stressing part, but if we want to self-govern ourselves, we need to be aware of much more. So there's a lot of more stuff than you have to be aware of. So I'm just thinking about that those people that are already kind of celebrating this ignorance as a trend, or sometimes even as a rebellion against the system. I think the alternative just means that you need to be more aware. I don't see this perspective how this could be the relief. So yeah, not sure. But people maybe just think of stuff that's happening around them, and then they're projected then in any direction. So then.
Well, I mean, he got in a lot of trouble for saying this, but Sam Harris had a really interesting idea, and this got very political with the Islamic people and this so forth. But what he said basically is we should have a conversational intolerance. for certain things. And now he was mainly talking about religious things, but I would also go kind of here towards unscientific things. We just need to kind of start calling people on it, and then we need to empower more people to call people on it. And then eventually maybe we can all just kind of say, okay, there are physics, there are cause and effects, like there's too much carbon, there's too much pollution, like there's certain changes that we could make as an attitude. I always come back to Buckminster Fuller and his book Spaceship Earth. And what he talked about is just seeing the entire planet as an ecosystem. And if you think about it this way, you know, certainly the approach right now, and I think you guys touched on it a little bit earlier, is about growth, and that we're running a capitalist economy. And that, if you don't know, that means that if we have 100% this year, we need to get 110% next year. We need to grow our market. I once worked for startups, and a startup, if it's not growing, you know, it's over. Like, it has to be on fire all the time. And that's great for motivation and for building big businesses and having a Facebook and even a Twitter Spaces right here. But that's not great for a closed system like a Spaceship Earth, for our environment. Our environment, what at least the thinking now is that we need a more conservationist approach, right? An approach where instead of like Josh said, instead of getting a new car, even if it's electric and really cool, you should ride the old car out because it costs so much to get that metal and to put it together and to do all that stuff. And that we could run an economy where instead of getting a new phone every year, you fix your phone every year and you put a new chip in it, and like modding stuff and more control over things. So that's a mindset shift, and that's something that we have to do. And it feels like Bitcoin contributes to that, contributes to the conservation of things.
Yeah, definitely. The built into the system, this need to grow, and it's because we're not running on a credit system, right? So and then credit always demands. So to pay off the credit you got in the beginning, you have interest there, and so this demands growth of more demanding of credit for the economy. So that needs to be, I don't know, it's, as far as I understand this credit system, they need really this growth to stay sustainable, or at least to stay stable. Sustainable is exactly the problem they have. And yeah, so Bitcoin could be a different money system that really is not depending on this constant growth. It can produce growth if it's economically everything is working, like then the economy is growing when using the same amount of Bitcoin. That's kind of a healthy growth then, and it's maybe much slower growth that we used to, and even some society systems are used to have. First is the state investing a lot of money quickly, just printing and investing is a quick way to do stuff. If it's in the end really good growth you have, it's always a discussion. So yeah, it will be different thing, but definitely for the environment, for this kind of whole starship thing that you talked about, that it's all a ship, a big ship, a system that's kind of close system that needs to function in itself, definitely would be a better operating system than an economical one.
Well, and I think the Spaceship Earth thinking and the, you know, holistic global thinking also puts me to say that we're underutilizing a lot of groups of people on a lot of continents, right? A lot of groups of people could be scientists and writers and second level people and designers and managers and whatever we need, right? We could be doing more. And that's why I think as soon as you start thinking of the planet that way, instead of thinking like America versus Germany or Germany versus Japan or some kind of game where we're playing against each other, it's more like trying to efficiently use the resources of the planet for the good of the people. And then it's like, oops, I'm a socialist and we destroyed everything. Yeah, but I still think that these ideas are valid. Yeah.
Yeah, because here comes a point. The question is, I think even I hear from a lot of people that are very more on the libertarian side. I think the idea is they're searching for something decentralized that could work to coordinate. Just that the free market is here, the big invisible hand that's talked about a lot. that will coordinate everything to the best resource use and will organize the system you're talking about. So the question is really, and that was what I think, what OS is this system is running on. And I think if we have a credit system, there's a lot of problem there. If we have Bitcoin, it at least gives you an idea for a more fairer system there, and hopefully managing the growth better than the last system. Not sure. I think this is exactly what a lot of academics are looking for. Something that's maybe more optimal, because capitalism still has also misallocations, especially when it comes about external utilities. So there's always a search for a balance for that, and I don't know. I think it's not completely. We should keep looking how we find good balances for our local systems, and if we keep it locally stable, I think it's a good decentralized way. If you take care about you locally, what are you doing about your consequences, and then try to get further step by step. And if we get good there, I think this really could be benefit for. Or do we need a world government? That would be the other kind of solutions people thinking about. But I think there should be world coordination, maybe a little bit exchange. We should talk to each other. It's a good idea, I think. But yeah, world government always. When black helicopters, where does the black helicopters come? I heard they. Are those black helicopters real, or is this just the U.S. paranoid thing?
We've got fantastic helicopters.
Yeah, those black ones. The Blackwater was running ones, or
the most important thing to know about helicopters is that before the Vietnam War, Bell Helicopter was going out of business, so the CIA invested in the helicopter company. Then the United States found it in a war where the best solution was to lose and use a lot of helicopters. Isn't that great? It's like you find a knife or you find a hammer and suddenly everything is a nail, right? And you're just like,
if you make money with this, you want everybody to use this hammer.
Yeah, this is the best hammer. It solves all your problems. So now, I mean, we've got all kinds of great helicopters. We've got a question out there in the YouTube chat. And remember, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to give us a thumbs up and a share, subscribe down below. And if you want to join us, this is Twitter Spaces. Everybody before was telling me Clubhouse is elitist, man. Clubhouse doesn't allow the Android people in. Clubhouse has to have invites, and they're stealing your address book, and all these things. They happened to me, man. And I got to go to Clubhouse, and it was fun. And I'm still cool with Clubhouse, but they definitely did all that stuff to me. But now we're here in Twitter Spaces in the great wide open. So if you want this Twitter space to be bigger, join us as a speaker, share the Twitter space, retweet it, learn how to use it, and welcome to Twitter Spaces. But it says in the chat, Crypt Loco, are there NFTs on BTC, Christian, or is it just Counterparty? Maybe Crypt Loco knows the answer here. On Counterparty, there is actually. So there's rare Pepes for sure, old school, respect, and even along the same side as rare Pepes, I had one called Curio Cards that was on Ethereum, and it was like an NFT. They were like baseball cards; you could collect them. You want to talk about things that are really rare? Curio Cards are rare, but I don't think there are NFTs on Christian, right? On BTC, right? Yeah, there's gonna be, right? RGB or some second layer, Lightning, something could do it.
Yeah, there is at the moment. There's Liquid is also a kind of second layer solution that's already out there and running, and they have the possibility to create all kind of tokens there on your Liquid Bitcoin sidechain. Personally, I'm at least a little bit. You have to understand the Liquid network is more federated, so there's a federation of companies in the end that have a little bit more control over the network. It's mostly designed fair, but again, you're entering a kind of very federated space, so keep in mind. But that's working on Bitcoin in the end. And there are kind of NFTs around. So I think I have some tokens. I have not one non-fungible thing. I have some tokens from a friend. Just we tried. Still have to ask what I can do with it. Yeah. So and RGB is kind of setting up their infrastructure as a project to run also tokens, NFTs, smart contract kind of styles on Bitcoin, and should be working on Lightning also soon. At least in the demonstration, they didn't have Lightning in there yet. They have a very early developer presentation of their wallet. And yeah, they put also NFT tokens soon, kind of also on other technologies.
I do feel like we're really hitting the sweet spot of technology right here. We're talking about Bitcoin on Twitter Spaces. Then I'm using technology to broadcast us on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. Shout out to the people on Twitch. There's not many of you. Subscribe. And Facebook too. And then at the same time, it's being broadcast back onto Twitter with Periscope. It feels like we're everywhere, man. And anyone could join. Anyone can join right in. If you're in the audience, raise your hand. There's a request button. You can request to be a speaker. But just in general, I feel like we could keep this running, man. This is the originally back in 2014, in February of 2014, when I started the World Crypto Network. My brother and I were watching Anchorman 2. And I love Anchorman the movie, and I love even more Anchorman 2, even though the second half is wildly uneven with the shark. But in Anchorman 2, the boys basically, they invent CNN, and at the same time they invent Fox News. And they say, why don't we make news where we give the people what they want? And they're very emotional about the news. They feel the news at their viewers. And at the same time, they're creating this thing called 24-hour cable news. And the guy says, you're crazy, 24-hour cable news. Who wants to watch that? And when I created the World Crypto Network, what I really wanted was 24-hour Bitcoin news, right? Because I felt that Bitcoin was that important. I was looking at Bitcoin. I was like, why aren't people talking about Bitcoin more? This Bitcoin seems really important. Right? Like, sure, I didn't get there earlier. I got there then, and I got what I got, and then I lost or whatever. But the thing to me is that the technology seemed really important. Like when I got MP3, and I was like, this MP3 is the greatest thing I have ever seen. And when I got a modem and I could connect my computer to the modems and the BBSs, I was like, BBSs are the greatest thing. When I got an Apple II and I could put a floppy disk in and play a game or something, I was like, this is the greatest thing. So, whenever you find these things, you want to talk about them and you want to share them. And now that we're in spaces, I think we've reached it. This is the ultimate pinnacle of anyone can join spaces. There's a pretty low barrier to entry. You can talk on your phone. Most of the phones have pretty good microphones. The connections are pretty good. Whereas video is an extra layer. Video, you got to have good lighting. You got to fix your hair. So, you can't be in your dress night clothes or whatever. You got to be all dressed up for video. But this thing right here, combined with broadcasting it on all the other things, which might not even be necessary. Eventually, maybe everyone just hangs out in spaces. But I also like recording it. I don't like the way that other things just disappear. This, like, someone in another time zone could listen to this, or they could podcast this if I update the darn podcast, which is a bit of a problem. When the podcasts get really long like this, it gets harder to update the podcast because the podcast is constantly going, right? So what do you think, Christian?
Yeah,
Have we hit it? Is this the magic?
It's definitely an interesting thing. It's the public open stage where you it's a big Socratic seminar in some kind of way, right? I don't know. So now, not if you're recording it, that's different a bit. I really like the Socratic seminars, the Socratic seminars where there's a no recording policy. That's also nice to have such spaces. So and also there's Chatham House rules that you normally should not tell who said what. I heard those were rules that were also in the beginning in the idea of Clubhouse, but in the end nobody gave a fuck. And this is I think what happens if you have a big public stage that you cannot prevent people recording stuff. So yeah, so this is a public stage. And Twitter, I think maybe correct me, Twitter is at least one of the most popular public stages I think out there for people to speak publicly. Reminds me again, everything's recorded. Damn.
Well,
So
and
I liked a little bit.
Twitter's recording this. I mean, I can see it being transcribed. I can see how accurate it's being recorded, and I think it's more direct and more honest to think of this as a radio show. Because the thing about Clubhouse is that it really is a radio show. It really is a podcast, and everyone's kind of just like fronting like it's not. And at the same time, they're like, Bitcoin will be the greatest invention since sliced bread. And they're just like, everyone's like saying the most dramatic things. And they're just like, they're also being the best versions of themselves. They're all like being very kind and very like not internet-y. They're being like, I'm a very nice person. And they're just all pretending because they know it's being recorded. They know that if it's not being recorded, they still just want to impress people and have the ego thing. And obviously this is going to be great for that too. This is going to be great for access to people, for access to conversations. So far, with even their basic thing here with the speakers and the listeners, that basic idea of Clubhouse that I like so much is that you could be up on the stage or whatever, and you could be listening to a podcast, which is one experience, or you could be in the audience, and listening. I was like, I like this podcast, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, I have something to add. I have relevant experience. I have this, and you can get up on the stage, and then suddenly that podcast that you're listening to becomes an interactive thing where you really got to listen because you've got to respond and you want to say cool things and chat with people and all that. And that I think everyone else, like it or not, has seen that and has joined into that. And the other funny thing, does kind of feel like we're repeating older internet chat rooms as well. Like I feel just for a second there, I flashed back to the BBS, because a BBS, a bulletin board system, was a thing that used to be able to call in with your modem, and your modem would go beep, 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 like everyone makes fun of. And then you would get to connect and you'd get to text chat with other people. And the way that you got to chat with other people is the BBS operator had paid for multiple lines to be patched into their house. Sometimes they had to get a special panel to get like 8 lines into their house, and they were paying serious money every month to get this. And maybe they were getting donations from people who use the board. But if you were on a board like that, you could chat with, like, in my neighborhood, 6 to 8 people, right? Which is a ton of lines, ton of phone lines, 6 to 8 people, all like typey. And we'd say things like, where are you from? Or they used to say ASL, which was age, sex, and location. And it cuts through the nonsense pretty quick. But I feel like in a way we've completely gone back to that, but with voice for some reason. And at some point when everyone tires out here, I'm probably going to play for people my Infinite Jest chapter that I read out loud, where David Foster Wallace, great author, explains to people why voice chat is better than video chat. Like, no one can see what I'm doing right now or wearing and blah, 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 all this stuff. And there's a huge advantage to that. And Foster Wallace knew it. But now everyone else is learning it too. So it's kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm not exactly know how long I would stick around. I'm kind of emptying my glass here almost. Looking up so that I would then go to bed. But still, Professor Wallace is great author. At least I don't know read much of him, but it's what I heard, quite enjoyed.
He's another one like Vonnegut that just seems like a friend right away. Certainly his books are over described, but that's like a friend who has a tick or a characteristic, and you're like, that's just my friend who uses too many words. But his essays are a lot sharper, and his magazine pieces are pretty sharp too. And you can see again that voice of your friend talking to you about the human existence and the condition. And that's what I got when I read Vonnegut. Where I was like, instantly, I was like, a human being that is not full of bullshit, that is, reading it straight, giving me some things, and also telling me some fun stories. We go on little adventures, kind of morality plays together. And Foster Wallace, the same thing. Fun stories. Infinite Jest is a tough subject. Infinite Jest is really about addiction, right? There's three major groups in Infinite Jest. There's the kids at the tennis academy, and they're addicted to tennis, right? They play tennis every day. They study tennis all the time. They have to be very good at tennis. And even then, sports. There's those guys. Then there's the people at the halfway house, right? They were previously addicted to drugs or still addicted to drugs, right? They're the obvious addiction. They're the, not a metaphor. And then at the same time, there's a third group that's very strange. The Quebecois separatists, the wheelchair assassins, and they are addicted to revenge. And they are so addicted to revenge, they are all in wheelchairs, and I'm pretty sure they haze their new members by making them blow up their limbs to become in wheelchairs, something like that. But of course, Quebec and the upper New York region is where they put the large toxic and nuclear waste dump. You got to see, one of the things that happened when the United States and Mexico and Canada joined to become one country, which would have already happened by now, is that they decided to keep the waste, in upstate New York, in Canada, right in that part. So of course Quebec is super mad. They get to keep the waste, but that's one of the things in Infinite Jest, and it's just a very clever book, and it's very long, and it's very difficult to read if you don't read long things, and if you don't, grind through it. I read I read it pretty fast, but it was so good. So, but yeah, he talks. He also has subsidized time. I don't know. I feel like I'm giving spoilers, but I don't know. You guys probably won't read this 1,000-page book with 200 pages of footnotes. And when you hear that a novel, which is a story, has footnotes, right? Has little things where it has to explain what's going on in the novel, you probably aren't excited by that. So I was, and also I bought it both in the Kindle edition and in the book version, because the book version is actually difficult to read. You have to keep flipping to the back of the book if you want to get the little aside stories that he's telling. And at one point he tells an aside story, which is like a 12-page IMDb filmography for, of course, not a real person, for a character that he's created, and has little names of each film. So you have to read the name of the film and kind of picture what you think the film is about, the genre of the film. And that's what you get from it. I don't know what else you're supposed to get from it, but yeah, it's a filmography. I read it. But it's just dynamite. So yeah, he has subsidized time, where each year a corporation has sponsored time. So instead of saying 2009, you would say the year of the Depends adult undergarments. And eventually, for simplicity, that's shortened to YDAU. And what's great about the book is in Quentin Tarantino 90s style Pulp Fiction, the book is out of order. So you don't know what year it is, but it'll give you things he'll tell you that it's YDAU, but it's not till 200 pages into the book till he finally gives you a cue or a key.
What was first?
Yeah, of what was first, of what the orders of these years are, because separate from having the convenience of 2009, 2010, etc., these sponsored times do not have that. So
okay, but let me know. But what does it now mean that the corporation is sponsoring this year? So what do I get from this comment? Here the word sponsoring. What do I get?
It's kind of an assumption, I suppose, of top-down control of kind of language and what people are saying. But every calendar that's printed, every checkbook that's printed, everyone has to write, YDAU. They have to write your corporation's name. Every newscast would have to say in the year of and there's a bunch of goofball names. Yeah, it's the best. He has one of them is like a really long name, and it's like the year of the Mitsuzuki standard television to HD television converter module for families and businesses, like something like that. It's a huge name. And what's great about that is in Foster Wallacean style, he also produces an acronym for that. And he's like, oh, it was YFTTWT/MFTMC. Like he uses it all the time. Like it comes up over and over again in the book. And pretty soon, if you read the damn thing, you'll be like, oh, of course it was YFTWMT, and you'll be all into it. But yeah, it's just a delight of a book. And the name Infinite Jest is kind of links to this film. And you would think in a Hollywood movie, the book would be about this film, right? And it would be really straightforward. Like, this is an amazing film, Infinite Jest. And once you start watching it, you will never do anything else with your life, right? You will become addicted to it. You won't eat. You won't do anything. You just sit there and you watch it till you die, right? It's so good. So obviously that's what the book should be about. So as a consumer of books, you're like, I'm going to read this book about this amazing film, right? But the book's not really about that. The book's about the tennis academy, and it's about the wheelchair assassins, and it's about the halfway house, and it's about all these other characters. And the book, sometimes it's about that, and it's about the people that made the film and like the people that acted in the film. And it kind of like gives you a little bit of taste of what the film might be like. But the general thing that he's talking about is addiction. And he's kind of casting a real pale finger from beyond the grave now as a suicide. He's kind of casting it to all of us and saying that, yes, we're all addicted. We're all addicted to something. And even being addicted to food and addicted to water is addicted to something in the Buddhist way. And just that there's as soon as you start taking in these earthly delights, like they did in Narnia when they fed them the plants of the local area, and you'd become part of the local area because you ate the seeds, like Persephone ate the seeds in Hades in hell, and she had to stay there half the year because she ate 6 seeds or whatever it is. So yeah, it just seems everything comes back to that, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful story Foster Wallace put together all about that, and it's super long. It's Infinite Jest. And I'm not sure how we got here, but there you go, everyone. I've explained Infinite Jest. I've saved you a bunch of time.
Thank you for the too long didn't read.
Yeah, there's smaller Foster Wallace books. I like what's it, Girl with the Wonderful Hair or something like that. He's got one, and there's a story about Jeopardy in there that I think's really good. There's a story about LBJ in there that's really good, and they're shorter, but they're still crazily over-described. So I'm not going to say that anything is easy. And there's a certain kind of book for people that read too many books, where the book itself is hard to read, and that's part of the fun of watching the book or reading the book. And I also watch movies like that. Like Inherent Vice is like that, and it's a great movie.
So you're a little bit into art house stuff.
Oh, I watch all the movies. Yeah. Oh yeah. Inherent Vice, that's a good movie. It's like Lebowski.
Just think of it. I watched. Do you know this Terraformers thing? I don't remember the guy who did the directing. But it was nice. It was I think a Japanese thing, and was about terraforming Mars, and then they find another species there. Of course, there's some crazy backstory, but basically, what is a little bit interesting in this movie, it really gets you because people you are starting to investing in get killed very quickly in the beginning. I know it's not the first movie doing this, but it's still it gives a fresh taste to the story, at least when you talk about getting to Mars. So.
Yeah, that sounds great. I love it when they do that and they subvert expectations. My favorite movie of last year, and everyone gives me crap. They say it's because it's my name, but I'm just fortunate they made a movie with my name and it's actually good. But I love this movie called The Hunt and I tell everybody to watch it, and I try not to give away the secrets. But yeah, it's just a great movie when you're watching it and it subverts your expectations and you're like, whoa, I didn't expect that to happen. And again, that can only happen if you don't watch the trailer, if you don't read about it, if you just put the movie on and trust the movie. And I don't know that there's a lot of that out there.
The
like
Hunt.
people, the Hunt.
The Hunt.
Yep. I'm not
like
saying
hunting, like Jagen, Jagen in Germany, like when you go out and shoot deer or something, like The Hunt.
Well, yeah, it's The Hunt, and it's a story of, just like they have that kind of urban legend where you pick up a bunch of humans and you drop them off somewhere and you hunt them. And that's basically what the movie's about. I don't want to like give too much more, and it also has a bit of a political thing to it with like the liberals and the conservatives. But you got to watch the movie, and it's just so fun. And I feel it's kind of a, ever since Quentin Tarantino, there's been a lot of people that wanted to make their movies look like Quentin Tarantino. And I think this movie is so fun. It reminds me of a Quentin Tarantino movie where it just has that, like, it creates its own world and it has cool characters doing cool things, entertaining you, being a movie. So I thought it was great. And I also made my own shortened version that's only 17 minutes.
You shortened it, right?
I made it. This is a rare condition where I completely admit my shortened version is not superior to the real film. My shortened version takes one character's kind of perspective, so I find that interesting. But no, The Hunt is awesome. It's so good.
All right. Have to look out for that one. Yeah, some good movies. So, cinemas. Are you missing the cinema not being open?
I miss it. I miss it nostalgically, like in the way that I miss, picking up a newspaper, right? But the thing that I miss from the newspaper would be like getting the information, right? The reason I'm picking up the newspaper is because I don't have the sports score, right? I don't have what happened yesterday, and I don't have information about like tomorrow's weather or, interesting information about the world or stocks and all the stuff I used to get from the newspaper. Now I get that from Google News. I get that from an app on my phone or whatever, right? Boop, boop, or Twitter even, obviously. But yeah, with the cinema, it feels more like we've been robbed the experience, and we knew we were going to be robbed it. Like, theaters don't make any sense. Like movie theaters, it's not a sensible thing. And it's never made any sense that the popcorn costs so much money and the candy costs so much money and all this kind of thing has never made any sense. So the fact now that you can have a nice TV at home and you can get some pretty nice sound, and, most people don't even do Blu-ray. They just do the Netflix and stuff. And that's still, you can get a nice looking movie. So, but the problem is, and this also comes down to like getting other humans to agree with you, is that I don't think you can get that movie level of attention, right? When I go to a movie theater, partially I think because I've invested $20 and all this stuff, and I have this expectation of having a good time. Everyone shuts up and focuses in on the movie. And if you talk too much, everyone goes, shh. And you don't pause it in the middle, and you don't go do something else, and you don't take a break and all this stuff. It's a seamless experience, like this respect for the film. So I feel like that is lost. Like, fortunately, unfortunately, I'm living alone, so I can get that. But even then, I have to create that in myself. I have to say that I'm going to not stop the film. And that often results in me like going to the kitchen and coming back and missing part of the film, which is kind of authentic to the cinema experience, good or bad, right? But yeah, I think a lot of that's lost, and it might be lost forever. Like, who wants to go to a movie? Who wants to go to a movie and wear a mask? Like, it's not a good deal. Now, but yeah, talk more, and then we'll talk about concerts.
I don't think that the mask will be forever. This will be short, very, very short, maybe, I think, period. But I think for the kind of more art house, independent cinemas, we will still have them because they were already operating in this kind of area where not everything is profitable. So they're already kind of organized in a little bit more commune way, maybe get subsidized by community directly or even by grants, cultures, whatever. So I think those kind of things will stay like a little bit like old places you have around, because there is this event of having something publicly, and even for premiere or for all those kind of events, you want to have those rooms or these places together, I think. But it will be not this kind of a big cinema in every kind of area of your town. So yeah, so those big cinema, like popcorn movie kind of style. None of the kind of classic popcorn, more like really this big cinema, Cinemax things. I think we see less of them. Yeah, this makes no sense to have it streamed to your home, and you can still make an experience out of that. You just have to take it, concentrate a little bit more on the time for that.
Well, and with the art house films, yeah, if they were able to reach some kind of funding or government funding or something that would keep them open, that's great, and that keeps them alive. I know we had one in Las Vegas, not a movie theater, but the Pinball Hall of Fame was in a little bit of trouble because they were planning on moving to a larger building, and they had planned based upon the revenue that they usually got. And of course, as you know, no one gets the same revenue anymore. We're all wrecked from COVID. Yeah. And so they were in a super hole. And at the same time, they'd given up their old building and they had to take on their new building. And they have a ton of pinball tables. So they were in real trouble. And again, the goodness of the community and the ability of the internet to spread the word came through. And somebody gave them the money, at least for, a couple months or whatever they needed to bridge it through. And it sounds like it's going to survive. But yeah, there's many that won't survive. And there's many like just local theaters that, sure, they were for-profit theaters, but they were beautiful relics of the old time when we went to theaters. And in the same vein, we've lost this big store we have here in California called Fry's Electronics. And it was kind of like a store that was the size of a grocery store. Like a supermarket.
Yeah, I remember.
And
I think I've been to a Fry's there.
Well, they all closed suddenly, and we never even got to go like have our last visit to Fry's, like say goodbye. Like
that's the worst part.
Yeah,
you just be gone tomorrow. They should make a big. Isn't there normally a final sale or something?
Yeah, there's always a final sale, and we it was already pretty empty. Like the problem with the store was it was so big. So at a certain point they couldn't even stock it all because there wasn't that much stuff. And so it started to look empty and sad really quick. And then it looked empty and sad for a long time. And that doesn't help sales. So, but yeah, it's gone. And again, it's flippant. And a lot of people have lost their, family, and the virus is horrible and all this stuff. But yeah, we also didn't get to say goodbye to our electronics store. So sad.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sad. It's a place where I got my CD burner, like that was before Amazon, kiddies. That's where you used to get stuff, was the electronics store. And it would be convenient to like move to a city so that you could live near a bigger electronics store. You could get access to cheaper and more computer stuff, because that's how you got on the internet and all the other things that you did. So
that's the access to the hardware, to the infrastructure.
That was it. That was the stuff that you needed. You needed faster stuff so you could do more things.
but I still think it's a really a first world problem thing, right? To lose a place where you want.
I think it's more about not just the digital or the analog to digital transition as we shift to home entertainment versus, public shared entertainment. And the shift of like the time period as we shift from like 1950s tech, like movie theaters and CD stores and record stores and all video game arcades, all these things that I like that were physical that are all like toast. I just think it's a sign of the times things, but I think it's been accelerated because of the virus. So it makes it more shocking and more jarring. Whereas, and the same thing with Bitcoin, for all we know, and all these other things where Bitcoin from the beginning, I was like, oh, we're in for like a 20, 30 year struggle. We're in for a 50-year struggle. Like we're in for the long thing here. But then the charts just go zippy to zip. And now we're at 50K. And, I have no idea this is going to happen. No Bitcoiner people didn't know. And I don't know if it goes up or down from here and all that. I do have a magic 8-ball. I can check if you want, but
I heard about that one.
Yeah, it's magical, man. It tells you if it goes up or down. But
so wonderful.
I could check here on audio, but see, part of the problem with audio is that you can't really verify that I'm reading what the ball's reading. Like, you have to trust me. You also can't even verify that I'm actually shaking the ball. Like, I could just be faking you out and saying that I'm shaking the ball.
You could do this on video too, right? So if you really want to manipulate the magic 8-ball on video, there should be possibilities to do so. Maybe some sophisticated, that's for sure, but
I could fake the video. I could use a deep fake to substitute another 8-ball to hide the truth from you.
I don't know exactly why you should put so much time and effort into it, but you could, yeah.
No one ever considers that option. Why would they put so much time and effort into this? Why would they have the party in a basement in a building that doesn't have a basement? Like, that makes it so much more difficult. Like, what happened to the bodies, the engines, and the seats when they had a plane crash? Like, no one ever asked those kind of things. But
it's hard. It's really this is much preparation. There needs to be a very sinister plan behind it to justify all this time and investment.
It's Dr. Evil, man.
Yeah, faking your 8-ball. There's a big. I can smell it. There was always something shaky about this 8-ball. I don't know what it was. There was some shaky things.
All right, I lean to the right. Here we go, Christian. Just for Christian, I have the Bitcoin Predictor Magic 8-ball. This is different than all the other ones. It's Sunday, March 7th. It's almost 6 p.m. here on the West Coast, 2021. And we're going to ask the 8-ball, will the price of Bitcoin be higher next week? Here we go. Shaking the ball. You can kind of hear the water sounds. That's authenticity. I pre-faked the water sounds. I'm that good. It's very dark here. I'm going to turn on the lights. You won't believe it, but it says ask again later.
Ask me again when you're on video, man.
The ball hath spoken. So there you go. Ask again later.
I can understand the ball wants to be seen when it's shaken. So ask me later when I'm on video.
That's a Schrodinger's magic 8-ball theory that you're putting forth there, that the ball, if the ball was on video, it wouldn't have said ask me later, but because the ball was not on video, it did say ask me later.
Ask me later.
It's fascinating. But yeah, there it is. So as far as trading advice, that's pretty much kind of hodl, I guess, but it could be also sell. So you have to make up your own mind. What I like is I like the guys that say if it goes up to here, it'll go to here, but if it goes down to here, it'll go to there. So where is it going to go? Yeah. Where is it going to go? Well,
if it does this, if it does that.
If it does this, it'll do that, and if it does that, it'll do this.
Just opening to a realm of possibilities. So whatever happens in there.
That reminds me of my favorite line from the movie Brazil, which comes more true every day. It's even Robert De Niro, and he says after doing the plumbing job, he's like, "This is my receipt, and this is your receipt, and this is my receipt for your receipt."
Wonderful.
Yes.
Are you a little bit more fan of the US ending or the European ending of Brazil?
Oh, the real ending, like the sad ending. I mean, I can take it. I actually, again, I love that Gilliam went there. I think he has the biggest balls.
Yeah.
And right now, I just bought this book. I've had my eye on it for a long time, and because Bitcoin's up, I can buy $5 books. So I got this book that's about the ending of Brazil. And it's all about Terry Gilliam having a fight with the guy and all the things that are going to happen. So,
yeah, it was an interesting thing that there was 2 kind of versions on the DVD you can watch, like for the ending.
Oh, there's a huge fight, man. There's a fight with the studio. Basically, so the movie comes back And I only have the basic story so far. I've read like the first chapter, and I know the kind of historical, summary.
Give the intro.
And let's see, I got to tell this. It's so funny. They want to have other audio chats on Telegram. And I'm like, I can't have other audio chats on Telegram. I'm still live on Twitter. So, because Telegram also has a Clubhouse feature now. So, but yeah, so they had the movie. It was all done. And they released it at some festivals, and it got good reviews. The festival people loved it. But then the studio head in America, the one person at the top, says the movie is too sad at the end. We need a happier ending. And in general, he doesn't like the movie anyway. And it's probably kind of a long movie, and it is scary and confusing, and there's all kinds of things about it. But it's also a Terry Gilliam film, so they're all kind of that way. But just like anything else, it's a ride worth going on. Right, you get to the end and you're like, that was awesome. Like, I have thoughts I didn't have before. And that's what Terry Gilliam films are for. And so, yeah, they told him they were going to take the movie away from him and put their crappy ending on there. And so, yeah, they have the ending at the end where it's kind of happy. And then the real ending is, just nightmarish and awful. So dark, so dark. But for anyone that hasn't seen Brazil, check it out. It's kind of like a 1984. It's a movie, and it's really popular. It has nothing to do with Brazil. Like, everyone's like, oh, I don't want to watch some movie about Brazil. Like, I'm from somewhere else. I don't understand Brazil. But it's more like Brazil as metaphor for 1984. So go get it.
Yeah. And it's a kind of sci-fi and kind of very absurd humor, right? So it's a good mix.
And there's so many parts of it that have completely come true. There's one scene where they're in a restaurant and there's some terrorism in the restaurant. I even think there's a suicide bomber. They blow up a table, and they just put a screen up around the table, and all the other patrons in the restaurant ignore it. They go on eating, and they start to like cover it up, and they start to fix the hole in the wall from whatever happened. And it was kind of funny, in the 90s before everything happened, but it's really funny now. Like, it's really, Brazil is, every time you watch it, it gets better.
Yeah. And definitely for everybody, the US version is the happy ending, and the European version is the sad ending, the extended sad ending.
I thought they'd stomped out the ending. I thought that all the new kind of DVDs and Blu-rays had the proper ending. I think that you have to go out of your way to get the crappy ending these days. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I just saved one copy on the DVDs. Just bought one for having both, just for this nice anecdote about it.
It's so funny if the movie started and it said, "Do you prefer a happy ending or a sad ending?" And then it would just use dynamic branching to give you whatever the result was. I've actually done that before, though. I edited the movie Moulin Rouge, and I took out all the sad parts, and I made it so it's happy at the end. Like, I cut it conveniently. It was pretty fun. I think it works.
So you were so excited by the movie to put that time into it. So do you like the movie?
Yeah, I like the movie. I like Moulin Rouge. It's really good. It's got lots of music and songs. And there's a lot of movies. Basically, once my editing software was able to do this and to produce a good output, I'm very happy to edit movies. When I feel there's a good project in there, it's like the way the sculptor does when you have that big block of stone, and you're like, I can see a person's face in this stone. I can see a beautiful vase or stone column or whatever it is, and you just hammer it out, and you can bring that alternative view of the film out, and you can use the film to say something different than the film originally said. And you can do that with just like a normal computer and a copy of the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that much, so it's pretty amazing.
But what was, because you published those edits, what was your experience on the copyright infringement side?
It's pretty difficult to publish them, especially when they get longer. When they get longer, it's harder for the people to understand that I've made like a lot of content choices by removing certain scenes or even certain minor details in a scene. Like I can make changes to a scene to make the interaction between the characters seem different. And it's hard for YouTube to distinguish that. But when they get through, when I have ones that are successful, and I leave them out there for a long amount of time, like 3 to 5 years, and kind of do nothing, if I'm lucky, they'll become big hits and people will write articles about them and share them. So I have 2 series of films that are pretty successful. I made a series of the Star Trek films with ships only. So I cut out all the people and all the talking. And those got a bunch of articles written about them, like in Popular Mechanics, and I was on Boing Boing.
How long was the clip? Was it because I remember seeing maybe at least parts of it.
I did one for each movie. Each movie is about 10 to 15 minutes worth of ships effects in them. And if you watch them all together, it would be about like an hour of watching ships effects. And it tells the story. You can still follow it thematically of the Enterprise going somewhere and coming back. And sometimes it's a different ship. And that's also like has part of the theme. And at one point in the 3rd or 2nd movie, there's the Enterprise has to fight other ships that look like it. And it's very clear that it's kind of like a civil war. It's like these 2 ships are brothers. They shouldn't be fighting each other, but they are. And you can infer that from watching just the ships version. So those were really successful. So I did a follow-up series where I recut the Star Wars films into ships only. And again, no promotion, no kind of, getting the word out. Like I tweet them a couple times here and there and that kind of thing and put them out there. But somehow somebody found those and those got like 1.5 million views or something. So it's awesome. Like, and that would be like, I guess like a couple $1,000s or something. But of course, the other company like Fox or whatever took the rights for those, and Paramount took the rights for the Star Trek films. But they do allow them to exist, and they have sound, and that's pretty cool. So those are out there, and you can watch them. But yeah, I do think it's definitely blocking for some of the other films, and I don't quite know how to publish them or how to share them. I'm getting kind of into library. I know it has a token and they printed the token and there's all that kind of nonsense. But as far as server space, they're providing some server space for some films and some videos, and you can upload them there. So I'm definitely trying that out. But YouTube is just magical. YouTube gets people to watch things. So gotta have that.
Yeah. It brings an audience. That's the thing. You can do a torrent to publish, of course. But the question is how the audience will get to it. So having something like YouTube that just puts it under the nose of people based on recommendations or search terms, that definitely helps. Yeah. And I think for a lot of studios that are realized that a little bit more smart in a smart way, I think they realize that there is some monetization possible even on your work. So they claim the rights on it, and they leave it on, but they get kind of the advertising money for it. So I think that's why the more smarter studios doing this.
I have been there on the other side where and maybe it's just a music queue versus a movie queue, but I've used music and they'll just take the music. So I guess maybe it isn't because I use the music in a political way or something. It's probably just because it was music. It's probably more difficult for them to just take movie. But I think they also kind of take movie if it's too long. Like I quoted a Colbert video clip once because I just thought it was so good. And I was like, this video clip is so good. Everyone needs to see this. And that got me in trouble, right? Because what they did is they shut down my YouTube stream. They stopped the whole thing. Like all came to think because they thought I was like a pirate and I was pirating Colbert and you could get it now. And and this is the same Colbert that you could just watch on YouTube, right? Like it wasn't depriving the world of it, nor was it even masquerading or claiming to be it. while there are lots of things doing that. But yeah, that's how much they care about their content when it's like that. And I did have that for one of my Star Trek movies where I couldn't upload it because they'd done the content ID thing, right? They'd hidden a fingerprint or some kind of magical thing inside of the image or in the audio, who knows? And when I uploaded it to YouTube, they scanned it and they're like, nah, we own this. You can't make anything out of this. Like, this is a thing we
You
own.
cannot publish this at our place. Go to another business, please.
Well, not
no
even
business
that.
for you, sir.
Well, and go to a smaller business, which actually I did try. I went over to Vimeo at one point. I was like, "Hey, Vimeo, do you want my cool remix movies?" And they were like, "Not really." And even then, Vimeo is like a small video store, and YouTube is like this gigantic mega mart that's everywhere. And you're like, yeah, I got my posters hanging up in the small video store. We're gonna get some of that, small clientele. And YouTube is just like all this stuff just all the time. So you can't beat it.
Yeah, that's where the audience is. They really managed to really to attract. YouTube is really running for a lot of people quite good. So yeah. All right. I think it already got kind of late. I'm kind of emptied my drink, so I just also want to maybe say everything's good for the night.
Well, good night, Christian. Thanks for hanging out. I think everybody appreciated it. We appreciate your knowledge about Lightning Network and telling us about what's going on. And obviously, everyone's going to do a lot more Twitter Spaces in the future, or maybe we'll just go back to Clubhouse. Who cares? Or we'll go to some other new thing that they'll invent next week that's even better. But yeah, I think we'll try to keep this going. We'll see how it goes. But good night, Christian. Right. Good hanging out, man.
Good night there. Bye-bye.
All right. And then there was me. Everyone in the audience, if you'd like to come up on stage, go ahead and request to come up on stage. I'll add anybody as a speaker. We're talking Bitcoin. We're talking NFTs. We're talking movies. We're talking books. I gave you guys the plot to Infinite Jests. That was pretty good. Crypto Moon, what's going on? What's your name? Where you're from?
Yes, I'm from Canada. My name is Frederick.
Welcome, Frederick. What's on your mind about Bitcoin or anything we've been talking about today?
Well, Bitcoin, basically, I think it should continue to go up slowly. That price is kind of a waste of time, so you need to find the altcoin, which one is going to go faster. So I think maybe you could be looking at Ethereum, maybe you could be looking at the Algorand. I think they're going to maybe raise faster, and besides that, nothing special. What about you?
Yep, and cash that back into Bitcoin. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'm not too much into altcoins. Recently, I think that Uniswap sounded really interesting to me because they have an exchange where they can trade the DeFi things. So I felt it was like investing in the shovels, And so I think I got like a little bit of that. But with me, it's always I buy too little or I sell too late or too early. I never ride on the timing. But I think if you really watch it and you do a good job and you send your Bitcoin off to fight in the altcoin wars, sometimes you can bring back more Bitcoin. But other times you bring back less. So it's a bit of a gamble, but if you watch it really close and you do a good job, a lot of people make profits there. So.
Yeah, I was looking good at those ones. What else? I've been looking to Render token. Basically, they're into the NFT, so it's really good to look at that. Basically, they use the GPU to produce art. So maybe that one could be a nice 10x release here, Render token. So I've been investing in that one, and besides that, pretty much the same every day. Looking the price, reading the news, and hoping that one day maybe some smaller coins can do 10 or 100x.
Well, another good thing to do is whatever you did before Bitcoin, figure out a way to charge Bitcoin for that. and that way you can earn a little bit of Bitcoin, and you still got to sell to pay your bills and stuff, but maybe you can hold on to a little bit of Bitcoin, and then in 5 years, maybe it's worth more. Hold another 5 years, maybe it's worth more, and that's pretty good.
No, but what I think is right now is Bitcoin is kind of useless. So when you think about it, okay, you put let's say 5,000 in Bitcoin. The chance it double. What's the chance that the Bitcoin double basically within, let's say, 1 year? Pretty negative. Maybe it will go to 75,000. So like it's getting useless to invest in Bitcoin right now. I need to find, I think, some coin that has chance to do 10x. Let's see. That's why Bitcoin, I think, right now is not that good as an investment. I don't know what you think about that.
It just depends how much you have to make, how quickly, and how much putting that kind of time limitations on your investment is going to increase your risk. A lot of people feel pretty good about Bitcoin, and it's kind of less risky. But even then, Bitcoin could go down, and if Bitcoin goes down, the entire market would go down too.
If you see, let's say the fundamental right now, the Bitcoin cannot go down. You have a billionaire invested in it, so every time, let's say, we'll go to 48,000, somebody will buy 1 billion of Bitcoin, bring it back to 50. But I think right now it's just not going to move much.
Well, but I think that's I think that's a condition. That's a condition that changes markets, where you could say, okay, there's this thing out there, and every time it goes down, these rich people come in and buy it all up. And that's it. So you say that right there as a piece of news, and you send that out, and 100 other rich people hear about that. I think the thing that they're going to say to themselves is, I should get some of that too. And that's just, again, more pressure for the buying. And there's certain points up there at the top where there's not enough sellers. And if Bitcoin breaks out into that open area, it's going to have a breakout. But again, I don't think it's very difficult to have that risk-free investment where you get rich quick. Any of the investments where you're trying to get rich quick is going to have more risk. So it just depends on your timeline and how much money you have to make, how quickly. And if you're willing to make money more slowly, I mean, these are the kind of, with less risk, that's the kind of investment that I'd be more into.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already I only invested in Bitcoin. That already did the job. Let's say the 18,000, you buy it a lot. At 5,000, you buy it a lot. But right now, I think you need it's gonna still go up. Everybody's gonna be happy. But like you say, it's hard to make money. So that's why I was thinking I was watching the coin render token is 31 cents. I know.
Yeah, but what did you do before? Were you a trader before? Were you a commodities trader?
No, I've been watching the price for, let's say, 5 years, every day, let's say.
I mean, that's good, average. But I mean, and it's
just reading the news. I've been reading all the news every day about everything. Let's say right now the Ethereum, their PayPal is in discussion with Ethereum to try to use it and incorporate it in their payment service. So I'm really I'm invested in Ethereum. I think Ethereum has a good potential. So I try to find the coin that has a real value, and then I put money on it. And I think that's what everybody should be doing right now.
Yeah, I think over the long term, the way to have more success is to continue doing whatever job you did before you were doing before Bitcoin, yet to be putting some of that money into Bitcoin and maybe some of it into altcoins if you want to do 10% or whatever and have some wild times, but try to strike it. But yeah, it's just it's going to be very difficult to time the trades on the market. It's nice to think that it's somehow news or access or attention that's going to give us that information, but timing the trades is very difficult, and the percentage increases that you're going to kind of want, you get greedy for percentage increases. I don't know. I mean, how's it been going so far?
Yeah. Let's say everybody should know that every time you trade, you lose, let's say, 0.5% in every trade. So you have to trade the less possible to eventually make money. So if you trade, let's say 10 times a day, and you realize, I trade with 1,000, and at the end of the day I have 900, and you ask yourself question, maybe that's when the point you're losing. Right? So you have to trade the less possible, and you have to, like you say, you work in what you can, and you invest, and you wait, and eventually that's the best option to do, or you try to find coins that can do 10x in one day.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of coins go to zero. I've seen coins go to zero. I've seen blockchains abandoned. I've seen wallets where you can't move your coins because there's no miners left to move your coins. So I've seen people shut down as scams. I've seen Ripple delisted. So it's been a long road, man, of things out there. And anyone can invest in what you want, but around here it's kind of just a Bitcoin thing, and you can try other things if you want. But it just seems
very Blade Runner of you.
Yeah, but let's say you check out let's say another coin, like an alternate coin, Algorand. You check the team behind it. It's all the MIT people, people with the MBA and everything, like the best people you can ever bet on. So why not bet on that coin? And let's say next year is at $3, the year after $5, or hope that Bitcoin's gonna go at 75,000 this year. Let's say it's gonna go. It's gonna take, let's say, till December. It's gonna be 76,000. You're gonna make your 25%, or you go in a coin like Algorand and you do 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but at the same time, the risk is considerably higher. And I mean, 25% is something you're not getting at with the S&P 500 or traditional stocks. And the risk that Bitcoin goes down significantly is substantially lower than that some altcoin, even some altcoin with significant backing, just fails, or that someone gets hacked, things like that. So, I mean, I'm perfectly happy making 25% nowadays.
Yeah, it could be, but if you let's say like in the space right now, everybody get their check, let's say, of $1,004 per month. So that money is gonna go somewhere. It's gonna be invested, let's say, in gold. Some people will buy big gold chain, and other people will buy Bitcoin. And then you have all the small timers. They're gonna say, "Oh, the Ripple is 35 cents. That's really cheap. I'm gonna buy a lot of it. Gonna be rich with it." But that's those coins that are gonna go. I'm not saying Ripple's gonna go, but they're all gonna go. I think those ones. Sorry, I have my phone closed.
It's strange. Twitter's decided their app should make a little noise every time someone enters the room. So it's like do 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 do. At least I think that's what that is.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna have a party for 2-3 months, and then when the stimulus check finish in the States, I really don't know anything about it. So.
I think they're trying to wrap it up within the next week, finalizing it, passing through Congress and so forth. After that, it'll take a couple weeks to roll out. A lot of it's done digitally. They're certainly better at it. They've done it 2 other times before, so they should be faster and more efficient and so forth. But the actual effects of it, who knows, a month, 2 months, if people go out and spend it, if people buy Bitcoin with it, if people buy food with it, right? If they pay the rent, you have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah, okay. Anyways. So let's say we talk about another subject. I was hearing a lot of Americans saying that, do you think like one day the government, they're going to let away the power they have, let's say, to tell you what to do, when you can go, wherever you can? You think they're going to let it go in how many years, how many time frame? Just curious what you think here.
Well, just on our government, or like all governments, or world government? What do you think there?
We'll say like world government.
Well, I mean, just taking a large view of it, I think that if you look at everything in the past 20 or 30 or 50 years, there was a push towards world government and towards having a unified regulatory system. Whether that's conspiratorial to you or not, it does make a lot of sense. If you think about things like a railway, let's say we have rails in one country like Germany and rails in another country, France, and the French rails are thinner, right? They're closer together than the German rails. Well, you need completely different kind of train, and you can't use the train across both rails. So if you look at something like that, it's pretty obvious that Germany and France need to work together on trains. And if you look at something like the way that the air floats across all the borders, and the air affects everyone and it carries other thing with it, it's pretty obvious we all need to work together on the air. And there's a lot of things here on Spaceship Earth that generally trend towards the need of some kind of global governance. And like how big that global governance is, how creepy you think that is, depends on like your libertarian level or your experience with bureaucracy or whatever kind of things you've had in the past. But just generally as a large scale, group of people, not single person type of feeling, there's a lot of things that seem like they trend towards the necessity of a global government. But recently, I think there's been a big pushback in that. There's been a lot of fractionalization. Things have split apart. The response to the virus was not a global response. It was not a unified response. The response to other catastrophes and crises, we've been less caring about our fellow people than I think we could have been. And I think that especially with the kind of Trumpism, and I'm not supposed to get political, but if you ask me directly, I have to answer. But with like the Trumpism, and the kind of returns us to the 1920s of America with the America First attitude, and the attitude that America is separate from things, which is like an individualistic Ayn Rand kind of attitude. Once we start seeing that again, and that's very popular, a lot of people believe in that still, even after the election. That leads to, negative feelings in the world and more disconnection and less of these global agreements and such. But I do think that the global agreements, especially on the environment, are the only way to solve the problem of the environment. But then once you start solving the problem of the environment, you also have the problem of unequal opportunity. If you live in a place that's an up and coming place and you want to burn a bunch of carbon to have your people be successful, we're taking away the ability for you to burn that carbon. That takes away the ability for your people to be successful. There kind of needs to be a subsidy there. So things become very complicated at that point. In general, I just kind of tell people one of the metaphors to watch for, and I watch a lot of movies and such, is that in the 1980s and things, zombies were a metaphor for consumerism, and the undead were at the mall, and they were mindless, and they were marching towards you, and they're going to eat you. And somewhere in the 2000s, around World War Z, which is a great book and just an okay movie, but in the movie World War Z and such, the zombies are kind of a metaphor, and I don't want to say this in a negative way. I like immigrants. I'm pro-immigrant, but the zombies are kind of a metaphor for mass migration and immigration. And there's kind of a general idea, which is totally true, and I'm not arguing against this, that people in the developed world, I won't say the right things, the first world or whatever, but people in the developed world have it so good. And people in the other parts of the world, the developing world, eventually are going to figure it out, and they're going to hear about it, and they're going to want to come here, either to get their piece of it or to take it away from the people who have it or something, and that this is going to happen. And if you look at World War Z, the big metaphor for me is when there's a big wall and the people think they're very safe, and I think it was Jerusalem, and they are very safe, but then the zombies use their own bodies to build a ramp to get up the wall. And if you're fighting against an opponent that has that kind of numbers and that kind of will and that kind of ability, you're never gonna win. So I don't think that there is a victory for the people inside the walls. I think we need to work with everybody and bring everybody up together. And that's not necessarily a popular or 100% view here. And it's certainly, we're all going to have to pay more taxes and more kind of contributions to the other people. But I don't know, not a unique American. I'm not a typical American, but that's my view here. What do you think about that from Canada up there?
Yeah, basically, I think let's say you live in, let's say I live in the poor country. You get used to what you get used to, so you don't know what you don't know. So I think, I just think that let's say in Canada they say okay you cannot go out after 8:30, and now they say okay in 2 months maybe we'll let you go out at 10:30. So what do you think in 6 months is gonna be? It's gonna be 11 is the max, so less crime for them, less problem. So you get used to like let's say after the 9/11 everything changed. Like in every airplane now there's a gun inside in front, so the pilot can kill the terrorists. That can happen. So I think it's gonna just change, and maybe you have countries that are like more relaxed, so everybody's gonna try to move in those countries, and then that's what's gonna happen. That's what I think. Yeah, at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of people are worried about like a slippery slope with the freedoms that we've given away. And again, it's a paternalist feeling or whatever, but I feel that it's Star Trek, and that there's a virus that's loose on the ship, and that Captain Picard has asked us to stay in our quarters. And I don't like to stay in my quarters, which is ironic because normally I just like to stay in my quarters. I like to watch TV and stay home, and I got a good life here. But it's good to go out every once in a while, and I don't do that right now because I want to beat the virus. And yeah, I feel it's temporary and it's going to roll back. And I wouldn't worry so much in places like the US and Canada. I don't think it's that bad, but I do think that this has already been used, like many events in the past, as an opportunity for bad people to seize more power. And I don't want to call out Hungary, but Hungary is a cool country. They're part of the EU. I got to go there at least twice. It was amazing. I went to Budapest, a wonderful country, beautiful people. But yeah, they have kind of a president right now who's seized a lot of powers because of the virus. And I agree with you there. I don't think he's given them back. And again, I don't know what to do with that, but I would just say in a larger, nicer country like the ones that we're in, I think we're okay. And if the things did go on forever, I mean, again, it's all a matter of degrees. At a certain point, the people will be out protesting. Already, we know so much more about the coronavirus, just scientifically. I think it's a lot easier to understand what's going on and what point we are in the virus versus human battle, and that we're at the downhill struggle. We've got many vaccines. We're making more of them. We're vaccinating people. We're reducing places for the virus to live. And we're also staying home, which reduces places for the virus to live. And we just got to keep doing that until we beat the virus. I agree. It's a historically one of the strangest times. And I feel super old now. I feel like I've lived through a lot of strange times like 9/11 and some other things that have happened, but this is an extended strange period. We're in a historical, magical stay home box for over a year now. And not much we can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to hear, like, Jared, I don't know if you're there. I would like to hear, like, let's say an Asian, I don't know if you're American, but just your point of view and all this. Say if you're in China, or could give us, like, some update on what you think, where is going all this, the time frame, and I don't know if you're there, no?
Who, me?
Yeah, Jared, yeah. Like, tell us what you think.
No. I'm not in China. I'm in the Netherlands.
Okay. So, where do you think is going, Lara, in the States?
Yeah, it's probably going to get worse. I don't think this will stop.
Yeah, it's not looking like it's gonna stop. I think we're seeing at least 2-3 years. Easy 2-3 years. So, but the good thing is what I think it makes me think, like, the people don't want less they want less contact. So we still focus on the same thing. The crypto are there, less contact. You just scan the phone. You take your 2 meter. And I think another stuff important. Let's say you don't want to get the corona. You just respect your distance and you don't breathe in the face of the other guy. And you're not gonna get it. So that's the easy point, I think. But yeah, let's try to hear another person. Let's say Jen. Jen's, what do you think about what we're talking? Let's say.
Well, I also think it's going to get worse before it gets better, but I'm talking as someone who has seen a lot of government. I'm not too worried about government seizing too much power or something, because for the most part, they're not really that good at doing that, at least in the larger established democracies. I mean, yes, Hungary is an example where, or Poland, for example, are examples where it's really concerning what has happened over the last couple of years, but they're major countries, but they're not like, for example, Germany, the UK, or the United States, where yes, we had kind of questionable surges in government authority, but so far it's always worked out to get back to some kind of very well working democratic state, thankfully enough. And so I don't know. Yes, pandemics could be used for something like that, but I'm not too worried about it, honestly, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I think let's say somebody say, "Oh, I'm going to be a president," and everybody doesn't have to wear the mask. Everybody's going to vote for him. Let's say Trump in 3 years in the States, or 4 years, whatever. He's going to say no mask, and everybody just needs the vaccine obligatory, let's say, and everybody's going to vote for him again. Yeah.
It's certainly possible that Trump could rise up again. We're in a bit of a middle in between period where there's kind of that monster that's been unleashed, and a lot of people are empowered now by that monster, and we're not sure if he's going to come back. You know, like in the horror movie, it's always like he's going to jump out and get you. A lot of people, like myself, hope that the legal system is going to stop him and take him down. Like they've got his taxes and they've got his information and all these different cases, and that'll just tire him out so much that maybe he won't try for it, and that it won't happen. But if it happens, I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. They already took over the Supreme Court. There's not much else they could get long term. But yeah, it gets very dark. I've studied World War II. I'm not supposed to bring it up. But yeah, it gets a lot like that really quick. And that's also bad for the rest of the world. I wish that I could just say, oh, it's isolated to the US. It's just my dumb country, or whatever it is. But unfortunately, much like everything else here on Spaceship Earth, it's connected to you guys' countries too. So.
Yeah, something unrelated, but it was funny you talk about that. I was hearing I don't know something, and they were saying he was gonna go to the gas chamber, the person, and was get told what to do by the German. Like in the time when they were expecting the Jewish, and the guy said the only thing I can do is they cannot allow me how to think in my mind. No? Was make me think about it. Yeah, it could be funny if you could bring another of those guys just hearing. I don't know if it's easy for you, but could accept, let's say,
Sure, yeah. I'll go ahead and I'm going to invite everyone from the audience if they want to speak. I just have to it's Twitter. This is very beta software, so I'm just going to click on you guys because there's not many people. But yeah, I read the book by that. It's Man's Search for Meaning, about the concentration camps and how he could only really control his mind and keep a positive attitude there and keep a positive outlook for the future. And he was a psychologist, the guy who wrote the book. And so he had kind of a specialized and a trained mind for that. But at the same time, he saw many other guys inside who had strong minds and who completely lost it in those horrible conditions. So yeah, it's definitely bad, man. And it could get there again. But I don't know, you just have to position yourself for that. Get your expenses down. Get your living simple. Get your things in control. Get your systems under control, and save a little bit of Bitcoin. And then you can get on the spaceship, right? Once the world adopts the Bitcoin standard, the space aliens will come back and save humanity and win, 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 baby. Joke.
Jared, what's on your mind right now? Are you thinking about, let's say, are you investing in crypto or no?
I'm just dabbling here and there. I'm mostly interested in Bitcoin. Yeah. Yeah, other coins will be successful. I'm not going to say that there will be only one coin, but in my opinion, the main event is Bitcoin.
Yeah, that could be true. Huh? It was funny. One day I was talking with a guy about that, and he was saying, the Bitcoin is like, let's say, the chips. I don't know in the States what's the best chips. Let's say, I don't know, probably like Lay's. Is like the Lay's of the chips, but the Ethereum is like I don't know, say the Doritos of the chips. So when the people are gonna try the Doritos, they're gonna be, wow, that's amazing. Anyway, it was just like a story. Anyway, I think we'll have a new talent. So let's hear what what's your position and all that.
What's up, everybody? You guys hear me?
Yeah. Where are you?
Hey, welcome, Jimmy. Where are you from? You just say like a state or whatever. No one has to ever give away their address or anything. Never give anything public out on the internet. But yeah.
No, man, I'm down here in Australia, man. I moved down here like 6 years ago from America.
Awesome, man. How are you finding it? How do you like it down there?
Yeah, it's Australia, man. Like I like to tell these fools down here, it was born a penal colony, and that DNA is in the Australian in their blood, versus America, where it's kind of a freedom and independence and all that stuff is kind of in the American DNA. So you can really tell they're still part of the Commonwealth. So whatever the Queen says, they're still down with.
Well, yeah, all the land of the Queen is still owned by the Queen. The Canada, the United Kingdom, kind of the U.S. She could come lay claim to all of it. That's why it's great to have Bitcoin. Queen can't have any of them.
She can buy in.
That's right. She's got to print her own money so she can buy in. Money with her face on it in exchange for Bitcoin.
But you guys were talking about what's going on in the States. Like I said, I left 6 years ago. I left a good job. I basically come down here and take a less paying good job. But back then I didn't. Back then my thought was Clinton was going to get in, and pretty much all the stuff that I think Biden's going to do was going to happen 4 or 5 years ago. So my wife's from down here. We bounced. With the kid, raised her down here. So if anybody's familiar with the fourth turning, that's something that really I've read or listened to, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, maybe even more, knowing that between 2020 and 2030, that the decline in America was going to be pretty, it had a long way to fall. That really made a big, helped me make my decision to move down here with my wife's family.
Well, it's really impressive that you've put your money where your mouth is there and really gone for it with that decision. And also, I think it could be fun to just live in another country and try things out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy when if your spouse is from somewhere else. But like I knew I was giving up a lot of freedoms. I knew that. I was like, man, I had to sell all my guns and. And over here there's just like more of a surveillance nanny state. So I'm giving up some stuff for some freedoms for hopefully a better life for the little one. So you do what you have to do.
Yeah, I found the Netherlands to be really attractive when I visited there. They have a kind of a social safety net where everyone gets health care and you can go to the doctor and it's not going to make you bankrupt. And they just have this kind of, they'll get you a house. They'll make sure that like if the people want to sell all the houses in the neighborhood, they won't let them just make tons of profit on it. They have kind of controls on things to make it more at like a human level rather than like a large business level. And it just felt like also a lot of freedoms too. You can just do what you want to do in public in general, and no one bothered you. And a lot of Europe is like that, I felt. But yeah, I don't know about the decline of the US and stuff. Obviously I've studied America and I live in America and all that kind of thing. So I'm like rooting for America. You know, I'm obviously invested in America, but I'm also rooting for it. You know, I'm a fan. So I hope it gets better. But I do feel in a lot of ways.
I think before it gets better,
it'll get a lot worse. Yeah. Well, even now, I mean, I think, you know, you and I would probably disagree on a lot of things politically, but we can still talk to each other here. And that's why I think that we've still got a chance, you know, and that's why I think that right there that's our little secret is that we can still talk now. But then a lot of people are mad at each other. A lot of people won't talk, and it's getting worse and worse. So I don't know.
Yeah, man. Like I went from voting for Obama, within 2 years becoming libertarian, and then voting for Trump twice. And I'm black, and I used to work for the government. I quit the government, and I'm like, this is whack. So I mean, for me as a black guy growing up poor, to make that whole journey, I think there's something to that.
I'm not sure how you're coming out voting for Trump twice there, man. I gotta just put up a little red flag at that, man. Sorry, man. But...
Well, they don't have to, man. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm oldish. I remember Clinton. Like when you grow up black and Democrat, it's every 4 years. It's like, you owe them, and they don't make. They just show up every 4 years, kind of like, hey, remember, you gotta vote for us. It's like, well. Like kind of like Ice Cube did. Like, I talked to both of these fools. Like, who's gonna like help out my community, right? And like, who's talking to me? Because Democrats are just, they assume, like Clinton just assumed she, had the black vote. Well, black people were like, hey, we know about you. Really don't like you, so don't just assume we got our vote. Like, at least come talk to us and pretend you like us. And that's kind of how she lost, man.
Well, and I could see how you could feel that way for Hillary and the Democrats, definitely. And even Biden had that thing where he made a statement on the radio show where he said that, something, I don't want to say it wrong, but he said something that if you don't vote,
ain't black.
Yeah, you ain't exactly. You ain't black if you won't vote for me. I just saw it on Bill Maher because they were talking to Charlemagne, and I think it happened on his show. And I really, they do. It does feel like the Democrats take black people for granted, and it's a it's a trustworthy voting bloc that has to show up because they have no choice, because unfortunately the other side, the Republicans, are so bad. So yeah, I worry about that, but I could see, and a lot of people had a personal feeling against Hillary. She just rubbed them the wrong way. They didn't like her background. I see her more as like, if you've ever seen the movie Election with Reese Witherspoon and Matthew Broderick and all these people, she's the Reese Witherspoon. She's this kind of goody two shoes. Hillary's like got this kind of perfect background. She's a lawyer. She's a Secretary of State. She's just kind of too perfect to be president. And then and in her background and her things, I mean, certainly you could dislike her politically, and you could dislike her in personality, all kinds of things. But yeah, in that way, it's just this kind of perfect story that she didn't get to be it. It's kind of like Charlie Brown, Lucy with the football, like the president sees the football and just got taken from her. It's just like, whoop. Like, even if you hate her or whatever, you can just see it as like this cosmic kind of thing where she had all the resume to do it, and then she didn't get it for whatever reason. And I don't know, Trump was kind of really tough on a lot of things, but so
I'll just leave it with I was down here for the election on Australian TV. We had some expats talking, and I was like, look, man, I'm a libertarian, so I don't even got a dog in this fight between these two. But like, my opinion was Obama, 8 years of Obama were bad. The Rust Belt's going to flip. And you can find this on I put it up on YouTube. Rust Belt's going to flip. And, they're going to let you know that the last 8 years, just Obama being I'm the cool guy wasn't, didn't work, and exactly what happened. But
yeah, I would agree with that. I see a lot of ways where Obama failed. I wasn't a fan of his drone policy, and I also think that he didn't aggressively confront the Republicans that kind of led to the Trump problem. But in the same way,
one thing, anyways.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, one thing I was always wondering, because I'm from Canada, and I always wondering why Obama ate Trump. That's one stuff I didn't really understood.
I would go more the other direction there, unfortunately, and I would say that at least given a very cursory examination of evidence, the Trump apartment buildings historically did not rent to black people. The books and things written by the Trump people don't show them and don't show Trump talking of black people specifically as well. And it seems like Trump has a lot of people didn't like it when there was a black president. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. I think it's fine. But yeah, a lot of people didn't like it. And I get that there's some of that with this Trump Obama thing. And generally, as far as like the original insult, and it feels kind of like biblical, like when they got the apple and everything, the original fall, like when everything went wrong. And I love Seth Meyers, and I don't want to blame him, but Seth Meyers and Obama tag teamed against Trump at that National Correspondents' Dinner, where they all used to get together and go ha 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 and do all that stuff. They made fun of Trump so bad there that I think they really hurt his ego, and he had to run. And that in a lot of ways, all of this chaos comes from like that, that big whoopsie. But I want everyone else to talk.
He can't vote himself president.
No, I mean, he can't vote himself president, but he was fired up after that little thing. And one of the things they said specifically, and Obama said it to him in the words, he said, blah, 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 you may be this, but I'm president, blah, blah, blah. And Donald Trump, history has shown, certainly went out and made himself president. Gee goodness, oh boy.
Like me, what I think in a way is nothing special, but I think it's like, let's say I like to have a black car, and the other guy like to have a red car, and the other guy like to have a white car. I think it's like a pressure social, because if you go back in the days, like let's say it's not my generation, but some other generation abuse of certain people, and that always come back to let's say the white people. That's like my question to you, Sigma Show. Why do you think does it exist? Like say I'm a white racist, I'm a black racist. Just curious, what's your position and what do you think about that?
What is the question?
It's like me. I believe, I don't know, in my let's say I believe that there is some Afro-American, let's say they're racist against the white, and the white.
Oh, racism. Okay, yeah.
Just because of the color, let's say, or just because of, let's say, the ancestor, what they did, let's say, in people in Jamaica or other country. So I think it's always like the pressure going on, let's say. So my question is, what do you think about that? Is it going to go away one day, or is it maybe it's just an illusion I have, or I don't know.
I think a lot of stuff comes from the economics of things. I mean, they're going to be racist people, man. Like, I went to an inner city high school, but my best friend was Mexican. Our other best friend was Korean. Because we know what, we play sports, so it doesn't matter. When you put the helmet on, whoever's next to you helping you make a tackle or score a touchdown or whatever, it doesn't matter. Then you're friends afterward, and you go to their house afterwards, and they come to your house. So, sports helps soothe out racism and, making everybody come together. But, man, there's racism, man. Like, my wife, she's Lebanese, so my kids are half Lebanese, half black. I think a lot of this racism stuff comes from, people, they're poor and they get angry and they want to blame somebody on both sides. And, if people controlling the money are a certain color, then, you blame them. And if, the people who steal from you a certain color, you blame them.
Yeah, but let's say but let's say you have people like, let's say you check Jay-Z is a billionaire over, like he can be influencing white people, how he was successful, what he was doing. So, but yeah, I understand what you say is like, okay, he's certain colors, so you have to blame him. But what my question is, your view. Let's say you're with your friend. Let's say one night you decide to go out with your friend of your color. Let's say like African American, and you see a white guy alone, and say, "Oh, that guy is a white guy." I just want to know what your thoughts. Are you thinking that, or it's just like we're anyway?
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah, that's not a. I see. Yeah, that's not even a thought for me. Like we're at a bar and it's me and my black friend sitting there, and maybe we're watching a game and we're talking about sports with the white guy next to us. This is not like, oh, we're not going to talk to him because he's white. I mean, if me and Matt Bitcoins are having a political discussion, it's like we're having a talk. And you're like, as Ron Burgundy would say, if we agree to disagree, then no, so be it. Nobody's going to be mad, right? But it's for me growing up where in Southern California, like racism, it wasn't a big thing. I mean, it's out there, but it wasn't like, when I go visit family in the South where it's palpable. I don't know, Dante, you in the room, man? Can you speak on this? You guys,
I also want to just second what you said about it being more a matter of economics and class versus race. When you're in an unsafe neighborhood, you're unsafe generally because it's a poor neighborhood and just people need money, or they need drugs or whatever. It's not because it's a certain kind of group neighborhood, and that a lot of people use this class distinction to then, become racist and to work against a group because of religious reasons or because of skin color reasons. But hey, Dante, how's it going, man? What's going? Welcome.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Doing great, man.
We're
marathoning it here. We're doing the epic space thing. We're like everyone's space is forever. So we've exhausted a lot of topics, and this is where we've landed. So welcome aboard.
D, before you start, because I'm down here in Sydney, Australia, man. Like me, like if I see another black guy on the street, I'll try to say what's up to him just because it feels like that's what we do back home. You walking down the street, you see a dude, you like, you give him a little head nod. Right. Down here, they don't do that, man. I don't know because if they're kind of Nigerian or they're from Somalia, they're not like American, but I always try to make eye contact just to say like, hey, how you doing? Just with the look. And these people don't, like, they're trained not to look at people.
Yeah. I think we do that because there's a commonality. No matter where we come from, there's a common struggle that we as African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans and like Black Brazilians understand. When we look at each other, especially when there are only a few of us, we look at each other and we immediately nod. Like, I see you, I acknowledge you, I recognize you, I'm here, that kind of thing. And to go back to what you were talking about, what someone was asking about earlier, up until the mid to late 1500s, there was no concept of race. At least it was never written in a book, okay? Race came about because indentured servants who were black and white in the United States at the time, right, rose up against plantation owners. And plantation owners realized that the only way they could control people was to divide them. So they told the white indentured servants, when your servitude is done, we're going to give you a little bit of land and we'll give you, a cow, or we'll give you a bull and we'll give you a plow, and then you can make it, make your own way in the world. And they told the black ones, you're never going to get out of indentured servitude. You're going to always be this way.
Sorry to intervene, but anyway, I'm intervening. I think that's the story everybody, like, let's say you tell yourself, oh, that's the story, that what happened, so I have to believe it's true. Like, that's the story you give yourself, oh, those guys, they're not good, they try to divide themselves. But anyway, another stuff completely opposite of that is like me, I'm like the last person to be racist, let's say. And it's true. Like, check the team, let's say the Bulls. You see Michael Jordan, you see Redman, you see the other one, the tall guy. This is like the perfect teamwork possible, and like you could ever do. Like, you want to make money, you follow those guys. They go. So that's like my biggest inspiration. But what I was asking with the micro, the C Sigma, is why, and if it's true that, let's say you're in a group with your friends and you see white people, and you say, oh, is the white racist, does it exist? That's my question. Sorry. And I'll pass it to you.
I don't. If I'm out with my friends, I don't really look at people as threats until they do something that's threatening to me. I don't really identify or label people when I'm out. I acknowledge that people are around me, but who it is and if they're racist or not, that's not something that crosses my mind until they say something stupid to me.
Right. It's really what they say, though.
Yeah, it's what they say or what they do.
It also it depends on like
their behavior.
It's also the region you grow up in. I mean, I grew up in California. I grew up near the Bay Area. Like, I don't think anybody, there's not really very much racism here. I don't think people have that problem. I mean, from other people's experience that in the South, there is still a lot of negativity and feelings. Certainly historically, I've read about the Civil War, but I don't have the experience of being there. I think that's kind of what Frederick's going at. And I do think there's kind of an undercurrent of that's been awakened by Trumpism and empowered by it. The cliche thing they say on TV all the time is that, you know, the Ku Klux Klan used to wear sheets so that they would hide their identity so that you wouldn't know that guy is secretly.
I don't know, but I will cut you right there anyways.
Sorry, but
just,
that's what I think, man.
I think Trump just didn't get elected because you say he's known so he can touch the pussy. You who think you vote, basically? You think the guys, they go vote? No, they send their wife, they stay home and they relax. So anyway, what I like about the night, and I think it's not necessarily close it if you have more stuff, but say Sigma, he say that it doesn't matter the color. Let's say Jared, let's say I don't know, Jens from Germany. It doesn't matter. The color is just the team. Let's say you mark a goal with the team, and that's the end of the story, I think. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, look, like I said, I'm from San Diego, but I have family in Louisiana, like small town Louisiana, where it's like the race is palpable. Like there's sections of town where these people live, and there's sections of town where those people live. And I remember one time growing up, when I was there and I was a kid, we went to a mall in Monroe. You know, it was me and my cousins who were from Detroit, from LA, from, you know, Texas. And we're all walking in a group down the mall, and this lady reached out, grabbed her kid, like we were marauding through the mall, snatching kids. And we all saw it and we're like, look at her, like, did you just see that? But we're from California. We're like, your best friend's white, you go surfing or you go to the beach, you're just hanging out with people, whoever's cool you hang out with. So, you know, you see that and you're like, wow, you know, this is the South. And you remember, hey, this is the South. I mean, you know, that kind of, in the South, it's like that, you know, Confederate flags or something, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in Georgia for a couple of years. I was down there doing a contract building out a data center. And I remember going to a store in a small town at the South Carolina, Georgia border, Augusta. And I walked in, and it was like a gas station, and attached to this gas station was like a restaurant. It was like a truck stop.
Yeah, diners. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And I walked in. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just hungry. I walked in. I sat down at the counter, grabbed the menu, and the lady behind the counter just looked at me for a second. And the trucker who was sitting next to me looked over me and said, "We don't want niggers here." So I kind of looked over him. I said, "What you say to me?" And then he repeated it. He said, "We don't want niggas here." Now, I'm a big Second Amendment advocate. So when I stood up and he saw what I was holding in my coat, he got real polite. It was like, they just, you know, they just don't, you know, they really just want you to leave.
Yeah, I think that's the old generation, like the 50 and up, let's say. Those
no.
people.
This guy was younger than me. It's not generation. Okay. It's racism is environmental.
So that's where
it's something in your environment that makes you that way. It's what you're exposed to. It's who you are around. It's what you're taught. It's environmental.
Yeah.
Because when I was in the military, my battle buddy, his name was Deskin. I never forget this dude, from West Virginia. And when you get off the cattle truck and they smoke you for the first like 4 hours, right? You go into the barracks at like 1 a.m. because you got to get up at 4. So you pick bunks, and then we got up for formation. We're on our way to chow, and our drill sergeant says, "Well, the guy that slept on the bunk above you or below you is your battle buddy, and you got to get to know everything about this student." So for 2 hours today, you're going to talk to this student. So I talked to him, and the very first thing he said to me was, "I've never seen a black person before." That's what he said to me. And then when I talked to him for that 2 hours before, after formation, he was just like, "Yo, everything I've seen and heard is not true," because he had a chance to talk to me.
You know what I would have done, Dante? Let's say you arrive, the person tells you that. Like next time, let's say it happened to you another time. If I was you, what I would have done? I would take out $100 bill from my pocket. I would say, "You want that for tip?" You put it on the counter. Then he reaches and you take it out. You take your lighter and you burn it off in front of him. You know what to do.
Because then that's going to do nothing but cause a situation.
No, but it's just to laugh of the situation. Because let's say you educate yourself, you learn more, you study, you find ways to be better than the kid in front of you trying to do the RAS system in front of you. Let's say you just burn money in front of him. The money he probably has to wait 12 hours to get it. That's the way, like, to show it. And I think
no. You gotta go the opposite, man. Like I think maybe I won't speak to Dante, but when you're black, man, you're representing black people and those stereotypes. So when he was talking about his battle buddy, that dude's like, whoa, like this black dude is cool. And I've heard all this probably nigger stuff about black people, and this guy's cool. That like breaks his whole perception. So when I meet people from wherever country they're from, or even if I'm in the States or wherever, like I'm representing me and the black culture. Like I don't act like a jackass. My intelligence comes off. And maybe you don't burn $100 bill, but you be polite, thank them for the food, tell them it's the best you ever had, so that maybe somebody's like, wow, them colored people are pretty nice. I met one in the diner the other day. And then you change the mindset.
People expect what you expect, let's say. So if you tolerate that, there's nothing that's going to change. No? It's like me, if I tolerate somebody,
it's
tell me,
not
hey,
a matter of tolerance. I mean, the entire culture.
To me, let's say, it didn't happen to me.
It's not a matter of tolerance. The entire culture down there would be that way. I mean, it's like fighting a brick wall. It's like fighting the ocean.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah. You just can't do that.
I mean, the opposite, kill them with kindness.
Right.
And again, this also might be a good example to try to talk about something that's hard to talk about these days. They talk about on TV called white privilege. And it sounds like a negative thing, so it's hard to talk about because it's not like, I don't think it's necessarily the white people's fault, but there's a kind of a cultural thing where if you're white, you think you can fight things and win because that's been your experience. Whereas if you're on the other side, you understand that there's some things you can't fight and win. And that it's a very hard to understand that for both sides to understand the other experience.
I don't really dig the way how they guilt tripping white people. I'm like, just if everybody in this room and just be cool to everybody, like you at the store and you see somebody, like just be cool to everybody, literally. You don't have to feel guilty about being white and apologize. Like, look, man, you see somebody black, don't immediately go to I feel threatened unless the dude's holding a gun to you or acting like just be cool to everybody. And I think that makes the whole world a better place.
And conversely, don't be like overly nice. You know what I mean? Cool. Just be normal. When I feel just as uncomfortable when people walk up to me and they're like overly nice to me than I do when people come up to me and they're overtly racist to me. Both of those things make me uncomfortable. Just be like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good, man. How you doing? And have a conversation if that's what you want. If you don't want to be engaged, then don't engage me, and I won't engage you. You know what I mean? That's just me, though.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I totally hear that. I think the media does, and again, this going back to what's the goal of all this. I think that we have a class struggle. I think that we're pretty much all in the lower class, and there's a very small, richer class. And they want us to think that we're in different groups, that like we should fight amongst ourselves. But really, we're just a lot of peasants that all have tons in common, like with being peasants. And as far as being like crazy rich people, we don't really have that much in common with them. So yeah, that whole thing. Yeah.
That's why I like Bitcoin, man, because I was thinking about this. If there was a Bitcoin party that say everybody went to, you could literally be in a group with like me, like minimum wage security guard, richest man Elon Musk, billionaire Michael Saylor, computer guy, I don't know, just whoever in Bitcoin, dude from McDonald's, plumber, pipe fitter, and we would all be there in a good mood talking about just Bitcoin, and we would all be equals, no matter if you're sitting on 90,000 Bitcoin or 90,000 SATS, like we would be equal. That's what's cool about Bitcoin.
Absolutely, man. I've felt that. We used to have these meetups in Vegas. They weren't very big. They got like 5, 10 people sometimes, but just people from anywhere, people that do anything. And I met some of the most interesting people that way that I wouldn't have normally met as like a computer geek type nerd person, But no, I meet all these people and we're all interested in Bitcoin for different reasons and for different stuff. But yeah, there's this general kind of civility, and it's really nice. Yeah.
And freedom.
Yeah.
And that's why I got to give these people, they're Wall Street people, they're fund managers from Frisco or New York. They're living on not Raoul Paul per se, but they're living on the Caribbean islands, like telling us to oh, you guys are mean, or the memes are this, and be careful. Like, man, look, the system works for you. We're up here trying to, looking at Bitcoin as this once in a generation opportunity, and we're fighting for it. So really?
They're trying to feminize men, bro.
I'm trying to hear from my kid, trying to provide, looking at this opportunity, going, no, this is a huge opportunity for all of us. People say, could you imagine if Bitcoin wasn't here right now and we're going through negative interest rates or crashing bond markets and, inflation? Man, we would be effed right now if there was no Bitcoin.
It's around the corner, bro. It's going to happen.
I know.
Just give out some more free money.
I know. Could you imagine there was no escape valve like Lagarde said?
Damn, it's ridiculous. I can't believe.
Zero, where are you from and what's your story?
I'm from California, the most pretty much tax country, state in California. I mean, in
I was
USA.
checking California is like 200,000 the average salary of people. Is it true or?
Nah, it's not true, bro. I'm making 30,000.
See, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
You know what I mean? But I'm doing things here on the side. You know what I mean? I'm doing things you can't see on the radar. So I'm making money. There's money here, and there's a lot of people making 200K where you can make money off them. Sure of that, and you just gotta know how to flip it.
Well, if you talk about, I came from San Diego, but LA, so there's haves and have-nots, man. Like, there's people driving, making lots of money because they work in entertainment, and and then there's the have-nots, and that's a huge swath of LA too. But like I said, Bitcoin is a way where whether you work wherever you're doing, wherever you're at, you could, you could come up. And this could change life for you and your family.
It will change people's lives. But the thing is, the train is leaving very fast.
Yeah,
people.
Yeah.
It left pretty fast when it was at 9,000. Shit, people weren't paying attention. Now it's at where it's going to be. Now next probably week it'll be at 62. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm seeing Zero. You wear jewelry. So what do you think the gold versus the Bitcoin?
I like my hard assets, bro. Bitcoin is nice and everything, but if everything were to collapse to an extent where like EMS was all out war and fucking famine and people had to survive, people can't, trade Bitcoin, because if they do EMS, just saying hypothetically, but I would have gold because that's that's God's money, and it'll always have value.
Yeah, because I was checking the gold price and I was thinking maybe it's gonna go down, maybe not. The summer is coming everywhere, like the hot time. So I was thinking gold is gonna go up. It's just like the winter, and after the gold go up, and everybody wants their jewelry.
Yeah, and there's another thing. Like if you go to the debt, the nationaldebt.org, you'll see in the far right corner, you'll see the gold and the silver, how much it is right now, based on if they were to give it back to the people and what they have. Gold's ratio is at $34,000 and silver is at 4,000 something. So you already can see it's a bubble ready to burst, and all that paper is just going to burn like it did in Venezuela.
Anyway, another story completely. So you say you were getting 30,000 a year. So tomorrow morning, if I will be you, I will quit. I don't know what you're doing, your job, and go for 40,000. Change that story.
Yeah, of course, bro. But you know what I mean. There's always ways of making money. That's just what the government knows.
Yeah, I know. But
you're an entrepreneur.
So you get what you want at the end of the story.
Yeah, I mean, crypto's a great way of making some nice passive income.
Yeah, I know everybody's not lucky anyways, but yeah. So if we go back on the crypto, I'll pass to Matt Bitcoin. Now you say you should be putting 10% on the altcoin. Yeah, I think you should be putting 90% of the altcoin, 10% Bitcoin. So I'll pass it to him.
No, yeah, I'm not saying anything specifically. Anyone can take in any investment advice they want, but I just think in general, you got to split things into little sections of how much risk you want to place. So if you want to have a portfolio that's like you're saying 90% altcoins and 10% Bitcoin, as far as cryptocurrency goes, you're taking a lot of risk. If you want to have it the other way, 90% Bitcoin, 10% altcoins, you're taking some risk. A lot of Bitcoiners are like 100% Bitcoin, and that's a different argument. And all of these are, perfectly valid arguments based on reasons. And I don't have any exact crystal ball of what's going to happen. I even asked it earlier today and it said, ask again later. So.
Well, you're like, if everybody who survived the great ICO, blaze of 2017, look at the top 10 or top, 100. If you're out there rolling the dice 90% 10, like what survived? Like if you got I know a dude who got into the Polkadot ICO, but like he got in it. Like not many people did. Or things that were looking like they were going to be top 5, they're not. Like even XRP is falling off. ADA was, languishing around. You're rolling the dice, man. Like dudes were just writing white papers and, basically exit scamming. So, if you're looking at top 10 stuff, okay. But, if you're rolling altcoins, it's like, man, like you got 8,000 options,
Yeah, it was funny. The other day I was talking to a trader and he was saying, I just trade the top 10 coins. I leverage them at 3x. And when I see a green candle, I put my money. It's a good news. But that's like the limited view, I think. So I don't know what you think, Mikko, about that. Huh?
Again, that's just like wild and crazy gambling, and it's super fun. And go for it. And
no, I was saying that the guy tell me that you just go on the 10 top coins.
I don't really think that's a good mindset because you're not looking at all the coins, you're not evaluating all the coins, and you're not seeing the utility and how they will be used in the future, and especially if the blockchain is applied to them, especially how VeChain is going to be applied to all the retail market and how everything's going to be digitalized, and especially if you look at Amazon and their retail stores, you can go into the store and take out items and walk out the store, and eventually you'll get a charge later on your debit card and you bought these items because of pretty much the blockchain is going to make it more official because it's going to certify everything in every transaction and it's going to be applied to everything because that's the main goal of what the
elites are planning for the people because everything wants to be taxed. That's why the IRS loves the idea of cryptocurrency because they can tax everything.
Yeah, but let's say you talk about Amazon. It's Amazon, they make a deal with Komodo, the coin. But the coin has no volume at all. So you think it's going to go somewhere? Because Amazon...
I don't think they're gonna make their own coin initially, but they'll probably have a coin on their market which will have value. You know, what I mean, it could be Litecoin, it could be XRP, Bitcoin, it could be any kind of coin you want on. But eventually they're going to use some kind of blockchain technology that's going to be applied because blockchain technology is pretty much the future of everything.
I think once Lightning and like Strike and Jack Mallers and them dudes get that going, it's going to put a bullet in a lot of coins. And it feels like I think people are sleeping on Lightning and that Mallers kid. But when that dude come out and it's working, man.
And Jack will beat you in chess too. He's a chess master and he plays speed chess. He'll be like, and he writes chess computer programs, man. Yeah, no, I love Jack. I love the things they're doing at Strike. And if you guys in the audience, you haven't tried out the Lightning Network yet, and you're like me, and you're like, I'm not trying no beta network. I'm gonna wait till it's alpha or till it's like really good, right? I don't want to try this early stuff. It's ready now. You can go to Strike on your phone if you have Android or Apple, and it's Strike Lightning Strike with a K. And you get it. And sure, you got to do your KYC or whatever. I think you got to put your driver's license and your debit card in. You got to link it to your bank account or something. But once you do that, you can buy like $10 worth. You can buy $50 worth, and you can send it to Fold. You can buy a gift card. You can send $2 to the Mad Bitcoins fundraiser. You can send 50 cents to your buddy, to your wallet of Satoshi. And then you can start sending around, 10 cents. And you can start having fun with the Lightning Network, and it's right there. And just like Bitcoin, years ago, you got to start trying it out. You just got to try it out, and you can try it out with like $5-10, like super fun. So,
is that U.S. only?
I think Strike is probably U.S. only right now. Wallet of Satoshi is probably global. The main thing you've got to get is someone to give you those starting Satoshis. And then you can start sending them around and playing with them, at least in a non-technical way. In a technical way, you pretty much have to, I would say you run your own node. So you get like a Raspberry Blitz, or you get a thing and you run a little Linux box with the node software, and then you can create a Lightning channel, which you have to put some liquidity into, and then you have to balance, and you have to do a bunch of stuff. So that's where it gets complicated. But as far as like the normal way, right now I'm using Strike. Otherwise, I don't know. Does anyone know of a good international Lightning provider just here in the room out of happenstance? Or in the YouTube chat? I'm also monitoring the YouTube chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat. They're hanging in there. We've got 19 people watching us on YouTube, 1 person watching us on Twitch, 2 people watching us on Periscope, which is also Twitter. And we've got this crew here in the room. If you guys want to just introduce yourselves, say, hi, I'm blank from blank. Hey, Dan, nice to meet you on the internet, man. We've hung out we've tweeted a lot, but welcome to the show, Dan. Where are you from? Go ahead, Dan.
Well, you know me, I'm from New York, so I actually can't use Strike. I'm in basically like the North Korea of American crypto.
That's hilarious, man. You really are. You're in the unique situation there where just like the international users, you can't use it.
No, I feel like I'm overseas when I try to get onto anything. I mean, it hasn't stopped me from doing what I want to do, but can't really play around with all the fun new toys yet.
And as an evangelist type person, you certainly can't tell your friends or your family or common people on the street, like, hey, try out some Bitcoin or try out this. Nothing works. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bigger services work. You can use your Coinbase, you can use your Swan, Gemini. But it's funny, I spent a year working at MetalPay, and the whole time I couldn't use the app. legally here in New York. But I couldn't get anyone I knew on it, even though I had kind of grandfathered in an account because I went out to California to work with them for a little bit. But when I came back to New York, it was basically like I could use it, but no one else could. So it really wasn't worth trying to evangelize it too much.
Look, the metal boys are still around, right?
They are. They're still building. In fact, they acquired a couple of companies over the past year, and they're building out a whole new blockchain called Proton, which will, I think, at some point probably overtake everything they've been building in metal. But it's pretty innovative. And right now, they've just applied for a banking license. So within a year, if it goes through, I mean, it's still at this point anyone's guess as to when it'll happen, but they're looking to actually open the first chartered blockchain bank in the U.S.
I had some metal back in the day. Just kind of loosely followed them. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Dan, I'd like to ask
it's a
a
good group.
question. Sorry, Dan, cut you. I'd like to ask, what's your favorite alternate coin? So tell your story.
Is that for me?
Yeah, for Dan.
Well, it's funny, you know, I started life as a Bitcoin maximalist, and I'm kind of going full circle back to it again. I have some other holdings I haven't managed to get rid of. Ethereum has done really well over the years. I actually was, you know, hanging out at the Bitcoin Center back in 2014. I met Vitalik and got in early on the crowd sale, which was a fun ride. And there's some other things that I've seen over the past few years that are seeming pretty promising. But I don't follow too many altcoins these days because Bitcoin is for me where it's at, and I'm planning to roll everything back into it over time. But yeah, check out Proton. It's definitely something that I think has some interesting legs. They're doing a lot of stuff with interest-bearing accounts, long staking. They're actually tying the stake to profitability in Bitcoin. So if you put money away for up to a year, you can actually pull it out at the appreciation rate that is tracking to Bitcoin. So it's, you know, they kind of work in tandem. I haven't seen the white paper yet. It's still sort of in the works. But when it comes out, I'll make sure to share it with Mad Bitcoins and everyone here.
Yeah, I definitely used to hang out with Marshall back in the day, and wish him all the best with that project, whatever they're working on over there. So yeah.
I'll pass it on.
Yeah, sorry, my mic was on when I was at the bathroom.
Oh, we didn't hear anything.
I always think of that wonderful Naked Gun movie where the guy's he is wearing the clip-on mic. It's awful.
Wasn't there, like, in real life, wasn't there a guy, like, I think he was in Texas, who went to the bathroom with his mic strapped on?
Well, I'll go with the altcoin. My favorite one is Algorand. Basically, you search on it, and there's an MIT teacher that invented, and he has
gave them interest.
All the colleague around it, and it's going to be $3 next year. So
only $3? It's only going to triple? Come on.
Yeah, next year Bitcoin's going to be 86,000. So you have 111 today, so maybe it's going to be at 3. So you get 10% more. Not bad. Like, have you ever saw the word diet? It has the word die in it. So when you see Algorand, it has the word algo, so everybody goes. So you have to make the mathematics at one point in your life.
I think the word diet has to do with moderation and the things that you do every day. And the word D means day. And you're talking about like a daily habit of a diet. And that, yeah, you should be very careful what you take into your diet. It can be very hazardous.
Exactly. When you do a diet, you're like dying. So you have to prevent to be in that mode, I think.
That's only seeing it as the starving side of it. That's only the starving and the negative side of diet. I think the other side of it is just healthy diet, like the diet that you eat to keep yourself alive.
That's pretty So Jared, what do you think about the alternate coin? You say you're into Bitcoin. What's the other coin you check?
Yeah, I'm just looking from afar. So I tried trading a bit, but that's more learning.
Which one?
Let me think. I think Digibyte and a few others. I forget the name. But yeah, looking back, Digibyte doesn't look that secure, really.
I see it on Uphold, but I never bought it.
There are lots of great memes about Digibyte if you search for it. I used to get a coin called Mega Coin, and there used to be another coin called Fast Coin, and there was a coin called One Coin. There was only one of them, like just one coin. There was one called 42 Coin. There was only 42 coins. There's just been so many coins, you know? It's just been so many.
Like, you know, the government, they want to make their own coin. So basically right now you have the choice. You have the Avalanche, you have the Cello, and then you have the Algorand. So basically those coins is either one of them is going to be the CBDC or whatever they call it. So that's one of those companies going to produce the real coin.
I think it's going to be XRP, bro.
Sorry?
I think it's going to be XRP.
The XRP is the coin to dream you're going to make 5x, but it stay at the same price.
It's the standard.
I mean, it's more eco-friendly than Bitcoin, and it's already been linked up with all the banks. And
they were thinking about, XRP, Bitcoin's going to be the thing that everybody like North Stars to. Like, if you got a digital yuan or digital yen or Fed coin, Euro coin, it's still a crappy exchange rate, and you're still going to be screwed by it. But if you need to, a digital gold to kind of reference everything through, like people can use XRP to route things. But if you want to know what stuff is worth, it's going to have to be Bitcoin equals this many digital yuan and this many digital euros and this many digital Fed coins. So that's why you want to own Bitcoin. It's two different things.
I know, but just like how much energy it takes just to develop now, and now that they're going to ban it in China, I mean,
they've been trying to. They say they're going to ban it in China like last 5 years.
No, they're not going to ban Bitcoin. They're going to ban the mining operation, and how they produce.
Yeah, but isn't that good? Everyone's always upset that it's overmined in China. They're like, Bitcoin mining is centralized in China, and then China bans Bitcoin mining, and now you're like, China's banning it. This isn't good. It's the same argument. Bitcoin mining definitely costs energy, but we know that there are clean ways to get energy, and there are excess energy. There's places in hydroelectric where they can't use the energy, and it's expensive and dirty to make batteries. So better to put that energy into solving fun math problems and getting Bitcoin. And that's going to keep happening. And the energy argument, I think it's a non-starter. I agree. It's there and it always comes back and it's always a thing. And it's definitely going to use energy. But unfortunately, if you really want to bring the energy argument, and we have to, of course, compare it, it uses about the same amount of energy as like having your PlayStation on when you're not using it. It uses the same amount of energy as people watching YouTube, right? And it's not to say we're going to stop doing either of those things. It uses the same amount of energy as Christmas lights. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And it keeps getting worse. It's like a bigger country
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
that's true. But there's always a concentration and surges of energy, which can always cause an outage in the town, especially
Yeah,
if
but
some people are
that's a
overdoing
bad
it.
power grid. That's you're describing the systems of like power generation is environmentally unfriendly. Power transmission is
Well, if you look
uncertain
at
and
who's
unstable.
the president, and I mean, look what they're going, the direction they're heading in, especially with Biden in the House and the Green New Deal, and all these Democrats are all pretty much trying to change the way we eat. They're trying to create the Impossible Burger. They're pretty much trying to. We're already past what in California we have to have electric cars by 2035. I mean, everybody's going to have to go gasless here in California unless we recall this governor. So you can see the direction that they're going in. You know, I mean, Bitcoin's going to have some great value because it's going to be more scarce, because if they do stop it from being mined, yeah, the value is going to go up for it also.
Well, the Bitcoin miners go where the energy is. Like if
hoes in this motherfucker, y'all talking about Bitcoin.
I'm
trying to talk about some bitches. You feel me?
Well, Bitcoin's going to get you the bitches.
But Bitcoin, man, like if there's geothermal in, I don't know, northern Canada or Iceland, Greenland, you can put a mining center there. If you're trying to send Icelandic geothermal energy to Chicago, you can't. You can't get that far.
Do you think Iceland's going to have that in their country when they're so...
Dude, if there is just hot water boiling that can turn a steam engine and make you, they got geothermal. It's there.
And there are huge Bitcoin mines. Well, no, but there are huge Bitcoin mines in Iceland right now. Like they exist. Like it is happening.
Because there's just energy there, just sitting there wasting away. Like the dudes at Marathon. If these guys can catch flaring methane gas, it's there going to the air. If you can use it for
let's say
mining.
you buy a ASIC miner tomorrow morning, okay? Your ASIC miner, you pay $12,000 to produce let's say 7,000. Let's say you produce 12,000 per year. But let's say you buy Bitcoin tomorrow morning at 10,000. You think it's not gonna double by the end of the year? So the miner, or just like let's say the wars of the system.
Well, the miners are always going to sell because they're going to always need to make their profit because of their energy usage.
I don't really understand the argument against.
Yeah, it's like, okay, go check the website ASIC miner value. What do you think is going to go more up? You pay a miner 6,000 and you make 6,000 in let's say 4 months, or you buy 6,000 of Bitcoin and it double in 3 months.
Are you saying the difference between buying an ASIC miner and mining versus just buying Bitcoin proper? Is that what you're saying?
I say that the miner are like the ores in the story. Is the people that don't make money. They're like eating crab dinner every day.
Let me ask you a question. This is for Zero. You were saying XRP is better than Bitcoin because it uses less energy, and then like a minute later you're saying, well, I don't want to have to switch to an electric car. So like, so can you just elaborate on your statement? Like, are you?
No, what I'm saying is better to
clean
just
energy? Like,
you put your money on Bitcoin and it doubles in 3 months. Let's say. I think it's better to do that and let the miner mine. Even if you go in
that's a totally different argument, right? But I mean, I think we're aware that like we're all trending towards cleaner energy. I mean, that's definitely happening. You know, it's nothing to do with one administration or another. Like the industry is pushing it that way. So if we have, more mining capacity because we have cleaner energy, I don't see that being a downside, and I don't see that hurting Bitcoin in any way.
That's like, is it like selling your power, like in LA, if you got solar, and then they want you to sell your power back to the grid? But what if you have a house and you have surplus power and it can power an ASIC miner or some mining of some kind? Like, wouldn't that be better for you to do that?
Basically, it's because I asked myself, is it better to mine those days or is it too old? And I study, and I think to mine is a waste of time. Huh?
Maybe for you.
If you were to start doing it on your own, unless you're getting free energy or like 1 cent per kilowatt hour, it's not even profitable.
But that doesn't mean that it's not profitable for a large firm. There's still plenty of reasons for large firms to mine Bitcoin and for existing firms to mine Bitcoin. And there's still lots of interest of people mining Bitcoin. Like, that's not going to stop.
Galaxy Digital is going to do it. Fidelity, they got their, mining shops, setting up. So those guys are looking to open up their own places wherever it is. Galaxy is technically a Canadian. Well, I think they're listed on the Canadian exchange. So if they can find some cheap energy in Canada, then that dude's gonna get Galaxy Digital to mine they can get cheap energy in Canada. And Fidelity, they'll do the same thing. They're gonna go find some cheap energy where it's stranded and utilize it.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. But also, here's another point to think about. Here in California, when they made the marijuana legal, it pretty much took out all the small people who are growing weed illegally. So all the
street side entrepreneurs.
So all the government pretty much took over all the pretty much the business of the marijuana industry, and now they're starting to regulate it right now. Now they're being the mass producers of the marijuana industry. Same thing's going to happen with Bitcoin. They're going to do some kind of regulations on people who are mining it. They say you can't use this much energy because blah, blah, blah. And then it's only going to be basically for big firms or big corporations because they have the utilities to actually make it green for such and such.
Well, California's probably a bad state to do it. But if you're in Washington State where they got lots of rain and they got good hydro, and somebody could throw a container of miners next to the plant. But say you got a few Bitcoins, you get a bunch of the Bitcoin guys together when it's hundreds of thousands, and you guys collectively buy miners and go to some country or state with good cheap power, then all of a sudden you're that big company. Was it Kentucky? Who knows? What's going on in Montana or North Dakota? All these gas and oil fields. Maybe that's something people will do.
No, but even if you mine the Bitcoin, let's say you decide, okay, I'm the big company, I buy 60,000 or let's say 600,000 of machines.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you buy 600,000 of Bitcoin, let's say, and in 3 months you have let's say 750 or 800. But with the miner, you just every day what you're getting let's say $30 per machine. So it takes you 6 months to get back your money, but when you invest it, you just make it. So
some of those miners
are getting the hardware, which is at this point it's astronomical. If you were to try to buy mining equipment, which is all made in China, and then wait for it to be shipped, by the time you get it, wouldn't it already be obsolete at that point?
Exactly. Like, why the Chinese want to sell us miners? Because if they will be making money with the miner, they will keep the miner. It's as simple as that.
Hopefully that starts a race where isn't Samsung trying to move to Austin, bring some of that stuff home, man. Start making semiconductor or whatever chips in Texas.
But it's like buying the S21, the Samsung, the new one.
All right, you guys. Hey, I'm checking out. Got to go pick up the kid at school. 3:00 almost. I'm here in Sydney. So I'll try and catch you guys later if you're still on. Thanks for
Okay, I follow you, so I hope one day we talk again. And no more racists in the white. No more black racists on the white. Okay, bye.
Take it easy, guys. I'll see you later.
Good hanging out, man. Thanks so much.
What do you guys think? Is Twitter Spaces gonna blow away Clubhouse?
Yes.
Eventually. This is actually my first time using this.
Like we do always, Dan, is who's the police in the group? Please talk so we can understand more how they work.
No, I think that the Twitter Spaces is so convenient and it combines a lot of the good qualities of Twitter. Twitter is the place where I talk to like the real internet, right? The like if if Facebook is like your friends and the people you knew from high school and all that kind of thing, Twitter is where you're getting your crazy ideas and where you're getting your interesting stuff and your cool videos and all the kind of things that like make the internet cool right now. Twitter is where we're hanging out, where the internet is hanging out. So attaching this audio thing to the place where we were already hanging out is like, whoa. So I think this is going to destroy Clubhouse, and Clubhouse had kind of like a celebrity thing going on and all that. But I do think there's still a space for Clubhouse. It's nice to have a smaller audio only network, like a more like boutique one. But that's not what the people that are running Clubhouse want. They wanted their thing to be this, and they wanted to go wild with this and go large first. And it seems like Twitter beat them to the punch, at least for my own personal access. I don't know if anybody else is going to get the ability to make spaces after this, but they're rolling it out. And this is Clubhouse. This is pretty much what Clubhouse is. But I do hope that Clubhouse, in one way, Lamar, my friend Lamar, has had so much success there on Clubhouse, and I really like what they're doing with the Black Bitcoin billionaires. And they've got some great programs, and they're trying to get people to get like 1 million Satoshis and stuff like that. And I think it's really great to be trying to reach that community. And Lamar, and they do so many help things, and they're welcoming
Lamar
to all
awesome.
people.
I've been listening to him for a few weeks.
Oh, dude, it's the best, man. And Clubhouse has just activated him, and he is enlarged, and there's all these people around him. And I hope that continues. And I think they can seamlessly move that over to Twitter if they want to. And but yeah, I just think the ability to build those communities with these voice chats is amazing.
Yeah, I love it. I know they were building something like this a couple of years ago with audio tweets, but that was just sort of like a one-directional situation. And this, after having used Clubhouse for a few weeks and seeing this, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that once this rolls out to the entire Twitter community, it's just going to blow it away. But I really do hope that a lot of that great content does come back here.
I think we're like at the iPhone 3. So basically, we'll laugh of it in 10 years. Everybody bought Bitcoin, and everybody's going to be, at least in the Porsche, let's say.
Yeah, but the technology will be so amazing in 10 years. Our ability to create communities and to hang out. And right now we have a specific need for this technology. Like I'm totally stuck at home today. Like I'm stuck at home. Like there's a pandemic outside. Like I need to stay home till I get the vaccine. And a lot of other people, I think, feel that way. And now, just as Clubhouse was a great lifeline to a limited group of people connected by each other's address books in a creepy copycat of the Facebook and the Gmail rollout of the past, which again was very successful, but very creepy. This Twitter thing is just going to blow up because Twitter it's just like PayPal taking Bitcoin, right? All your friends, you're like, hey, you want to get some Bitcoin? You already have a PayPal account. You remember when you used eBay? Like you've already done all the KYC stuff that everyone grumbles at when you have them try Bitcoin. So even though, PayPal's not real Bitcoin, you can't deposit or withdraw or whatever. They said that about Cash App, and then now Cash App has those features. So it's the same thing. It's access to millions of people on Twitter, access to millions of people on PayPal. Like, here we go. Like internet. Woo woo.
So Dan, before we leave you, what's the coin that is 30 cents that is going to $3?
Satoshis. You can get 21 Satoshis for a penny. It's a sweet deal. 21 Satoshis for a penny.
My question is to
you can be a Satoshi millionaire for like $500. You can have 1 million Satoshis all to yourself, $500. Like, I don't know. I don't think you should worry so much about money and like how to be rich. I think you should be worried about like life of like, what would your life be like if you were rich? Like if I was rich, I could read lots of books. So I get lots of books and I get free time and I read books. And it turns out that I'm rich because I get to do what I want to do. So I'll
give you a motivating. I'll give you a motivating. Zero Expire. Listen to this one.
Okay.
Your competitor is building their empire right now.
Like, I'm not in a competition type mindset.
Yeah.
I've read a lot more
I don't have
about
a
like
competitor.
Buddhism and all kinds of other options compared to competition. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a trader and I'm not a shiller. So for me, it's Bitcoin.
Yep, I like Bitcoin. I got some Bitcoin. But
treated me very well so far.
Yeah, so far so good, man.
Bitcoin.
I mean, I got Bitcoin. I got some Ethereum. I got some XRP. I got some of that VeChain. Got some other coins too. That Polkadot, Uniswap. See where they go. But I have big blockchain will have great potential.
Yeah, what made me laugh about Polkadot, they don't have any real project. So what's the story?
What was that?
Polkadot doesn't have any real project. Huh?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just gonna see where it goes. It's just like Dogecoin. Everybody's putting their money into some shitty coin, but at least something has.
Did you
The
see
Dogecoin
Mark
story? I
was
think it's more
shilling
for
the hell out of Dogecoin the other day, and it was like indistinguishable from a spam bot. It was kind of sad to watch.
Yeah, I didn't put no money in that shitty coin for sure.
It was beautiful when he said that Dogecoin, that Doge spelled backwards is eGod. Because someone said that to me at Burning Man in 2015 or something in a video that we did about Bitcoin and Dogecoin, and it was just super funny to see it come full circle and to see. I always feel like, again, I'm out of line to feel like all the new Bitcoiners are like not real Bitcoiners. You know, I know that's a fallacy and all that kind of thing, and all the Michael Saylor and the millionaires and the billionaires and Elon, and they come through and you're like, they're just saying what we said 5 years ago, but everyone's listening because they're already millionaires and billionaires. But for him to use the exact words that the kid said about Dogecoin, he said, Doge spelled backwards is eGod. And like, I thought
It's
it was
like
great.
when your parents send you a meme that you've seen, for years, and they act like it's the first time anyone's ever seen it.
It does feel like that. Like they've just found Marching Band Kid, or one of the original, like the kid with the little fist, and he's like happy kid. Like they've just found that, they've sent that to you, and they're like, "Isn't this amazing?"
Let's say you pick my brain about the Dogecoin. It's basically the billionaire trying to make the kids feel like they want to enjoy it, they want to buy it. So when they get the kids on their let's say their fishing boat, that's when they get the Bitcoiners.
Oh yeah, they got it. Especially when they got the new money coming
sell
in.
your Bitcoin for Dogecoin so they can get Bitcoin cheaper.
Oh, that's what he did, right?
Well, and this is just, Elon Musk has a sense of humor. He both has a sense of humor that he thinks it's funny to talk about Dogecoin. He probably thinks it's funny if people buy it. He might even think it's kind of darkly and cosmically funny if people lose money on it. Like that's a whole nother level of funny, right? So for all we know, Elon's into all those levels of funny. So
they just want to adopt the kids. When he adopt the kids, it's like a McDonald's when they give the special meal for them. Like with the Dogecoin, I think they have like a 5,000 ATM that is working in the States that accept the Dogecoin right now. So it's just a story. Let the kids accept. It's like smoking cigarettes. Before, a long time ago, they used to say, "Oh, it's good for your digestion."
All right, so I have an update for everyone. I agree. It's like smoking cigarettes or lottery tickets. It's really like all those ATMs are just selling Dogecoin lottery tickets, and you take your shot at it. But I want to let everyone know, Facebook is no longer allowing us to stream. We have hit the 8-hour limit of Facebook, whatever they call it. Spaces is continuing. YouTube is continuing. As far as I know, Twitch is continuing. And as far as I know, Periscope, which is Twitter again, is continuing. Welcome to the 8th hour of live audio streaming.
Oh shit! But cool. All right, man. You guys have a good one.
Some Red Bull.
Good hanging out.
Peace
Good
out,
hanging
guys.
out, man. Thanks for hanging. Good stuff, man.
All right, man. Peace out, guys.
Okay, last word to buy Algorand, buy Bitcoin, and buy Ethereum. But don't forget to buy Bitcoin for my mad buddy. Bye.
See if we can get him up here on the stage. Join us on the stage.
Before it's too late.
Hey, here he is. You started all this. You wanted a space. So I made you a space, and now we're 8 hours later. We're rolling through this space.
Nice. Yeah, I've actually been running through a bunch of different spaces. I was in a pretty cool political room earlier, and there was a bunch of people who like ran and had different platforms going in different spaces. So this is definitely
That's awesome, man. Yeah, you wouldn't believe where the discussion went around here. Like, I mean, I just let the discussion drift to where it goes. And at one point we were talking pretty heavily about like kind of racism and race issues and class issues and stuff like that. And it, you know, it's the kind of thing normally you worry about getting a little hairy or something like that, but everybody was really polite and respectful. And I think we all learned a lot, and like it was a positive discussion that other people could listen to and learn from. So, but yeah, no, we're riding it right here. We're on the anything train. So.
Yeah, we had some good rooms. We had like Trump supporters in there too, and basically we're just talking about how everyone can agree that people basically only need 5 things, like the individual, which is just a house, clean food and water, education, and healthcare. And when you don't really bring up the terminologies or any of that political rhetoric, you know, we all agree that human beings need the same things.
Yeah, the Mara, I don't want to cut you, but when you have a house, water, and clean food, it's like you're in your comfort zone. If you're still, if everybody's in the comfort zone, they stay in the, let's say, the 5 on 10 average people. I don't know.
Definitely agree with that. Agree with the basic things for sure. Yeah.
So, Matt, if I go to bed and wake up tomorrow morning, is the stream still going to be going?
Well, I mean, so far a lot of this is well, we're kind of crippled at this point. We don't have quite the right features. If we were on Clubhouse, I could make people moderator and they could make more people moderator. So that's a very key feature that we don't have here. I've tried to kind of do this on Clubhouse. I don't have the same level of followers on Clubhouse that I do on here. So I don't have the kind of success that I think we're having today. So if Twitter gives us that handoff moderator feature, I could see, World Crypto Network or whatever, trying to keep this going, like trying to just whatever we need to do to feed this and let people talk and have a nice discussion and have some moderators or something eventually when they have some moderation features. Cause we don't even really have a mute. I think I could block or maybe kick people, but again, it's just it's alpha beta around here, but
early stage.
Yeah. But the potential,
we'll do a test. We'll do a test. Let's say, Jared, ask a question to someone. Jared, ask a question to someone, please.
Okay, let me think a minute about it. Let someone else speak first. I'll think about a question.
I was just going to say a lot of the devs were in the room earlier that were talking about how they just want it to be released to everyone because they're kind of like sick and tired of people asking certain questions and things like that. So we might get this rolled out sooner than later, like the double host feature.
Yeah, they
Let's
need
say
to.
I see your profile. Your profile has 2 girls. Is your girlfriend and your daughter, or what is it?
Actually, I'm just a pretty boy.
Okay, you're the pretty boy.
That's me and my girl.
Okay, I just realized. Sorry. So, what's your favorite? Let's say your top 5, your top 3 investment in the crypto. Let's say, who can share visions?
Bitcoin, and Bitcoin.
That's the only answer.
Yeah.
And you're gonna wait till the next halving and hope you're gonna make money, or you're gonna wait till the 6th halving, let's say when you're 50 years old, or what's your plan?
Well, my plan is to smash buy all the time, including the dips. and banks are already letting you leverage your Bitcoin for, you can take out loans against your Bitcoin. So I assume in the next 5 to 10 years, that's only going to get better. And Hodl created, or he's working on a platform that allows you to continue self-custody of your Bitcoin while you get a loan for it. So I'm never selling.
Well, I give you an
already
example.
do that with equities. So like if you have stocks, you can borrow against them. It's coming to crypto. It'll be here soon.
Let's say tomorrow morning you wake up, you buy Bitcoin at 52,000, you buy one. And let's say you're really patient and you wait, and after at 6 months it's 53,000. You're gonna keep all your money in that, or you're gonna try to invest in something else? That's my question.
No, I'm gonna keep it in Bitcoin because the United States is already planning on printing the next $3 trillion for infrastructure. So they're going to continue weakening the US dollar, and the global currency is all circulated on the strength of the US dollar, which we can definitely tell is going to die.
I give you another story. Let's say you decide, okay, you put your 52,000 tomorrow, but you have another 50,000, and you decide to open, let's say, a barber shop. The guy that cut the hairs, and that barber shop produced 60,000 a year. Let's say your Bitcoin at the end of the year is at 52,500. What do you think is best, the barber shop or your Bitcoins?
Oh, Bitcoin. So the United States has something called eminent domain. So any land you think you own in the United States, if they want to take it, they can.
Yeah, but the example is the barber shop produce you, let's say, 100,000 a year.
Yeah, but by the end of this year, I mean, in the worst case scenario, we'll see Bitcoin at 200,000.
Yeah, but that's like going at the church and put your knees on off. Am I wrong? Matt Bitcoin, what do you think?
I mean, it's not too complicated for me. You just have to kind of be patient about it. And I don't think it's so much about the money or making lots of money. I think it's more about quality of lifestyle and what do you want to actually live in your life. I think it's super fun to like stay home, make a YouTube video, watch Pardon the Interruption, and then maybe put on a movie. Right? Like that's pretty sweet. And I walk the dog, like that's pretty badass. So I'm all right with that. I think if you need some kind of like champagne or some kind of yacht or some kind of luxury lifestyle, I don't know. I think you're going to be just as empty on that yacht. Like, I think that the key to be is the person on the yacht who's the happy person is not necessarily the person that owns the yacht or the person's that renting or paying for the yacht. Like, I get invited to a lot of nice places back in the old days, and I used to go to some nice places, and I get to go to some museums and some historical places that I think are nice. And I could go there even though I didn't have lots of money. And I can also dress, nice enough, and I can be polite to people. I'm a good person. I'm not out of control most of the time. And I think you can do it with Bitcoin and with patience. But again, it's about being happy when you get there. And I mean, I know certainly like you need to make certain amount of percentage in 3 months. And I don't know why you need to make this percentage so heartily and so heavily. But so obviously you're going to go, your personal choice is to go get it in altcoins. And we're not even really arguing against you here, man. A lot of people would be like 100% Bitcoin. And I know them and they'd say that you're getting scammed. I'm not saying that it's impossible that you make more money. And I know people that made lots of money on Ethereum. And it's cool. I mean, everyone go make the money you want to make. But it just seems like for the people here, like the Bitcoin is kind of good enough, and it's more about having a good life. So
you put the VHS, you go back before the Bitcoin. Okay, you go back 2 years ago. 3 years ago, they wanted to pump it to 10,000, let's say, and now let's say we have a Joe Arthur in the group. So basically, he has the red eye, so he wants 100,000. So what do you think is going to happen when it goes to 100,000? It's going to go back to 45.
Well, you have companies like MicroStrategy that have already announced that they're never selling their Bitcoin, and then other companies, and I think this Stone Ridge hedge fund that is going to hold their Bitcoin for the next 100 years. I'm never going to live 100 years, so my
Yeah,
Bitcoin
that's like your pillow. But let's say tomorrow morning you wake up and Joan Hart he take out his red eye because he knows it goes to $1,000, and he knows it's going to go down. So what you do?
That's the problem with altcoins, is that you have to always transfer them back into fiat. Whereas Bitcoin, I can buy a Tesla, I can shop at Whole Foods without transferring back into fiat, and fiat's dying.
I give you another example. You're 52,000. You decide to put in Bitcoin. You didn't want to open your barbershop because, anyways, you thought it was less. So you go one year after, and you're like, oh, my Bitcoin is at 55,000. I make 3,000 that year, or 4,000. I'm really happy about it. I didn't want to buy the barbershop. But you have the other guy, that guy with the Joan. He decided, fuck it, I'm gonna buy the barbershop. And this guy, he make his barbershop. He made 100,000, and he decided to take 75,000 the Bitcoin. So instead, he has, let's say you have 2 Bitcoin, and him he has 4. So it goes to 100,000. And but the Joan, he knows that 100,000 is gonna fall down because it's the joke of the century. Let's say, go back to 48. Who makes the money?
But why would Bitcoin fall down if you can't print more Bitcoin? There's only 21 million.
I'll explain you, because you were in there for 3-4 years ago.
Wait, one more time. I didn't understand.
No, I say because you weren't here 3-4 years ago when everybody wanted to push it to 10,000.
Bitcoin can go down in value, and it can go up in value. But again, I think that you want to be, running a barbershop sounds like a lot of hassle, having like a lot of employees and inventory and location. And it just seems like a harder way to make money than being an investor in like a stock or a Bitcoin or something like that.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that having 5 houses, right, or having $1 million house with like a lot of space, just seems like a lot of space to clean. Seems like a lot of stuff to keep track of. Having like a bunch of cars, having like all that kind of wastefulness. It seems a lot more like I should just learn how to be happy with what I've got. And that way, no matter what I've got, I'll be happy. And that's like a secret trick that I could teach myself sooner. And the sooner I teach myself that trick, like the better off, the more I'll be like, I made 30% and I'm happy, or I made 5%, I'm happy, or I lost 30% and I'm still happy. And you gotta like really gotta flex out for this. How long, are you in this thing for? Because this life thing as well, it's just kind of, we're in it for.
And with owning a business, you have a lot of liability. You have employees to take care of. I don't have to do anything with my Bitcoin, and if the price goes down, I just buy more.
Well, let's say you get the barbershop, but you have your personal cutaway, and you get let's say a new girlfriend with let's say the 10 on 10 as your taste. What do you think is going to happen at the end in your life?
Well, also, no barbershop is making $100,000 a year.
The barbershop, let's say that they print the Bitcoin logo in back of your head. What do you think is going to happen with him?
Wait, what's going to happen if the barbershop accepts Bitcoin?
No, I'm saying the barbershop, they print the logo Bitcoin directly in the back of your head.
So that's a good business. I just I shave the QR code into my customer, so it all goes to my wallet. I like that.
But that's not the story anyway. So at the end, what I think is going to happen, Joan is going to be laughing of everybody. He's going to sell at 102. Everybody's going to lose their money. Okay, Matt Bitcoin, can we get Joan to join to talk a bit?
I invited him, but I mean, I don't think that like the generic disadvantage against the Laserites thing. Like, I mean, I still
a new voice.
I think it's kind of like, it feels like, how you talk to like a chat bot or something in a chat, and it like keeps telling you like the XRP is the standard, and you keep saying like, I'm into Star Wars, I'm into X-Wings, and they're like, no, XRP. Like X-Wings, and they're like XRP, like X-Wing fighter, right? Yeah.
Anybody who's really orange pilled about Bitcoin isn't selling their Bitcoin for fiat. They'll borrow against it for fiat, but they won't sell it.
Yeah, you gotta sell when you gotta sell. You make money on an investment. You sell an investment for more money. You made money. I mean, I don't know. Everyone that having someone else hold on to your keys is having someone else hold on to your keys. I think it's going to get better and better in the future. But you know, you got rent, you got to pay it. So
Yeah, but again, they're continuing to print U.S. dollars, which the entire global economy is on. So when you see Venezuela,
Marathon, what's your passion beside the Bitcoin?
me? Oh, quality of life for my family. Quality of life for sure. Just enjoying my life.
How do you produce the money?
We have like a little shop where we sell like vintage. I'll sell my photography and T-shirts and things like that.
You know what? What I was funny. I was reading that everybody on Twitter is making 70 to 80,000 a year. That's the average other people. So I told myself, oh, maybe it's not that bad. The people. But you're printing shirts, so you should be printing pants. You should be printing a hat. You should be printing watch. You should be printing bracelet. You have to move your ass. Go to the.
Of course. Yeah, no, we sell a bunch of different stuff at the shop. So that is 100% exactly what we're doing.
I think we're all there. I think we're all there for that. But Dan, I think he has the 30 cents to $3. Dan, please share it, please. I want to sleep on my pillow tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. But listen, I want to thank Mad Bitcoins for bringing me up here. I had a lot of fun tonight. Marathon, digging your stuff, and just thanks everyone. I got to head out for the night, but
I want to share something, and it was funny. You know, in Canada,
thanks for hanging out, Dan. Good stuff, man.
Cheers.
We always 10 years behind the United States and Canada. Anyways, so what's gonna happen?
So what's your asset of choice?
My asset of choice, I will say Bitcoin, and then I will say Algorand, and then I will say Ethereum, and then I will say RNDR, render token, the one that they sell the painting on. And after what I will say is will be gold, and then after what I will say will be Bitcoin.
Nice.
Let's say if I have to jump the bridge tomorrow morning, which bridge do you think you're gonna jump?
I'm not jumping off no bridge. I'll skydive. I'm not.
No, but let's say I'm jumping the bridge tomorrow. With what I'm jumping? You think I jump with your air or I jump with Mad Bitcoin? I think the Mad Bitcoin with me.
Oh no, my family's getting my Bitcoin.
But the joke I didn't say is, okay, let's say tomorrow morning you decide to invest your 52,000 in the Bitcoin, and your 52,000 go to 54, but you don't have the money to buy the robot that can keep your brain on for 200 years from Jeff Bezos on Amazon. What do you do? Jared, please, you know, the Asian always gamble on casino, so I want to know what he's gambling on.
Well, so I think you're being very lowball on Bitcoin if you think that it's only going to go up to 54,000.
Yeah. Bitcoin is going to retrace, but it's not going fast enough. So what are you going to do?
Well, isn't it slowing down as it's going up because it's building a stable?
Can we have a new voice? Ats, you're still in the turbulence. Ats, can you talk a bit? Where you will pick up your brain a bit?
Yeah, g'day guys.
So where you're from? What's your story?
I'm in Australia. I've been watching Bitcoin since it hit 20k US, and been following it pretty closely every day. Learning a lot from just watching guys talk on Twitter, most of crypto guys. Yeah, but I'm confident Bitcoin will consolidate around 50 and probably shift up to 100, 150 in the next sort of 6 months.
So when did you have let's say the white bulb that told you, oh, is the time to go in Bitcoin? At what price?
No, so one, you just have to understand that the quote unquote 1% in America have spent generations hoarding and accumulating wealth. So now that there is a nation that can print, say you have $1 trillion company the United States just print $1 trillion, which means the buying power of your money is now less. So you need somewhere to store your value. And because Bitcoin is hard money, you cannot print any more Bitcoin. There's no better place on earth than Bitcoin to store your value.
Sorry, but let's say you have a financial crisis tomorrow morning and the government decide to pull off the fucking cable of the printer. What do you do?
Wait, one more time. They're gonna, what about the printer?
Let's say they decide to stop printing money and there's the financial crisis knocking on the door. What do you do?
They won't, because they have to continue bailing out Wall Street, and they're already going to print another $3 trillion. So that's a total of $5 trillion just in this 1 year. And we're not even in the fourth quarter yet.
They say 1.5 in the States, so I don't know where you come up with your other.
They said 1.9 for the pandemic relief, and they're saying another $3 trillion for the infrastructure.
Can we have a bet with
seems to me like they just. It seems to me that they're.
No, I want to make a bet with the marathon guy. Let's say the Bitcoin go to 100,000 odds. Can we get a picture with your haircut at least?
Wait. Oh no, never. Are you kidding me? Like
a small deal, like just for the fun, to please Matt Bitcoin. He asked me for it before.
No, if I become extremely wealthy, I'm gonna buy more hair.
Yeah.
So let's say we let your hair grow if the Bitcoin go to 100,000. Is it right or?
I might get in trouble for my wife if I did that. But yeah,
we're stuck in the same story. Let's say in Australia. Let's say Australia, you're always first in the market now, right? So what do? You sell at the Monday morning or?
No, I don't think trading Bitcoin is a good strategy unless you've got a lot of trading experience and you're prepared to stare at charts all day long.
So what do you do? You deal with kangaroo, or what's your story?
No, I sell real estate, but Bitcoin's been kind of an interest of mine since probably 11 years ago. I had an opportunity to mine Bitcoin back when it was 25 cents.
What's your price though? What are you going to sell your Bitcoin at, crypto?
I don't think I will. No,
crypto. Yeah. I agree with you 100%. But crypto, what is your price? What does Bitcoin have to be before you sell it for fiat?
I don't think I would.
He's already sold them for Algorand, man. Like we've been through this. Like they sold the Bitcoin for the other altcoins. But no, I like your story here in Australia. I agree with you. I think that Bitcoin's going for the long term, and it's a really interesting project. And the more you read about it, the more interesting it gets. And that there's lots of good information sources. It wasn't always this way, but it's a lot better now. And somebody was saying in the other chat, I think it might have been Daniel. He just left, but he said that he started out, he was a Bitcoin maximalist. Then he went off and he tried some other coins. And then later on, he's pretty much coming back to being a Bitcoin maximalist. So for a lot of people, it's that way. And in general, selling Bitcoin at any point feels really painful. But in a lot of ways, in the early days, you had to use it. You had to use it to make it a thing. That made it a thing. And, every once in a while, somebody's got to sell to pay rent or to do what you got to do. And that happens. And also Bitcoin goes down in value too. Like I know all the new people are very excited and everybody maybe made a little money and maybe made a lot of money. I don't know. There's all kinds of things out there. Right. But I'm from the olden times, and I can tell you that, yes, Bitcoin goes down too. And why didn't you just buy it all? Why didn't you just do all these things? It goes up and down. Like it's good to, pay down your rent and pay onto your house and to get some cheap living and buy food and other things that you got to do. But I do think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a wild ride for everybody, it going up and down and all that. And also the altcoins going up and down. So I think it's just great that you're joining us and we're going to have this fun, wild ride.
Yeah, I agree it'll go down, but I don't think we're going to see an 80% crash in Bitcoin. And I posted the all-time chart up at the top of the room as well. So, I mean, we only have 1% of the globe invested into Bitcoin right now. Inflation is going to take a hold of everyone's economy sooner or later, and people are going to need to store their wealth somewhere long term.
It's like a marathon. What I learned in my MBA is you have to create urgency. So I want you tomorrow morning, you post a picture of yourself, you say, if the Bitcoin go 100,000, I cut my hair. That's kind of move you have to do.
I disagree because I think that's when you get a lot of sell-off, when you just get...
No, that's the kind of way you start to make money and you tell the crowd 48,000 when you just get the fuck out of here. You have to learn that you can make money and you just relax.
So if let's pretend that I sold the Bitcoin for $1.9 trillion. On Tuesday, when the United States agrees to print another $1.9 trillion, I can now buy less because I sold the most valuable asset in the world for green piece of paper.
Let's say tomorrow morning you post a tweet, you say, I'm going to cut my hair at 102,000, let's say. Well, you sell.
Again, all of these examples are not very great. I mean, I can already give you some horrifying, really simple one-liners. Let me go for this here that at a certain point, the amount of Bitcoin that you used to have will be more Bitcoin than you could ever buy back in your entire life of working. And it happens on you really fast and it creeps up on you. And at first you're like, I'm going to save it all and I'm really smart and all this. And then you're like, nah, I'll sell part of it for altcoins. And then you're like, I'll sell part of it to live and all that kind of thing. And it keeps getting less and more, and you get jobs and you lose jobs and things go up and down in this world. And yeah, there's going to be a horrifying point where you're going to say, yeah, I could have had this number of Bitcoins. Crap. That's worth so much now. I could never, ever get that. But we all have to sell because we all have to live, and we all have a, I want people to take opportunities, and when things happen, you have to go with them. And if you have hard times, you have to get through hard times. And
can we get a deal, Matt, Bitcoin? Can we get a deal? If we reach 101,000, you take out your glasses, you put long hair
I'm a hodler and all that, but I'm also about this kind of like selling 10% every once in a while, selling 20%. If you can change your life and pay off your dangerous debts like credit cards or pay off your mortgage or something, I'm all for those kind of things. But again, you're always going to feel bad about it because selling Bitcoin for any reason is generally going to make you feel bad. So I think everyone should just get their jobs, dollar cost averaging, invest $100 a month and not look at it and just never look at it. And this whole idea that you're like a stock trader now, like you're not a stock trader. Like no one's blessed anyone here and made them a stock trader. And even the stock traders don't know anything. So
the biggest problem with that mentality is you miss the story of we use VHS every day. Oh, there's a DVD there.
But what's better than Bitcoin? You're talking about VHSs. There's no example.
I'm saying the DVD
better than Bitcoin.
Is the Bitcoin, but you want to keep the VHS. So I'm gonna sell some VHS because I don't want to.
As someone that's been here like a long time and all that, I think what we're really talking about with Bitcoin is TCP/IP, which is the structure that makes the internet possible. And at a very basic level, it sends around packets, right? And at the certain point in the very beginning of the internet, and I'm cribbing some speeches and I also know what happened, but at the very beginning, it didn't send around very big packets. It didn't do that much stuff. It didn't have that many features. And they said, we're going to have to get rid of this. We're going to have to replace it. But instead, they fixed it and they expanded it and they made it do more stuff. And we're still using TCP/IP. And that's probably what Bitcoin's going to be. And that's why everyone's all like, you should just buy Bitcoin and it's so simple and all these kind of things, because of these network effects that when a protocol gets to a certain number of people, you can't change it. Like when my friends invited me into Facebook, it didn't matter all of my privacy beliefs and so forth. Facebook had gotten so big, it had a network effect of people. If I wanted access to their photos and be part of their like little Facebook lives, you have to join it. Bitcoin is the same thing, but for money. It doesn't matter if you like
I'll give
Bitcoin or
you an
not. It's going to
example,
come to
my
you.
Bitcoin.
Same thing when I got MP3. When I got the MP3 and I
That's
made my
the
WAV file
that's the sheep in
smaller,
the
I
traffic.
knew it was coming to everybody. And sure, it took the iPod, and then it took the iPhone, it took the iTunes store, and all these kind of things to get MP3 to everybody. But everybody here has been touched by MP3, and the same thing will happen to you with Bitcoin. So because of that,
So
that's a
what's
thing
gonna
to
happen,
buy.
my
That's a
Bitcoin?
thing to invest in. So yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of the Lightning Network?
Yeah.
No, I'll bet, let's say 90,000. Okay, the sheep in the story. Who's the sheep? Okay, we're Crypto Moon, the Mad with the long hair, Jared, Art, Syntax, and the people that listen is like the people that win. Okay, let's say. So what's gonna happen? Everybody's gonna lose, but there's gonna be one listening. He's gonna say, "Oh, maybe the Bitcoin has top off. It's not gonna go up more. It's gonna be like the crap that Wall Street sell us. It's gonna
Yeah, but
invest
you
in
haven't
something else."
provided any example of why Bitcoin would go down or stay at 54. You just keep bringing up.
I use okay. Let's say
examples.
4 or 5 years ago, I used to buy Bitcoin at 4,000 or 5,000. I buy it like it was a joke, just to laugh. Okay, of Jared with the glasses. Let's say with the lemon face. I was saying, but I know Jared, you love me. Anyways, it's a joke because he's the only one that's gonna make money in that story. So I used to laugh. I buy 5,000, but now it's at 50,000. How can you make money of it? If you make money of Bitcoin, you're like let's say the god in Greece. Yep.
Yeah, but the problem is that, well, for people from my experience, is I'm not trying to make fiat dollars from my Bitcoin. I want the amount of Satoshis and Bitcoin that I accumulate or matter more to me than the value in US dollars or fiat.
Yeah. But let's say you open your barbershop tomorrow morning, you make 100,000 a year.
Yeah, but no
in
one's
your
gonna
pocket.
pay $100,000 for a haircut, and I got to pay for people.
If you show your hair and you open a
a
barbershop in the Fifth Avenue, let's say you pay let's say you pay 30,000 a month, but you show your hair, and then people will be like, "Wow, that guy doesn't want to cut." And people like me, Jared, everybody comes, they pay in Bitcoin.
Right? Did someone tell you you can't have long hair? You're allowed to have long, beautiful hair too, my friend.
I'm gonna tell you another story. It's from my Bitcoin master, my Bitcoin. He told me, the people that smoke marijuana, they're like in another world. They don't advance. And I asked him, why my Bitcoin? And he said, Jared told me.
Yeah.
People with long hair, they smoke marijuana. Like
See, the funny thing about someone like myself entering the Bitcoin space at a later age and not having a background in finance is I don't have any of the roadblocks and the mental roadblocks that block me from seeing what the potential of Bitcoin truly is. And a lot of people who invest in quote unquote assets and stocks and things of that nature think that they have the system.
Yeah, the core asset, the bullshit. You can hear it all day, but the story tomorrow morning you cut your hair. You call Jared, like, I'm opening not a barbershop.
You're comparing Bitcoin to a barbershop, bro.
No, Bitcoin is not the top.
Oh, dude, he's obsessed with barbershops. He does keep bringing up barbershops. I've completely noticed that. I think we need to have an intervention here, man. Did someone stop you? Did someone stop you from opening up a barbershop? Did they say that you have to have barber coin to open a barbershop? Because I want to tell you, that's not right, man. You have the right to open up any barbershop you want, even in Canada, man. Even in Canada.
Tomato, You know what's good in Canada? You tell ads, I need an ad tomorrow morning in the 1 minute. If you're late, I fire you. Can we have a bit of a new guy? Let's say ads. What's your thought about how to make money ads? We need your thought, though. We need to be rich.
Well, I agree with what Mad Bitcoin was saying about the US printing 1.9 trillion. Ultimately, the US dollar's devaluing itself. It's kind of been a shift for me now over the last 4 years. Initially, I thought Bitcoin was the risky one and fiat cash was safe. I've switched now to actually think Bitcoin, even though it's volatile, Bitcoin I see as a stable one long term, and the fiat system I see is ready to crash.
Yeah, when the price of Bitcoin goes up too fast, then people with weekends sell it, and that's why you get those dips, because they don't understand the actual meaning of hard money.
Marathon, I will
stock
tell you a
flow.
story, okay? You invest everything you have, even your jeans, your shirts, everything. Let's say you have 2,000 left in your bank account, you invest it. You sell your shirt for 2,000, let's say Bitcoin. That's the way it is. Every day you do that. And we talk in 30 years with Matt Bitcoin, with us and everybody, and Jared with his 100 million, and we're all on the billion way. Because we're all scared of investing and we want to pay for, let's say, crap.
Well, if I'm selling a shirt for 2,000 Bitcoin in 5 years, I have no problem getting a Tesla with Bitcoin that I don't have to convert into fiat. I can shop at Whole Foods for the rest of my life, so I don't have to convert in fiat.
You say the power of the network. The power of the network. We need to invest. Stop to think about your long hair. Don't cut them. It's the best that. And don't change your glasses, Jared.
All right, well,
don't change your glasses. Don't buy a fucking Gucci. Stop wasting your fucking stupid money. And let's try to bring Lex or Zete. They don't want to talk.
all right. Well, good hanging out, Frederick. We'll try to bring everyone else up too. But yeah, it's been fun, man. So I don't know what else were you guys saying here. Go ahead.
I was just gonna let Crypto know that he's allowed to grow his hair out and not smoke weed at the same time. It's pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out and get a haircut after this.
You did bring it up a lot. It certainly got it in my mind. I don't have that much hair to worry about really personally, but it is good to trim it up. It does look nice.
Yeah, that's my main takeaway from this discussion is don't open a barbershop.
Unless you're generating 2,000 Bitcoin per haircut.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the interesting thing is that once you gain the understanding that all global currency is held up by the US dollar, and then you kind of connect the dots with, this, I mean, you can almost consider the United States a junkie now with the way they love to print money.
It's almost like the US is trying to break their own financial system. Anyone else think that? It's almost like they're trying to deliberately wreck it so that they can get to this great reset point where they have to actually say, well, the fiat system has completely crashed. Now we need to bring in this new CBDC system with central bank digital currencies and rescue everyone.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's quite so on purpose, but I would agree with you that there's a bit of like, I know the plan is just to keep borrowing money, and everyone gets upset. They're like, yeah, at a certain point we're gonna have to stop borrowing money, and even myself, I know that people are different degrees of worried about this. Like there was a guy on here earlier, and he had moved his family, actually, point of fact, to Australia from America because he was so worried about kind of the general collapse of things. And he'd said he'd read this book that freaked him out. And, I'm not that worried. But even I have taken into task that we may as well kick the can down the road. There's something about the way that economics is going where we can just keep borrowing and it'll just keep working out. And we may as well do it. And certainly I'm into Bitcoin, so I feel like I have kind of a backup strategy. Like the whole economy dies, like I have Bitcoin. But then again, what does that really matter? Like if everything really breaks down, what you want to have is, food and water and friends and good health and martial arts. Ammo's nice, but it always runs out. Like having martial arts, having like a really strong mind, these kind of things, that's what you want. That's the companion that's always with you.
Medical training, for sure.
Medical training, yeah. No, that's good too.
Also, let's be clear that, if the US dollar crashes, the price of Bitcoin is going to dramatically drop, and you're going to need to have the strongest hands in the world. Because they're both tied together. I just think that Bitcoin will win in the end, but we'll see if we had another lockdown, it's going to be just like last March where we see a giant drop in Bitcoin.
Yeah, that was a direct correlation to the stock market crashing, wasn't it? Bitcoin also crashed, came down to about $4,000 US. which was kind of a bit of a wake-up call that Bitcoin is, in a way, tethered to the stock market. Even though it's still its own beast and quite independent, there is still some links there. So I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, and that was right during the largest point of the COVID thing as well, where the market was freaking out, and then the Bitcoin market freaked out as well, and that happens.
But the one thing we do have right now is the institutional power, and you know, they're salivating to get in right now. We just fell below the $1 trillion market cap, so they can't get in again. And you know, it just gives the regular everyday person a chance to get in at the same exact time as large institutions.
Yeah, that $1 trillion market cap, are they restrained from entering if it's under $1 trillion?
That's kind of a general rule of thumb. I think that's what everyone kind of talks about, that it has to be $1 trillion or something, and it has to be a big enough player for them to be interested. But now that we've flirted with it, every time Bitcoin flirts with one of these high numbers, you can always kind of in the back of your head say, like, you could, at one point in time, you could sell a Bitcoin for that incredibly high number. And, you know, as it gets a higher number and a higher number and a higher number, it's always kind of worth that highest possible number. It could always go back to that or higher. So
yeah. Well, I think with Elon Musk, you know, dumping 1.5 billion, and he was kind of encouraged by Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor is almost like a Bitcoin evangelist to the corporate. A lot of companies are looking at adding it to their balance sheet, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is that, you know, if you spend this time as, you know, huge institutions like a Rothschild, you spend generations hoarding wealth, and then all of a sudden a nation can just print that at a whim. You want to protect your value somewhere. And right now, Bitcoin, that makes Bitcoin the most valuable asset in the world, whether people see it or not.
Yeah, I agree. All right, boys, I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to get back to work. Great chatting, though. Catch up again next time.
Thanks for hanging out. Good stuff.
Yeah, awesome. See you guys.
Yeah, these rooms are awesome, man. I'm never going to get tired of these spaces at all. It's beautiful to just be able to talk your points out. If me and that dude were tweeting back and forth to each other, I think I would have just walked away from my phone a while ago. I wouldn't have bothered. This is fun.
It's a whole nother thing. I mean, one part of it is this could accomplish my goals of having World Crypto Network 24/7, 365, and especially not having me to do it all the time, because I just can't, you know. And then another part of it is that whoever I can get to host and to hold down the fort, you know, there's an infinite amount of guests out here. There's just tons of great guests who have different opinions on crypto and Bitcoin and different levels of expertise. And just like with Clubhouse, you know, we can get the CEO of some company can roll through. But around here, man, we are getting anybody. Like, this is straight up talk radio. It's just open to anybody, and it's just happening out there. And yeah, we certainly, it's been super fun.
Yeah, and we need that, right? Because, I mean, we're coming out of this this age where, you know, people want to limit speech and things of that nature and not really talk their ideas out to their entirety. So it's really good that people get the opportunity to kind of, I mean, as long as you're being respectful, really dive into the individual point of what you're saying. And then just, you know, the audience can hear both sides.
Definitely. And I come from a debate background, where I'm used to being challenged on my ideas and challenging other people's ideas and taking the opposite opinion on things and saying horrible things and whatever's necessary to win the argument and that kind of thing. And yeah, I think that makes it very easy to just understand where other people are coming from and to look at the different sides of the argument and just keep the discussion going.
I really do believe that these spaces are going to lay down the foundation for our future, whether that be political, crypto, or whatever, because they're going to add this feature of translating other languages and things. So you're really going to want to be respectful, because eventually we're going to come across these people, and your integrity and character are absolutely going to matter in how you present yourself in these spaces.
Yeah, I already think it's pretty awesome that, we're being broadcast on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, not Facebook, because they have an 8-hour limit, and of course in Spaces itself too. And it's just another little book in the little history of crypto that we've been working on and making for a long time now. And it's just so cool to have all these new voices and all these new people that want to talk about Bitcoin, and they're open to talking about other issues or science fiction or racism or whatever comes up, whatever we got to talk about. And yeah, I think it's super fun. I think it's going to be a good thing. I don't know if we're going to do it every day, all day, every day. I think I might try, because it could be fun and we could build a following and all that. But also it'd be good to have shifts and have other people talk too.
Yeah, and that's when adding that second and third host are really going to come into play, just so you can actually, switch off. Because it's like, even in the Black Bitcoin Billionaire group in Clubhouse, like some of them are East Coast, some of them are West Coast, so it's just easier to switch off.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have that really shortly with this Twitter thing, and then we're just going to be able to hand it off and keep it going. And right now, the problem I'm thinking about right now is that if the show never ends, then there's no way I can rip the I have to rip the YouTube file and turn it into an audio file and upload it to the audio podcast, so that the audio podcast people don't complain. So that there's an audio podcast tomorrow or whatever. But if I've been broadcasting for like 9 hours, I can never do that. So at some point,
Yeah, adding the soundboard feature to Spaces is going to help a lot, because then you could just plug in a separate, recording device or a separate iPhone, so that when your shift's over, you can just automatically upload, part one.
Well, I've got it. We're rolling. I've got a soundboard. Like, this is
there is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
Oh, we're here, baby.
Nice. I like it. It sounds crisp. It's funny, because Lamar was just trying to figure out how to get that all running, and
he was saying that his wasn't connecting to the thing, and I kept saying that mine was, and no one was listening to me, and they convinced me that mine wasn't. But no, I think I'm running through my proper microphone, through my soundboard. I guess it's Bluetooth. I could also do it directly with a cable, but I'm also charging the phone. But yeah, it's and it, it's recording an MP3 of this, and it's also broadcasting it on all the things. And yeah, we got the technology. We're set. And the board that I have is $500 to $800. It's called the Rodecaster Pro, and it's not a secret. And I definitely have to share it and tell people about it, because when I was in Amsterdam, I was at a Bitcoin convention, and I saw the guy next to me had one, and it has like glowing rainbow buttons, and you see it from far away, and you're like, oh, glowing rainbow buttons. And then yeah, you could just run forever. So and it has everything built in, and it has a little chip in it too, so it's recording a separate audio file of this. And it plugs Bluetooth into your phone. It has basically, to just go through the features, it has 4 microphone and headphone inputs. So if you go somewhere in the old days, in the real world, I used to go places and I have a bunch of microphones I wasted a bunch of money on. And yeah, you could record 4 different inputs and 4 different headphones. And then it has an input for USB that goes to your computer. It has an input for a phone that can just be like a headphone that can go out to a computer or anything else. And then it has a Bluetooth input. So that's what I'm using right now. You guys are talking to me through the Bluetooth, and then the Bluetooth is also talking you guys to the output through the USB, which is going out to the YouTube, which is going through this thing called Restream It. And then Restream It is sending it out to YouTube, Twitch, and Periscope. So we're on Twitter while we're also on Twitter.
Nice. Yeah, see, I mean, and I think one of the devs was talking about adding a control panel too. So it seems like you're probably going to have even more limitless control over how you run your specific rooms, which is going to be super rad. And I just honestly feel like, that whether the price drops of Bitcoin or not, that it is going to rapidly go up. And we need to get as many like quote unquote regular people in right now as possible so that in the future they can be in a better position and a more equal footing with institutions that lobby our government.
I definitely, I've always felt we should be getting regular people in, and I'm super excited anytime that happens. I do kind of feel like I've become one of those people where it's like, it would be okay if the price of Bitcoin went down. Like, I don't want it to happen, but it would be okay. Because too many people have just kind of gotten in and made tons of money without doing any work. And, one of them's a football player and one of them's a millionaire and blah, blah, blah. They were doing pretty good already, and then they just killed it on Bitcoin. But, again, let them take profits, more power to them. But at the same time, I don't know. Bitcoin goes up and down. It doesn't always do what you want it to do. So.
Yeah. And I mean, hopefully, people are educating them on the, 10-year generational wealth plan. Like Jamal Boykins, he's a big person in the space right now. He's always in the Black Bitcoin billionaire rooms, and he's big on NFTs and holding. Hill Harper was just in the BBB like yesterday or the day before, and they're really big and on holding and understanding that this is a generational wealth thing. And someone suggested that they were going to sell a few of their Bitcoins to fund their movie. And Hill Harper was like, you should probably just sell that Lambo you're sitting on and save your Bitcoin. So they have the right mindset.
I definitely like the idea of 5 to 10 years, having a long investment horizon, just waiting this thing out. Really, again, the foolproof strategy that no one will do. Like, no one will listen to me. Let me give you the secret that no one will listen to. Here's what you do. You dollar cost average a reasonable amount, something that you won't worry about, like $100 a month or whatever it's going to be for your income. Then you never look at it, right? Never, ever, ever, ever look at it. Don't learn how much you have in there. Don't think about it. Like, certainly pay your taxes, be responsible, all of that. If you have to look once a year or something, that's fine. But never look at it, and try not to look at the price of Bitcoin either. Don't become a Bitcoiner. Don't go all crazy for it. I mean, I like Bitcoiners though, but other than that, wait 5 years, wait 10 years, and whatever account it is, probably Coinbase or whatever, will still be there. And you'll have tons of money in there. And that'll be great, right? And you won't have to go through all this stress. Unfortunately, everyone gets into it and they put way too much money than they can afford to lose into it. And then they start watching it every day and every hour, and they freak out when it goes up and down, and they lose money because they sell when it goes down. And I'm with them. I sell when it goes down too. And when it goes up, you don't sell because you're super excited and you're like, it's up, it's going to be up forever. And you never sell. And this just keeps happening and keeps breaking your heart. But at the same time, if you're doing the right thing and you're getting your expenses down and you're paying off your credit cards and you're living within your means and you're being reasonable and you're learning how to enjoy reasonable things, like I like books, I like movies, and I like going to museums, and those are all pretty cheap. Like, I can always go to those things, and I can fly on inexpensive airplanes, at least in the before times. I don't know about the future, but yeah, that's the way to do it, and save that money. And but you can't always do it, and no one should be judging themselves like, I could have saved this much, I could have saved that much. We got to stop that thinking. We got to let that go.
Yeah, I mean, and it's exactly like what you said. You can't put in more than what you can afford, on the outside, because then you will sell and probably sell at the wrong time. But there's an example of like Bitcoin Zay. He helped a mother get a loan and get 2 Bitcoins. And when the price went up to 58, she was able to sell 1 Bitcoin, completely fund her kids' college fund. And now she still has a full Bitcoin to sit on and accumulate wealth. And I think that's why I like the Black Bitcoin billionaires like idea of, the goal of your family should just be to have one Bitcoin in your portfolio, and that's it.
Well, I think it's always risky to take out a loan to buy an investment, even though I like Bitcoin.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, that's pretty ballsy and everything. But again, you gotta get that money. I think I'm not the right person to quote this, and I don't want to get in any trouble, but I love this song by Jay-Z called "The Story of OJ." And during that song, one of the things he says is how he's purchased a Picasso painting, and that he didn't do anything, right? He just bought a painting. And that meanwhile, while he held the painting in some warehouse somewhere, the painting went from 2 million to 4 million to 8 million. And he's excited to give the painting to his children, right? And I just think that's a hugely strong verse. And he says, even right in there, he's like, I'm not trying to school you or anything. I'm just trying to give you $1 million worth of game for $9.99. And something like that. It's just a fantastic song. And we all need to learn from that too, no matter who you are or whatever. So,
yeah. Because I don't see Bitcoin as a get rich quick at all. It's a minimum of 10 years for me personally. But I understand that, 5 years is also a realistic goal for some people as well.
And you can't turn down every opportunity and live like a monk in a cave. Like if you think you can, I guess you can, but if you get an opportunity to do something, I think you should go out and do it and live the life. Because even right now with the COVID, things have gotten so different out there in the world. So the opportunities aren't quite what they used to be. So, but again, I'm just echoing myself here. But
well, I mean, we're creating that new space and opportunity, right? I mean, I've seen people that work at Chick-fil-A drive-thrus, but they're streaming from their laptop and they're sitting at home. So, and in the future, we'll be able to work from home anywhere. A lot of things will be remote. And it's just like you said, you have to be able to enjoy the things that you personally want for you and your family. And it doesn't really matter what the price of Bitcoin is, or what, if you have the ability to store your value and take care of your family and the people you love, then that's really that's all that matters to me personally. I'm not someone who's just chasing money.
True that. Jared, what do you think of that? Anything you want to chime in on?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin will do well. It may get a few hits here and there on the way. Maybe a few major hits, but hopefully it'll get there.
I think we just crossed over the 9-hour mark, at least on my recorder here. So I think we're going to head towards the end of this space. I think it's super fun. I'm glad that the Marathon Man is back with us for the end here. You were with us in the beginning, started it for kicks. Didn't think that I'd get so sucked into it. Didn't really have big plans today. I did manage to sneak out in the middle at one point. I had some other people that were minding the stream, which was pretty good considering we can't share hosts and stuff like I'm sure we're going to be able to in the future. But it was super fun trying out Twitter Spaces with you guys. Thanks for everybody who participated. We had lots of good questions, lots of good answers. It's all on YouTube. Someday, like maybe tomorrow, it'll be a podcast. But for now, I'm tired. I'm probably going to go watch some TV and go to sleep. But one more thing. Anyone want to say anything? Go ahead, Marathon, and then Jared, go ahead.
I was going to say thank you for starting the space, man. It was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that I got to come in at the tail end.
Yeah, thanks a lot. First time I'm doing it. I'm mainly listening, and I learned a lot. So thanks.
Well, very cool, man. And thanks to everybody in the audience. And it was a great time trying out Spaces. And this is what Clubhouse is like. But yeah, it'll definitely eat up your whole day. So go do something else. Everyone in the audience too. Thanks for joining us. Give us a thumbs up and a subscribe and a share. But yeah, get out of that chair, go stretch, go do something else. Bye.